Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. We've just finished watching the F3 race, all in preparation for the first F1 Grand Prix of the 2023 season. How we are so looking forward to seeing, of course, the first race and how all the teams fare. Of course, the big dark horses, the big talking points. We talk about Aston Martin, of course. Alonso, they're coming in 5th in the qualifying yesterday, and actually people were a little bit disappointed with that, but nonetheless, all the cars really close together, and first time we get to see all these cars in action in the race scenario, and of course everybody is very much looking forward to seeing what happens with regards to Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, Aston Martin, McLaren, Alpine, AlphaTauri, Alfa Romeo, Haas, and yeah, we are very much keen to see what happens in the F1 race later today. Of course, it is still a while to go until that race kicks off. So we will be following along for the F2 race, which will be beginning soon. And we'll be watching all of the various races throughout the day, all ending with the Formula One Grand Prix. Bahrain, first race of the season, of course. And we are so keen to see it. Be sure to stay with us. Give us a subscribe, like the video as well, of course, to try and get some more people here. And not only that, if you are unable to watch it and you think, oh no, I can't watch F1 later, do not be worried, you actually can. Go and look at the description of the video and you'll see a whole description on how you can watch the Bahrain Grand Prix live from the comfort of your own home. It goes and does all of it for you, so do be sure to go and find that out. And yeah, of course, we will be otherwise with you, and you can use us as commentary as well. So very keen, of course, to see what happens later in the Grand Prix. Until then, of course, I'm going to just stay off for a bit. You'll be treated to some music and, of course, live stats from that F3 sprint, so you can just go and see exactly what happened there. Just to go and recap it for you, in first place, we had that of Mini, who I do believe won it, followed by Bortoletto and Goethe. Unless I think Mini actually got a time penalty, perhaps. Yeah, we're going to have to see what happened there. But nonetheless, a great F3 race that we had earlier today. So, yeah, very much looking forward to seeing what happens in the Grand Prix later. Until then, guys, I'm going to head off. And, yeah, I will be with you later. Hello everybody and welcome back to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. We are just going to start watching the F2 race. Of course, this is all in build-up to the first Grand Prix of the season. So we already do have a formation lap starting for the F2 right now, but there is a stall on the grid. Somebody has stalled on the grid, is not able to get going, yeah. So this is going to be a bit of a challenge for everybody. So we're going to just keep following through, and hopefully this will not be too much of a thing. He's getting a push, literally getting a push right now. And yeah, so we're going to see how this F2 race unfolds basically in front of us. And yeah, it is formation lap right now. The very first Formula 2 Grand Prix of the season in Bahrain. And this is, obviously, of course, going to finish around about just before 2 o'clock, 2 o'clock South African time at least, in Bahrain. It will be finished but just before about 3 o'clock. And that will then give us 2 hours in which we can wait until the first Formula 1 race of the season. Be sure to comment down below who you're backing for the first race of the season. Of course, want to know which teams you're supporting, who is going to win the Grand Prix in terms of drivers. And yeah, and also if you guys are wanting to try and watch along live, you can go and check the description of the channel, and you'll see exactly how you can do that. Of course, we are going to now watch the opening few laps of the Formula 2 Grand Prix. We are following Theo Porcher, who got the pole position for the F2 race, of course, from qualifying yesterday. So a very, very good lap run from him. So F2 is about to get underway. They're just finishing up their formation lap. And be sure to subscribe to the channel if you guys are new, and give the video a like, of course. We would love to have you guys stay here. And also let us know where you're watching from. And it will always be very interesting to see where everybody is watching from. So we have got the formation lap going here. I am currently on board with Ralph Boschung of Campos Racing. And he's just warming up his tires, getting ready to go. We are literally coming down the main straight. All the cars lining up for the beginning of the F2 race here and the F2 season in Bahrain. The Gulf Air Bahrain Grand Prix, of course. This is for F2. F3 finished earlier. And we are about to have the start of the F2 Grand Prix. So drivers now lining themselves up on the grid, pushing themselves in. And we'll have to wait for that car who did have to abort his start. So we'll see how he fares now. He's just had a stall earlier, and we'll get going right now. So, and the F2 is underway, and we are going around the very first corner for the 32-lap race. A little bit of contact coming out of corner one, but everyone's still racing more or less cleanly. And yeah, we do have a lot of action. There's somebody dragging far behind there in the very back of the grid, not getting a lot of movement. There's a lot of cars going abreast now on the second main straight as they come into that third corner. And there's a big spin in the middle, big spin, and everybody's trying to avoid him. And they've got off the track, and someone's gone into the gravel. He's having to turn around, so yellow flags in that sector there. But green racing carries on for the rest of us anyway. Somebody's got a bit of damage there, and he's picked up, I think, what is a puncture perhaps, and slowing down a little bit as we see all of these cars right bunched up together. Yeah, yellow flags in sectors 1 and in sectors 2. All these drivers still going at it, trying to find out who's currently leading and who's currently where in the grid. As we see an overtake happening here, and a big lockup coming into turn 10. And all these cars going into it and still somehow managing to avoid hitting each other. But we did have a spin earlier, of course. And we will see, hopefully, who is currently leading this race in the F2 season. A safety car has been brought out in this F2 race. A safety car has already been brought out. So they're all going to have to slow down and keep their positions for an incident there. The safety car already out. So far, what we've seen this weekend is that the safety car has been used a number of times. As we see, it's somebody's not happy about it at all. He's losing it at the moment. Very unhappy right now in his F2 car. Trying to see who that is. Yeah, it's Roman Stanek of the Trident team, who's very irritated. And his car has stopped on track, which has resulted in that safety car being brought out. So we are going to have to do a couple of laps under the safety car, but a very exciting start to this F2 race. And of course, you will be watching it alongside. So, of course, Porsche is currently, I think, leading the race. Porsche, as I say, leading this race right now. Maney in second, Boschung in third, Bierman 4, Iwasi 5, Fittipaldi, sorry, in 6, Maloney 7, Hauger in 8, Martins in 9, Hadjar 10. As we go through that whole grid there. I'm just watching back here, seeing where this incident occurred here. Coming around that third corner there, just a big spin, and then going off. And then, yeah, you see going through a lot of gravel there, Stanek, and I think that might well have been what caused his car to stop. He went through a ton of gravel, and I think that might have caused a bit of damage. As you're just watching on board with Richard for sure, who was going through and did very well to sort of cover up on that opening corner there, and picked up a little bit of contact, slightest touch, before having to concede that position to Maney. And just watching back here just to see this incident again in that F2. And then he does get taken out for sure, of course. Unfortunate for him there. Does get taken out and does have to spin back around and get back going. Unfortunately, did quite a bit of damage to his tires there. A lot of flat spots then suddenly, which means that he'll probably be in the pits as a result. So that was the start of the F2 Grand Prix. And I'm going to leave you with the tracker for the remainder of this race. And I might pop in a couple of times, but you guys can be sure to follow along, of course, with all the timings here, and I'll be sure to be back here now. Just watching back here, Ralph Boschung just got a really, really good start in terms of getting past everybody. As a result of that incident, he took full advantage of it around that third corner. We saw that spin, and he just decided to go up the inside and push himself all the way up into third. So really did very well there, coming all the way back from like 10th position. So Boschung doing very well there to capitalize on that little incident there. And yeah, so we are under safety car at the moment in this F2 Grand Prix. And we will, of course, leave you with the stats. If you guys are looking for a way in which you can watch the Formula 1 for later, or at least Formula 2 right now, read the description of this video and you can see exactly how you can do that. Be sure to leave a like on the video and subscribe to the channel and let us know where you're watching from in the comments. And answer the comments as well, answer the poll at the moment. Safety car is still out. Victor Martins is of ART Grand Prix Racing, is out of this race already and being consoled by his team director. Nonetheless, I will leave you now and enjoy the remainder of this race. Hello, 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 hello. So coming right up to the end of the F2 Grand Prix here on this Sunday in the 3rd of March? 5th of March, that's the one, 5th of March. Yeah, we are just coming up to the final lap in this F2 Grand Prix. Currently, Porsche leads the race, but there are lots of things happening in the midfield. Just watching a replay here of this overtake, a fantastic overtake from Zane Maloney on Kush Maney of Campos Racing, and Zane Maloney does get past him on the start-finish straight going into that first corner. He started in 16th. He is now in 3rd. So an incredible race from Zane Maloney. So can he get any places before the end of this race? He is 11 seconds behind second place, unfortunately, with just the one lap remaining. But there is a big train in the middle of the field there's an overtake opportunity here. I see. No, not going to make it. But following here on the final lap has officially started. Porsche has got on his final lap started now. And following here, the Formula 3. It's incredible racing at the moment. The midfield battle is just insane. From 10th place through to 14th place. Just 0.4 seconds between each driver. This big train here. Can any of them take advantage of this final lap that they're about to come into now? Of course, DRS will be open for all of these drivers as they come onto the start-finish straight. So let's see how they can do it. And he went far too deep there. And has lost place. And there are overtakes happening left, right, and center. And there's a huge lockup. My word. Massive lockup there. And lost places. Lots of places. Bianchi, I think it is not Bianchi. We'll confirm it now. Just following here on this final lap, that DRS train from 10th to 13th, now only 10th to 13th. Only 4 cars now still in it. Still racing very hard and really, really close. It's insane racing right now. And if you guys are just joining us on the stream, welcome, welcome, welcome. You guys can, of course, please do like the video and subscribe to the channel. We will be live the entire afternoon, right up until the Formula 1 Grand Prix later this afternoon and into this early evening. As we see here on Porsche, crosses the line. His tyres are finished, but he crosses the line. Winner of the F2 Grand Prix, the first F2 Grand Prix of the season 4 F2 in Bahrain. Of course, as we're watching now, the rest of the race is still going. There's lots of racing happening still in the midfield. And Bouchon crosses over the line in second as well. Maloney catching up to that point there. And Maloney should also finish third. An incredible race from him from 16th all the way to third. So a really, really good race there from Zane Maloney as he does cross the line now. And we're now waiting for the rest of the drivers to cross over. 4th over, 5th coming soon. And they're coming onto the final straight, this DRS chain. Can they make any final moves right up to the start-finish line? They're all following each other in this line, but it doesn't look like anybody's going to be able to make an overtake attempt. And they all cross the line in their relevant places. So a really exciting end to that F3 race now. Just 3 cars still to cross the line as they do cross the line now. And that race is now finished. F3 has started and finished for today. And what a race it was. Theo Porsche of ART Grand Prix Racing with the win here, taking first place. Zane Maloney all the way in third after starting in 16th. So an insane race from Zane Maloney and Bouchon in second. So yeah, a really, really good race for Porsche. And Maloney will be, of course, very chuffed having started all the way down in 16th. So F3 has finished for this Grand Prix in Bahrain. Of course, the longest F2. I don't know why I keep saying F3. F2 race. This is the longest F2 season this season, and all the Formula seasons are the longest this year, and they've all started here in Bahrain. So F3, F2, and F1 all happening in Bahrain this weekend. So really, really, really tight racing there in the F2 Grand Prix, and really good watch as well. And if everybody isn't Formula 1 fan, I promise you should also be watching F2 and F3. You're seeing the next drivers of the future, and some really, really good driving as well. As we also see Arthur Leclerc of course, Leclerc, obviously brother of Charles Leclerc, racing in this. He finished in 6th, had a couple of mares in the going wide in turn 10, unfortunately, which lost him a few places. He was further up the field, but finishing in 6th there. But Campos Racing also very chuffed with Bashung finishing in 2nd and his teammate finishing in 4th. So really good race for Campos Racing as well. And Maloney of Rodin Racing is going to be very chuffed with that 3rd place. So yeah, that brings us to the end of the F2 Grand Prix. And we will now start hopefully watching build-up packages as well. Be sure to stay with us on the channel. We're going to be having some interesting content for the next couple of hours, of course, all leading up to that Formula 1 Grand Prix later this evening. As you can see with the countdown, we are about 3.5 hours away from the first Formula 1 race of 2023, and how excited we all are. Be sure to comment who you're supporting and participate in that poll over there on the right, and stick around. We will of course come back every now and then to commentate and to show some content. What we are going to be showing for the next couple of hours as well, and I will obviously just let that simmer, and be sure to stay here, as you're going to see a simulated race that we did from the Forever Sports team. That we all went and did a simulated race in Bahrain. Great fun and great to watch. Of course, you see exactly how not to race the Bahrain Grand Prix, and you can see us go and race around there with Stevie P commentating that race as well. So be sure to stick around and watch that in the build-up to F1. I know that we've got a long afternoon ahead of us, and it will be very much enjoyable for you guys all to go and see. So be sure to stay for that, as well as we're going to replay the qualifying from yesterday. What an insane qualifying session we had yesterday, and we're going to replay it, the entire session, for you as well, heading into that Formula 1 race later. So do be sure to stick around for that. And as I say, if you are new to the channel, be sure to subscribe. Go and click that subscribe button and hit the notifications icon. And yeah, let's hopefully have a really good race later. And yeah, do be sure to like the video as well. Werner Lachanji here saying he's a Mercedes supporter. Mercedes are the ones that you are supporting, so I hope they do well for you. Anybody else wish to comment quickly who they're supporting, and I'll be sure to go and acknowledge you at least before I just head off until later. Of course, as I say, we're going to have some content for you, so don't go anywhere. Lots of content will be on the way on this channel as we build up to the first race of the season. Very exciting, of course. Just finishing up here the F2 Grand Prix here as the drivers are getting out after finishing that. Porsche finishing first there, and he's very excited and very happy about that finish. But probably the driver of the day, Maloney, who managed to get all the way up into 3rd from 16th. A really good race from him there. Yeah, and of course, guys, stick around on the channel. We are keen to have new fans and comment and ask questions. We're always very keen to answer them as best as we can. Otherwise, do just stay here and watch the stats. I know a lot of you are just looking at the stats, of course. And if you are looking for ways to watch the Formula 1 for free and perfectly legally, you can go and look in the description of the video, and we tell you exactly how you can do that. So you go and look in the description. We've got a whole video that explains exactly how to do that. And also, if you look in the chat, we've got a video there that you can follow. And do be sure to look at that, and that will help you watch Formula 1 for later. So just still ending up here, watching the drivers getting out after this F2 here. All very tired and just getting their final weigh-ins, of course, for the FIA. Great race there for these drivers. And, you know, it's, as I say, it's such a great thing to watch Formula 2 as well, because these are all the drivers that are going to be heading into Formula 1 very soon. This is where the likes of De Vries, Leclerc, Sargent, and all the other drivers coming from, Tsunoda, they're all making their way through the Formula series to get up into Formula 1. So stick around and always watch the Formula 2 series when you can, because there's not nearly as many races as there are in Formula 1, but you do see the talent of the future being bred in here for Formula 1. So yeah, just watching Porsche here, getting all the congratulations for his brilliant race there, finishing first, of course. So he is a Sauber Academy driver, and yeah, we will of course be back, and as I say, we're going to have some more content for you, so don't go anywhere. We will be following on for all the Formula 1 content going into this afternoon. Again, we're going to just show you a simulated race, a hilariously good fun watch of a simulated race where all the Forever Sports team went and raced in Bahrain. Great fun to watch. At least keeps you entertained for a while. And we'll also be replaying the qualifying session from yesterday, so you can see exactly how qualifying unfolded. in that video as well. So until then, guys, I'm going to just transition back to this. I'm going to leave the stats on for a little bit, and hopefully in about 10 minutes time, maybe less, I will start some of that content for you. So again, sure to comment, like, and subscribe, and I'll see you in a bit. Cheers, guys. and I'm just popping in just to tell you now that I would suggest you stick around, because what I'm about to start right now is the, well, we had a little bit of fun, the Forever Sports teams, and we raced around Bahrain, Stevie P commentating that as well in the game, of course, in F1, the game. We went and raced around Bahrain. So you get a good idea of the circuit at least, and a little bit of entertainment, obviously, before we start the Formula One stream, which will come later. Of course, we will be live on Forever Sports the entire time. So be sure to stick around and subscribe, like the video, and comment about how useless our driving is, and otherwise just go and tell us which team you're supporting in the comment section, as well as go and participate in the poll. As I said, we are going to try and show you this this content now, and it will be a little bit fun to watch at least. And be sure to remember that it is just in the build-up package. We will, of course, be streaming the race later, and we will be commentating that. And if you guys are also looking for ways in which you can watch the race for free, look in the description of the video, or otherwise in the chat, because it tells you exactly how you can do all of that. And yeah, we are trying to help you as best you can to watch Formula One for later. We cannot wait. It's just about 3 hours and 15 minutes left until Formula One gets going for this season. So really, really exciting. And as I say, what we're going to do now is we're going to show you a little bit as part of our build-up package. We're going to show you us racing around Bahrain. Stevie P will be the one to take you through that. And yeah, let me just trying to get this working. And until then, guys, thank you so much for watching. Please continue to watch. And we will, of course, I will be back to go and chat to you live. And yeah, be sure to go, as I say, like the video, subscribe. And if you do like this sort of content as well, go and look at our partner channels, and you'll see where you can find these sort of gaming streams and things. So nonetheless, let me go and transition to that now, and I'll see you just in a bit.
Right, so basically how this is all going to work is we have got, I think 5 races if I'm not mistaken. We've got a couple of people racing as different teams, stuff like that, and that's all going to take place. Now, basically, it's going to get a little bit chaotic because we've got everybody jumping on Discord and stuff like that. They're all chatting. So what we're going to do is we'll start off with just myself and the race sound, and then we will bring in some of the drivers at a later stage and see exactly what is going on. So apologize for the chaos that is about to ensue. But it should make for some pretty entertaining viewing once it eventually, you know, gets going. But yeah, so let's get ready for the race, and let's see what we're going to see here. I'll introduce everybody there once we are in the race and we're ready to go. Race starting in 6 seconds. So should be quite a entertaining couple of minutes here. Right, so in pole position, we do have Mr. Restatement. He is driving the Red Bull, and next to him, we've got the likes of an N3 Ripples, who took a while to get going in the Mercedes, but has found himself in second. Lord Farquhar in the McLaren, he is one to watch out for there, as well as the Haas, Mr. New Jimmy Boy there. So, and here we go. So we've got... at the moment, we've got Inferno. He's jumping into the lead early on. Mercedes in second, McLaren in third place there. Red Bull dropping down to fourth. And just because we're a fan of chaos, and chaos is entertaining, we are going to bring in the chat to find out exactly what is going on, what is being said behind these sort of closed doors very shortly. As we see McLaren going on the outside of the Red Bull. I mean, he's touched. I mean, that's not racing inside. I don't know what is the racing inside. McLaren clearly there's the Red Bull getting past him in the end there. Restatement looking to try and work his way up the grid. But at the moment, it is Inferno up in front in that Aston Martin. The Mercedes in second place. And we do see the Haas trying to make up a bit of ground there, right at the back of the grid. Needs a lot of work to do. That being said by Aston Martin, 134 as the race leader does look continuously. However, he is being reined in by Mr. Restatement in that Red Bull. We do expect to be quite fast this season, definitely faster than Aston Martin. So keep an eye out for him, because I think that we could potentially see him coming in there quite quickly. stepping in. I'm moving into the top position as we go into the second lap. And we can have a look at other people. So let's go have a look at what's happening in the Haas in the back of the grid over here. He's struggling a little bit. As you can see, they're quite far behind. The interval between it's quite a while there behind that kind of rain in that Mercedes. Boy in that Haas trying to see man make a bit of a move. Goes a bit wide out there, so it cost him a couple of seconds then. And as we're seeing, you know, the Lord Farquaad just half a second behind that McLaren. I mean, let's go and have a check and see what is happening with him there. In fact, I do believe he has taken the lead here as the Red Bull, has moved into first place there. DRS is enabled. What's that Lord Farquaad though in that McLaren, so he'll be looking to rein in that that Red Bull quite quickly. We are on board with the Red Bull. We step in here front, of course, making any mistakes here because as you can see right there, the McLaren is right behind him. And on board with the Red Bull. Going to settle into the race. A little wide there, coming down that straight there. First sector there, 1 second behind. He's actually trying to pull away a bit from the McLaren. He did set the fastest lap in the previous lap, but it does look like as we step in this Red Bull is really starting to put the hammer down. Just gonna move over. Oh, but the McLaren's right behind him. He's making you to make a move here. He's all of a sudden going, oh, he's spun! He's spun! Oh, that's dreadful. And as you can see, there's not even a McLaren in the picture. The Mercedes come through. And Lord Farquaad, well, what's happened there? What's happened there is all we can say. Goodness me, that is shocking, shocking racing. He did all the hard yards as well. And then just at the moment he was looking to strike, just completely spinning there. And yeah, now we're going to wait to see if the Mercedes can make a move. Coming down straight there and not quite the DRS zone as we go on the board there. We're going to move to the Mercedes and see as he's trying to. So we're going to move to Aston Martin. He's actually trying to, yeah. Oh, he's actually over the Red Bull. He's gone past the Red Bull. And they're neck and neck. They're along the side to side. And can the Red Bull hold on? Around the corner. Oh, it looks like I'm going to touch him, but it does get away. Now on the inside, we'll go the Aston Martin, but Red Bull has managed to keep away. That's brilliant, the maneuvering there from Restable to keep away in front of 006, who still in the hunt. Meanwhile, Lord Farquaad in the pit. Let's go have a look at how that's going. As you can see, just coming out the pit there. A bit of a disappointing race for him after what looks like a really nice interval there. He should pass his lap, was chasing down the race leader. A little bit of a skid around there, and the Haas, oh my goodness, we're going to have a look at this Haas because it looks like it's just having absolute time. Oh no, he's spinning again! Oh no! Oh, this is terrible. This is just, it's just not going well at all, is it? And we look at this Haas again, and now we're on board with the Haas. New boy, who's just come to a stop. We've got a green flag here. I'm quite sure what's happened to the Haas. The Haas has stopped. So I'm not entirely sure why the Haas has stopped. Well, let's go and let's just try and jump into this board and see why this Haas is stopping. Oh my goodness, the Red Bull's almost crashed in the pits. Just to restep, not quite sure what's going there, but that's not things you don't want to see. Here we go, Red Bull pit stop there. Aston Martin coming in as well, by the way, so good pit stop is needed there. And we're gonna now try and go. We're gonna go to the. Basically, we're going to go to the Discord now and have a chat with everybody and find out exactly what's going on here. It does seem to be a little bit chaotic, so please do bear with us in amongst the chaos as we do try and chat to the drivers and find out exactly what is going on there. So yeah, and if any profanities, I apologize. But at the end of the day, this is hardcore racing, and we don't want to descent. We don't want to make it too vanilla. At the end of the day, this is raw emotion out there as these chaps are trying to win races at the end of the day. So let's move to them and see what they have to say. And right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. As you can hear, you are now hearing all the drivers. This is actually live coming to you, and we're gonna have a chat. I'm gonna have to ask the drivers just to settle down because. Right, drivers, can you hear me? Welcome. Okay. First of all, people, I've got a couple of questions for some of the drivers out there. First of all, Mr. McLaren, Lord Farquhar, talk to me about how you managed to rein in the race leader and then do some donuts, a couple of wheel spins there. What happened there? Right, fair enough. We can see going to quite early there. So what is the strategy now? You're less than a second off from the Aston Martin. So what is the race strategy now for McLaren as we sort of nearing the halfway stage? So I think the racing still to come. Right, fair enough. Not been around as he does start to catch to that Aston Martin. Starting to rail in. Right, let's chat to the Aston Martin driver. Right, Aston Martin driver, you do have a McLaren that is quite keen on reining you in. What is the strategy to avoid him? Right, we'll take a bit of a short break there, and we'll go back to the action. They are currently under a safety car, so just sort of we're going to wait and see how that sort of will play out. In the meantime, though, as I said, please do continue to get your comments into the chat and let us know who you're rooting for from a car perspective, or a team perspective, or a player perspective. You know, if you do have a preferred player, then let us know who you're really sort of backing in that sense. And as we sort of look to go back to over here, that's it. And please do smash like the video. Please do subscribe. There are going to be lots of technical difficulties. This is the first time we're doing this, but hopefully we'll be able to sort it out very, very soon. We're going to go back into the chat with the drivers.
We'll give you a penalty if you stay too far behind the safety car.
No, just this catch.
That really sounded fucking official, by the way.
Yeah, I found you guys.
Right, and let's go back to the action.
You're behind me.
No, you are sponsored by
we're racing, by the way. It's no safety car. Well,
No, we're not racing.
What are you talking about? We had a safety car.
We are still at the safety car. McLaren, Mercedes, Aston Martin warming up those tyres. It's going to be a very interesting sort of race towards the end there.
halfway through.
On board here.
Do we have to have a safety car?
They'll go on this lap.
A long safety car.
Yeah.
That's because you overtook it. If you didn't overtake it, we would have been racing. But
LOL. That is, boys. That is.
typical Mercedes.
We don't like to play by the rules, you know. Call me
The
Lewis.
question is, who's going to make a move first when they do start to get racing? Mercedes right at the back of the grid. That is the N3 Rapus, who is
Guys, there's no ways I'm in 3 ruffers right now. I'm so dead.
Well, you are on the stream. So N3 Rapus, can you talk us through your name, why you call it, and how you actually pronounce it?
Okay, so it's pronounced if I could pronunciate my word. It's Narupus, and you know, keeping in the family tradition, everyone in my family has a gaming name.
Oh my goodness, we just see Mercedes. Like, can you not drive into the car?
I can't multi-call. These folks don't drive.
Come on, James, you're almost there.
I'm getting there.
And we're still waiting for the Haas to catch up, even under the safety car. So we're
That's on the safety car. Haas
We're
is
going to
still
chat to the
not
Haas
with us.
driver. And Mr. Haas, Jimmy boy, where are you?
There's a strategy here.
We're going to
We're
have to
playing
go,
out.
we're going to have to go find him. We're now on board with the Haas. It looks like an empty track in front of him, so you'd be forgiven for thinking he's leading. He's not leading. He's just trying to catch up to the rest of the field under a safety car.
Going a bit widey as well.
So.
Ooh,
There
yeah,
they
now
are.
it's
There
gonna
we
bunch
are.
up nicely now.
Let's go on
We're gonna
board
bunch
with
up nicely
the
now.
Haas and see how the start goes. He is behind the apparent no Rufus. I'm still not a fan of the entry Rufus, but North far part on the left-hand side there. This is going to be quite the restart when we do get the safety car come in. And I don't know if the Haas got the message, but everyone has gone off and he's still going down the thing. Well, all of a sudden the Haas is up to third. He's coming to the inside though. Aston Martin trying to come down the inside. The Haas on the outside. The Haas goes wide. McLaren's the side plate, but the bumper cars there. The Haas. He's back McLaren. And he's doing donuts. You'd be forgiven for thinking this is sabotage. It's not. Oh, that's definitely sabotage. What's going on here?
Wait, there's a big race. There's big choke at the top, by the way.
I
Big
really don't
overtaking
care about the
happening, yeah.
top. We're watching the bottom here. Do you mind?
The bottom's more
Jay-
exciting.
James,
we're being
you
told-
are gonna get.
We're being told that there's quite the race happening at the top of the year, so I'm busy on board now with the Red Bull, who doesn't seem to have many people behind him. We're now going to move. Oh no, the Aston Martin's spinning. We're spinning. Oh no, he's still spinning. I was led under false pretensions to believe that we had a race going on here. That does not seem to be the case, if we're being brutally honest. Mate, no, left. That's it. No. Oh, goodness me. We're going to have to move to the McLaren to actually watch. McLaren is all the way back behind the Haas. It looks like.
Yeah, because he knocked me off the track.
You're driving slowly. I know you can drive
There's
faster
the
than
Red
us.
Bull. Oh, here we go. We're gonna go on board with the.
I'm just waiting for people to catch up.
We're gonna go on board with the N3 Rappers, who is right behind the Red Bull. Let's see if we can make a move here. Apparently, letting people catch up. That's an interesting tactic. I haven't heard too many of that before. He is saying that he wants to just sort of let people catch up and see. Well, he goes down the inside here. Does go to the Mercedes. He has to keep up the pace on the straight. He does keep to have the pace.
Here we go.
He's on the outside. He's around the outside.
Ooh,
He's on the
Ryan's
outside,
taking
back
James.
into-
Ryan's
no,
taking
He's
James.
going wide. He's going wide. He's taking the third victory. I'm saying he's had the better of him. Let's find out what's happening in the back. There's chaos is happening. I'm hearing complaints about the Haas. Well, the Haas doesn't seem to have anything
Oh my
around it.
God.
Let's see if we can find where this McLaren is. Oh, he's in the wall. Oh my goodness. Well, that sums it up. That sums it up, doesn't it? All the complaints, all the this, and
James, I'm gonna get you back for that one.
You have to catch up to me first.
yeah, I know.
The
it's
words,
just
the
it's
words
just
I
not
want
gone
to
well
say.
for the lads. We're having a lot of excuses coming out of the McLaren garage. Apparently, he's going to get him back for something. We actually don't know what. We're going to have to try and take the replay there, to be honest. Let's go back to our race leader, see what's happening with him over here. Looks like he's warming up his tires. That's just disrespectful. He's warming up his tires in the middle of a race. Just a lack of respect whatsoever. And we'll go on board now with the Mercedes, who is trying to reel in our race leader.
Why are you dicing like that?
Yeah, this is the confidence. This is the arrogance being shown here by the Red Bull. Who is just swerving left and right. He clearly doesn't need to worry about anything. We've still got 5 laps to go here.
No. So keep it friendly. Keep it friendly. I'm catching you guys. Keep it friendly.
We go back to Aston Martin, who is slowly and surely trying to catch up. We'll go back to the Haas over here, who does seem to be by himself.
In the middle of no man's land.
No side.
Yellow's
No
ahead of me. Ooh.
and back in the McLaren, right at the back, also pretty lonely.
Reese's up.
Reese's off. Yep, the
Reese
Rupus
has
is
been in
it.
them.
And all the cockiness, well, he does seem to be off. And N3 Rappers into the lead.
Entry up a spoon.
Let's go on board with our race leader and let's have a chat. Right, N3 Rappers, we're on board with you. Talk to me, how have you managed to stumble into this position?
I went off the track and came back on, and the leader was no longer there. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very surprised. I don't know what happened to him. I'm just trying to stay ahead of the the Red Bull at this point in time.
Well, that sounds about as legit as the FIFA World Cup bidding process, but if it works, it works. And let's go and find out where this Red Bull is. Now needs to try and maybe a bit of frustration there coming in.
Oh, come on.
This Red Bull now under pressure. He's 3 seconds behind the Mercedes. Reese,
Bombs are heavy.
do we back yourself to be able to catch up?
Yeah, I think I should be fine.
You should be
2.8
fine.
now.
2.8. There we go. He's backing himself. Let's see how this Red Bull is going. Yeah, he is bringing that.
They need to crash. Do you force a crash there?
He is bringing those times
Do you want
down.
to just go like a second slower so I can just grab some DRS and keep
It
going?
looks like the Haas is closing in on the Aston. We're going to go on board with the Haas. So there you can see the Aston in the distance.
Yeah.
And let's see if he's got the straight line speed to start to sort of reel him in a little bit.
I just literally.
Oh, get the next one, get the next one, get the next one. But these two at the top need to crash.
Roger that.
Meanwhile, at the top of the race, let's go on board with the Red Bull, who has brought it down to within 2
Oh,
seconds.
no, it's spinning.
No, apparently now they're spinning at the back. Right, so the Red Bull with 3 laps to go. The question is, this is actually all the pressure really right now is on the Mercedes of N3 Ruppus. At the end of the day, he just needs to get into the end of the race without stuffing up. But he is being reeled in by the Red Bull. We could have quite a hectic finish coming up. Meanwhile, it sounds like the Haas has spun and continues to be ahead of a very lonely McLaren.
It's very quiet in the McLaren pit at the moment.
Yeah, well, I'm focused trying to catch up to you two after James's reckless driving.
Here we go. Oh, it's not Boston! Oh my goodness, reenaction replay on that. I'm not quite sure what happened with Mercedes. I think he went a bit wide and caught a bit of the edge. And the Red Bull. Oh, there he's gone straight back through as well.
You
I
trying
was
to
just
get
trying to do the same thing.
Oh, he's gone off! Oh,
Yeah.
goodness me! That's got to be changing your racing line. That can't be
I
legal.
have to give it back to you. I have to give it back to you.
Sounds like there's a lot happening ahead of me.
Oh, did you go into me?
No, it's because I overtook you off the racing line.
Yeah, some dirty tactics coming from Red Bull. Where have we heard that from before? Right,
You just braked in the middle of the braking zone.
apparently braking in the middle of the braking zone. I mean,
Isn't there a
take.
point of the
Like,
braking zone?
No, you came to.
Wait. Where did the Mercedes go? What is
I went
happening?
off the track.
Mate, you had one job.
Clearly.
Well, he's just throwing the race away. To be perfectly honest, just seems to have gone off the track. We needed. It looks like we might have to get the FIA involved in some of the post race
Here comes the
check.
McLaren.
But let's go see what's happening. Apparently, the McLaren is making a bit of a charge on the Haas. Oh, he is making a charge on the Haas, and a bit of a bump there. We're on board now with the McLaren, who, as you can see in that bottom right rear view mirror, you can see the Haas. There comes the Haas,
Leon and Reese.
and he does rear end, and that's not polite. So
Slow down,
Come on.
the question is, let's go to the Haas and see if we can
give me a
catch him.
nice
There we go, the Haas going inside, going off. He is taking every route except the intended one, and slowly trying to find his way to that McLaren. And the Haas
My
has got.
tyres are shot by the
Well, you haven't driven on the track, so we're not surprised. And with 2 seconds or 2 laps remaining, rather, as we come past the crowd, the Haas just watches that McLaren disappear into the sunset.
That's where it belongs.
Yes, good chat, yeah.
And this is a bit of a rivalry here. We can stay with this over here. We see the Mercedes is back in front, by the way.
Now I am.
And let's go to the race leaders and see the Red Bull right on the backside of the Mercedes. And off he goes. The question is, can he control it around the corner? He takes it a little bit wide, but you can't. And the Mercedes does seem to be quite far behind. Looks like the Red Bull has through and clean. And as he's the race starting to pull away, let's go back to this Haas McLaren battle. Whilst the Haas continues to take the unorthodox route of not driving on the track. It looks a little bit like I'm watching a bit of Daytona and a bit of rally, but at the end of the day, if it works, it works. However, this doesn't work, so I wouldn't recommend it for going into the next race. He's now just driven straight through half the corner. The idea of a racing line just not quite being abided here.
Damn, I thought I could actually cut there.
And let's go back to the top of the race. We've got, the Red Bull Mercedes coming on the inside. Mercedes not trying to go down the outside as it comes around. He's right on the backside of him. Let's go to
I got a penalty.
on board with the Red Bull as Mercedes. Let's go past, but the Red Bull takes part. This could be a photo finish, ladies and gentlemen. The Red Bull coming in a little bit fine there. The goes past that broadcast camera there. Big shout out to the cameraman. Everybody else is bringing you the action this evening. They don't get enough credit. And the Red Bull does look like he's going to go all the way unless that Mercedes can make something happen. Let's go and see what the Mercedes is looking at. Entry rappers determined to start with a podium finish. He will get the podium. The question is, will he be staying on top of the podium? As the Red Bull almost opened half a gap there. We're entering now into the final lap of the race. It is a DRS range. And we wait to see, does he have DRS open? We're looking to see, he does not have DRS from the looks of it. That back wing still very close. However, he is right on the. Oh, in fact, he's just he's rear-ended him. What do you mean there's 2 laps? You maybe you got 2 laps.
I've got 2 laps of fuel.
Let's go!
And meanwhile, here comes the Aston. Look at that. And there's 3 of them. There is your podium finishes. The Mercedes bumping the Red Bull, still in the pursuit. The Aston Martin looking to try and sneak through here. Well, I tell you what, the Aston Martin looking to try and steal a victory here. They are South African, the drivers, so we're not surprised that we do see. Oh my goodness, there goes the Mercedes. There goes the Mercedes. And that will be the Mercedes. Now the question is, can the Aston? Probably not if he does that, and then that again, and drives through the DRS sign, and then spins and.
Wait for me!
Yeah. So at the end of the day, we thought we were gonna have a photo finish, but what we've seen here is Nikita Mazepin levels of spinning, and not much good racing. The Red Bull is steaming along, but now the Aston Martin making a late comeback, and the question is, does he have enough in the tank? And the Red Bull goes a little bit wide there. Down the straight, down the left-hand side. Here comes the Aston Martin. Does he have the pace to get around the corner? Will he be able to close them off as well? He does go pretty tight in there. It's a pretty good move in the end. They're neck and neck. They're down the side. And there he goes. And the Aston Martin just couldn't do enough. Reece Stedman playing with his food. And the entire race was happy to let people believe they had hope, but just was never gonna give away that
No,
that
I
thing.
thought I could take him out.
Meanwhile, the Haas is still not on the track. I'm not sure if this is a tactic from them that they've just decided not to drive on the tarmac. If we go and look at where our race is, it's been fun to watch. There's no other way of putting it. As the Haas comes in. Your nickname, the Terminator. Driver of the day does go to Inferno 006 in the Aston Martin. I'm not quite sure I agree with that. At the end of the day, if you're not first, you're last. And as we move to our trophy presentation, bit of a side glance there from the Aston Martin. And he throws the trophy in the air. Looks a bit like an FA Cup, but it's actually a bar. And here comes the champers. Well, apologies, everybody, if you don't drink booze, because you're about to be shattered in all of it. And yeah, Aston Martin and Red Bull having a good time. The Mercedes there is a little bit like an awkward cousin that you don't really want to invite to your wedding, but have to. And that kind of, I suppose, sums up the air. Christian Horner's lost a bit of hair there, looking like he's balding. And ladies and gentlemen, that was the first ever race from Forever Sports. If you go and have a look at the grid there, the final standings there, R7 6 in the Red Bull. One stop there. Didn't get the fastest lap, but winning the race. Inferno walked away with driver of the day. He was second on the grid, and 1:33 was his best lap time. In third place, it was the forever awkward in 3 Ruppers in that Mercedes AMG. Lord Farquhar bringing up the start of the rear in 4th place, and Noob Jimmy Boy in the Haas coming through there last. And yeah, at the end of the day, I think what we saw there was a bit of sort of yippee-ki-yay motherfucker driving from the back end. The Red Bull, once again, race 7, always been very comfortable. We're going to move back to the studio here, let our drivers wander off to their separate ways. I hope you have enjoyed the first ever Forever Sports Extra coverage. Again, all the various, technical faults, as you can probably imagine. But at the end of the day, it's about having a bit of fun. And we promise this will be a bit better in a week's time. And when we continue the season. Please just smash like on the video on the way out and subscribe.
Well, I hope you really enjoyed that fun little piece of play that we did just on Thursday evening on Forever Sports Extra. with regards to going around Bahrain with the Forever Sports team. Of course, we are all building up towards the very first Grand Prix of the season, this Bahrain Insecure. We are all waiting with bated breath to see what's going to happen. Be sure to vote in that poll. At the moment, Max Verstappen leading it quite easily. Leclerc 23%, Alonso 14%, Perez at 5%. But if you think it's another driver, be sure to let us know in the comments. And I will, of course, acknowledge that if I am on. But nonetheless, if you guys are looking for a way to watch the Formula One live, you can look at the description of the video or look in the chat and click on that link. And that video will show you exactly how you can for free as well. So be sure to go and look at all of those. Otherwise, my name is Mark. In case you guys don't know who I am, I'm going to be joining you throughout much of the day. And of course, we've got just about 2 hours and 40 minutes until we will begin with the first Grand Prix of the season. And of course, Max Verstappen sitting on pole with Sergio Perez right behind him before the 2 Ferraris of Charles Leclerc and Sainz. So, yeah, lots to look forward to. Of course, a big anticipation for Aston Martin, that of Alonso as well. See where they end up. And, of course, you cannot ever take away Mercedes. I'm sure they'll rock up and provide some good battling in the race as well. So, yeah, you've just finished watching that little piece of play there now. And just to take you through to the rest, what we're going to do for you now is we're going to replay our qualifying session and our qualifying stream just from yesterday. And apologies if there were little errors during the stream, of course, but nonetheless, I'm going to let you watch qualifying yet again so you can see how it all unfolded before we came to today's race. So I'm going to leave you there, but of course, be sure to subscribe to the channel, like the video, and comment where you're watching from as well. We're always very keen to know whereabouts you are. So I'm going to let you now go and watch the footage from yesterday's Grand Prix qualifying for F1. And enjoy that stream, and of course I'll be back just after that. So until then, guys, please do stay on the channel, ask questions, and chat amongst yourselves, of course, in the chat section, and just re-watch qualifying. Until then, cheers, guys. Lined and ready, and qualifying 1 has begun. We have begun qualifying. The green light is out, and the 2 AlphaTauris start qualifying for the Bahrain Grand Prix 2023.
Yes, let's finally see all of those gloves being taken off. Let's finally see the true potential of all of these cars out on circuit. Who do you think is going to throw a bit of a spanner in the works today, Mark?
I think, funny enough, I actually reckon the only person I think that could be a very odd name that will find themselves a lot higher than some people might reckon is Ocon. I reckon Ocon is a dark horse. I think he raced really, really well last season. And he's in quite a powerful car. And, strange things happen, and I reckon that Ocon could push a couple of surprising names out of these qualifying sessions in a couple of them. So very keen to see what Ocon can do. But of course, we're all watching Fernando Alonso with bated breath to see whether or not he can try and challenge for that pole position for the Grand Prix tomorrow.
Yes, for sure. There's definitely a lot of people with Fernando Alonso in their minds today. Obviously, today being the 22nd year anniversary of Fernando making his debut in Formula One in 2001 at the Australian Grand Prix racing for Minardi. Obviously amazing to have him still in the sport at the age of 41 years old young. Obviously, hopefully still a long time for him in Formula One, just showing still how competitive he is.
And Carlos Sainz are also out earlier, and so is Nico Hülkenberg. So those are the 5 cars out on track so far. Now see some hot laps start now from De Vries and Tsunoda in the AlphaTauri, closely followed by Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz. We're going to see that Charles Leclerc is going to receive quite a nice slipstream from Carlos Sainz ahead of him. So very keen to see the early times get put in, and I think we're going to see some 131 straight away from the Ferraris. And yeah, we'll see whether or not they're actually going to come back out. Maybe they're just putting early lap times out. They just go straight back to the pits and hopefully come back. We do see the Ferraris are rocking medium tires, so not opting for the hard route. They're going to do these this opening lap on a set of medium tires. So here goes Charles Leclerc starting his lap now.
Yes, I can see Charles Leclerc starting his lap now, going into turn 1, bouncing a little bit before the first corner, going very wide. That is not great. Looks like he's completely backed off now. Aborting his first lap already, as he did not have a very good first sector. Let's follow on with Carlos Sainz and see what he is up to. Carlos looks like he is having a pretty good lap so far, going into turn 5 now, looking very neat and tidy within track limits. He is on a set of medium tires, though, not going for a set of softs just yet. Maybe also just trying to do a Red Bull and saving a set of softs for the race tomorrow. Now down into turn 10, into the DRS zone before turn 11. Let's see what his sector times are looking at the moment, with a purple first sector and a green second sector. Yuki Tsunoda with the fastest overall time so far with the 132.1. Carlos Sainz now coming into turn 13. Let's see where he can put himself. Obviously, Yuki Tsunoda on a set of soft tires compared to Carlos Sainz on a set of mediums. Carlos Sainz has put himself now up into second position. He has now finished that lap. Let's see who else is out on a out lap or on another fast lap. Just watching a replay of Charles Leclerc going wide there at the first corner, obviously just not having a very good, just looking closer, we see a little bit of bodywork falling off the car. That is not what he wants to be seeing right now. Trying to see where that comes from at the moment. Can't necessarily spot it. It may be one of the turning vanes to direct air underneath the floor. The session has now been red flagged. Don't know what this is for right now, but I will keep you all updated as I get information. Maybe because of that debris out on track, as it may be on the racing line. Clock has been stopped, of course, with red flag during qualifying, which means that once the green flag has been waved, the time will again resume. Not great for some of the drivers like Piastri. So all of the cars now making their way back into the pits. Red flag is out for that debris on track, but hopefully that should not take too long to sort out, of course.
No, and I am back, and I'm hoping you can hear me. Yes. Red flag, very interesting, of course. The two Red Bulls and the two McLarens also went out onto track to try and put some pace laps in, but going to have to come back in, reduce the red flag for that debris on the racing line from Charles Leclerc's car. So a very early stop for this qualifying session. And just here, we've got Dimitris Litsas saying, "Hi there, I'm watching you from Corfu Island, Greece. Thanks a lot." Well, very good to have you here from Greece. And we are very keen to have you here. Do be sure to go and subscribe and like the video, guys. Really, really keen to have some more people watching along with us.
Yes, and if you do enjoy our videos, please do subscribe. We are getting so close to 24,000 subscribers. We would like to make that our goal for this month, but let us see if we can get there.
Goal for this month? I'm thinking we can goal for this weekend. So let's get those subs up. Go to the other streams. Tell everybody else to come here. Honestly, we've got the best coverage. Let's be honest. Tell everybody to come here. We're creating a much better vibe. I back our channel. Be sure to obviously stay here and ask us questions. The only way we improve is if you ask us questions. There's no point in you guys watching and just letting it stay there. Ask us the questions that you want to ask. It's the whole point of having us here. We want to interact with you. We want to watch along with you, of course. So be sure to try and ask us questions as you go.
Yes, and for those just joining our live stream now, we are in a red flag because of some debris out on track from Charles Leclerc's car. Going into turn 1 on his first hot lap, just losing a bit of bodywork in that first corner. Not ideal from the Ferrari. We were just talking about this earlier in the first session. I mean, it's quite disappointing to see that they are having issues yet again.
So it's just watching a highlight of Carlos Sainz, just going around on his lap here. Just see that it goes a little bit off the track limits there. I think it goes wide of that white line, and therefore that lap wouldn't count.
Just watching an onboard of Carlos Sainz, looks like he went quite wide into turn 7, just the bottom of the car bottoming out quite a bit and sparking on that curb could have caused some floor damage there. We'll definitely have to check that once he gets back in the Ferrari garage.
So Ferrari running into some early issues already. As I say, not what you want to see from Ferrari at the moment. So, really not a great start for Ferrari in this qualifying session, causing a red flag. But we should get going soon. The debris should have been removed by now. And Ferrari are going to have to make some fixes to their car ASAP so they can get them out and get their lap time out. Otherwise, there could be a very, very scary situation for Ferrari, where Leclerc already starts the season in the bottom 5. So quite crucial that they get him out as quickly as possible. Lance Stroll is waiting to get out there alongside most of the drivers, I'm sure.
Yes, obviously Lance Stroll having had that accident before preseason testing, which meant he did not get any time in the car during testing, but looking fine so far, still performing very well in FP2 and 3. Obviously FP1 just getting his eye in, getting that feel back of being back in the car, but seems to be all right so far.
Yes, and Aston Martin looking very keen to get going, all ready to let their cars out, and the session will resume in 2 minutes' time. So we will be able to see some more laps get put out, and of course the ones that we're going to be very much looking out for, that of Fernando Alonso and Lance Stroll in those Aston Martins, can see what sort of times they could put. We've already seen, as you say, a 132.1 from Yuki Tsunoda. That's already almost a sub 132, and I reckon we're going to be seeing sub 131 times in this qualifying session. So
I think we might even see a sub 130 at some stage for sure.
I think a sub 130 will be seen in the last qualifying session. In this session, I think people will just hold back just a little bit, just to put themselves into the next session, and they'll just take it from there. So very keen, of course, to see all of this play out. Of course, we'll get going again in 2 minutes when the session resumes. In case you guys are joining us a little bit late, there are currently red flags on the session due to Charles Leclerc having some bodywork fall off the car, and we can literally see the Ferrari engineers applying duct tape to the tire covers there.
To the aero parts just feeding into the braking system. That is what they are working on at the moment. As we see some shots of the go-kart track right in the middle of the actual Bahrain circuit. They definitely aren't adhering to the red flag at the moment.
No, and I think it's great fun to see these guys race around here. And I'm actually very keen to know, is that live? Because I don't know why, but I always just feel it's a little dangerous to have them racing around live in the middle of the circuit there. Because I do believe that
it's on a separate circuit that they have.
It's separate part there.
Yes.
Just making sure. But I don't quite know why you would be racing around in your little go-kart whilst there's Formula One qualifying going on. For a bit of an odd one. But nonetheless,
yes, as we see the cars all lined up, waiting for those lights to go out. 25 seconds now remaining until qualifying gets back underway.
And we've got a really big queue. And of course, this is just going to make their tires quite cold as they're trying to get out there. So we've got Williams, then 2 Alfa Romeos, then the 2 Haas's, all queuing up to get out into this qualifying session as quickly as possible. And behind those, we've got an Aston Martin. Then we've got, there's an Aston Martin. Then we've got a Red Bull and another Aston Martin. So we've got a huge queue ready to go out. And the light turns green. Qualifying is resumed. And we will now get to see some more laps going, as these guys will need to try and warm up their tires by the time they get back around.
Yes, still quite a lot of drivers that need to put a lap time on the board. There's still 15 drivers that have not put. Ferrari is now ready with Charles Leclerc. They seem to have fixed that piece of bodywork that fell off of Charles Leclerc's car.
So Ferrari are not even going to try and risk not making the next session. They put him straight onto softs out of Charles Leclerc and not going to risk anything happening in this early session. So all of the cars pretty much going straight out the track. Of course, due to that stoppage, they're going to really want to make sure they get a lap in case another stoppage happens. And there's a huge queue exiting the pit. and they're all just going to space themselves out as much as possible, and then, of course, find themselves in a little bit of clean air as well as getting a slipstream. That's the absolute ideal situation. So we will soon get to see some laps start, of course.
Yes, this is going to be very interesting to see now. Obviously, drivers don't have any more time to do sighting laps. They just need to go full in now and get a fast lap on the board.
So just 11 minutes and 40 seconds left of the session. And pretty much, I think every single car is on the racetrack right now. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Yes, all cars are out on the circuit right now.
Correct. Every car is out there. We're following that of Max Verstappen right now as he's coming around that just second to last final bend, going onto that long straight before we start the lap. And we do see some laps begin.
I'm going to go on board with Max Verstappen just so we can follow his first flying lap of the weekend.
And I think whilst you do that, I'm going to attempt to go and track that of Sebastian. I want to track Alonso just behind him, just so we can get a good look.
Max Verstappen now through that final corner, starting his fast lap. Just coming up to now the DRS zone, wing wide open as he starts this flying lap. Let's closely follow his sector times.
And myself, I'm on board with Alonso, and we will be following him as he gets going on the opening straight as well, chasing Verstappen down.
Neat and tidy so far from Max Verstappen into turns 1 and 2, now making his way to turns 3 and 4.
And Stroll has set, Verstappen indeed takes away from Stroll the quickest first sector, but let's see if Alonso can beat that now.
Very neat and tidy into turns 5 and 6, approaching turns 7 and 8.
Alonso unable to get into Verstappen's first sector time, but we'll see if he can catch that up now in the second sector, which has been his strong, well, third sector has been a strong point, but let's see if he can catch him up now.
Max very neat into turns 9 and 10. Yes, as I see now, Guan Yu Zhou has taken the top time spot with the 131.9, already breaking those 132s. Max yet again, so neat and tidy into turns 11. Few little corrections there. Now into turn 12, still looking very neat and tidy. Can he keep it neat and tidy into turn 13, the right-hand braking zone? Yes, he does. Just misses that apex, though, still within the track limits. Approaching now turn 14.
Alonso with a purple sector in the middle sector. So Alonso really on Verstappen's toes here. And yeah, Alonso should actually beat Verstappen's time, as I'm sure Verstappen is crossing the line.
Lance Stroll has now taken the top time spot as you see Verstappen now coming across the line. Where does that put him?
Alonso has taken Verstappen's place. Alonso has gone quicker than Verstappen around. So Alonso in a 131.1, Verstappen in a 131.29. So very interesting, of course, the fact that we've got to see that Aston Martin still maintaining that pace.
Yes, still looking very dominant out there, that Aston Martin, from what we've seen in the other sessions. Some people thought maybe the other teams were still sandbagging a bit, but no, it looks like Aston Martin truly are looking like the cream of the crop right now.
As we see Charles Leclerc crossing the line now, and Charles Leclerc goes quickest. So Charles Leclerc putting a great dent in that board. And now Russell goes quickest as well. So we're seeing all these teams change, and they're all really close to each other. Hamilton goes 5th. Stroll drops down into 6th now.
Sainz now goes fastest with the 130.993.
We are really seeing these times drop. And I'll tell you something, what's great to see is the fact that all of these races are just permanently improving these times as Perez crosses the line only in 6th. Just behind Max Verstappen there. So we currently have Sainz, Russell, Leclerc, Alonso, Verstappen, Perez. Those in the elimination zone at the moment. Gasly, Hülkenberg, the 2 McLarens, and Sargent. Of course, Norris has not done a time yet. Sargent has just finished his time, but not very quick at all. Only 8 minutes left of this session.
5th and 6th, certainly not where we expected Red Bull to be right now. We certainly expected them to be closer to the top of those times.
And right now, McLaren looking very concerned in their box right there. They have completed some times there, but not very quick at all. So they're going to need to really motor as much as they can to get out of that elimination zone.
Interesting to see so far that Guan Yu Zhou is out qualifying Valtteri Bottas, who is quite a few years his senior, not only in F1, but obviously in age. Very interesting to see that Guan Yu Zhou is bringing his A game for 2023.
It's a bit harsh, of course, when you go and look at the times, though, because 0.954 to Zhou, whereas 0.959 to Bottas. So really, really close times, the two of the teammates there. Really, really close together.
Yes. Well, let's see what happens now. Obviously, that top 6 only covered by 0.4 of a second. Very close between all of them. Obviously, this track is going to evolve so much between now and Q3, so we should see these times dropping quite dramatically.
And all the teams coming back into the pits to very quickly get that fuel into the tank there, or at least just to make sure that they go out and get a really, really good qualifying session right before the end of this. I think it's going to be a very dramatic end to this first qualifying session. Of course, currently McLaren are the big talking point. They're not out of that elimination zone yet, so they're going to be very nervous right now.
Interesting to see that Lance Stroll has not put a time on the board just yet.
Oh, no, Lance Stroll did have a lap time, but it's obviously been deleted for track limits.
That would make sense.
Lance Stroll, unfortunately, having to go and redo his there. So Mike Crack is not going to be too happy about that. He's going to have to send Stroll back out there. I don't think any teams are going to withhold their drivers. The time's are a bit too close for them not to do so. As we look at the replay of where he goes beyond track limits.
Yes, going into turn 13, just outbraked himself and lost it. Lost that. It's only a matter of maybe 30, 40 centimeters that he missed that white line by.
James, they're saying Mercedes hiding pace before this. Well, you'd have to try and perhaps look at it, because Mercedes really are right up there. Russell in second right now, which is not at all bad. So, yeah, Mercedes coming with their A game in this qualifying session, and let's hope they can continue doing that as we go.
Yes, for sure. Great to see Mercedes up there. We certainly did not expect to see them anywhere near the top 3 with how they've been performing in testing, as well as the first and second practice sessions. There we see on that McLaren, their digital advertising board on the side of their car. Very interesting that they are testing that out now this season.
I still maintain it should be very, very off-putting for the drivers to have that right there, as they do see that out the corner of their eyes. But nonetheless, they've persisted with it, and they're going to see how it works the entire season.
Just waiting now, a little bit of a lull in action on track with no one currently on track, just waiting for the first car to go out again. We have 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go till the end of Q1. We should see some cars going up very shortly to put in their final laps. Looks like Carlos Sainz is out of the car already. He seems to be happy with his first qualifying session, that is for sure. As Lance Stroll goes back out onto track. Now we have cars back out on track. The majority of the grid have gone out. Just the likes of some of the big teams left. Sainz, Russell, Leclerc, Alonso, Verstappen, Perez, and Hamilton yet to go out. Sorry, as I say that, I see Alonso is going out onto track. So we have pretty much everyone out on track except for Hülkenberg, Sargent, Sainz, Russell, Leclerc, Verstappen, Perez, and Hamilton.
Just 3 minutes left of the session, so very, very key to see what happens. So the cars that have not come back out, that of Sainz, Russell, Leclerc, Verstappen, Perez, and Hamilton. So Alonso coming back out, which is very interesting.
Leclerc is now on his outlap, including Russell and Hamilton.
So surely you will see Red Bull come out as well, or do you think they're just going to risk it?
Well, Verstappen is on his outlap, as well as Sergio Perez, as you said that.
So we will have all of the drivers back out except for that of Carlos Sainz. So Carlos Sainz reckons he's got a quick enough time. He is the only one with a sub 131, so I think he is quite safe there. But the rest of them all going to be battling it out here as we come into this lap. Of course, the track does really change all the time in the evening here in Bahrain, so it's going to be very crucial for a lot of these drivers. The biggest, of course, is that of McLaren, where we see Norris and Piastri still in that elimination zone for McLaren.
Yes, certainly they will be wanting to jump up a few places. Certainly they do not want to be down in the bottom 5. That would be a huge blow to McLaren if that is where they qualify today.
Just 2 minutes to go in this qualifying session.
"90 seconds left of qualifying 1. Everyone should be coming up to start their final laps very soon. Who should we follow on this next lap, Mark?
I'm thinking that, well, you know, of course we want to follow the quickest drivers, but that's going to be interesting, of course, in the bottom 5. That's actually where we need to be looking in terms of who's going to get eliminated and who's going to stay up. I think Lance Stroll, of course, has got nervous times, of course, because he needs to make it into that top 15 again after having his lap deleted. So Lance Stroll is the only driver without a time currently as a result. So I'm sure
Currently
he is
putting in a clean first sector. It looks like he is slowing down, though, for some reason. But looks to be back up again. Let's watch him now into turn 13. Oh, big moment of oversteer there. Not looking very happy right now in that car. Hopefully that is... Sorry, repeat that, Mark?
I was just saying this could be very dangerous for Lance Stroll if he doesn't manage to make it in. Of course, he needs to try and get around before the qualifying session ends in order to have a chance. Alex Albon, meanwhile, going around his fast lap. He's going to really motor here. He's seemingly going quite quickly. He's improved on all his times. He's going very quickly here. Should get a sub 132 here at least, maybe even a sub 131.
As Stroll puts himself up into 5th position ahead of Max Verstappen. He has taken a fastest 3rd sector right now.
So Gasly now at risk of dropping into the bottom 5 as we see all the drivers going around. The most important, of course, watching McLaren, Norris and Piastri going around. Can they manage to break out of that elimination zone? We will find out now. Norris is going quicker in these sectors. Piastri following him slowly.
I'm just hanging on board with Max Verstappen right now, just waiting to see if he goes for another fast lap. Right now, just on a warm-up.
Will Norris manage to get out of the elimination zone? He's crossing the line now, and he does just get out of it, but there's still a few people that have to finish laps. Can Oscar Piastri do the same? Hulkenberg now also in that elimination zone. Can he get up? Piastri is a little bit slow, so can Piastri actually get out of the elimination zone as well? This is his first weekend in Formula One, but it's going to look very risky right now. Norris only in 14th. He's very dangerously close to that elimination zone. As we see Piastri come around the final corner, can he get there ahead? He's really rushing to get there. It's going to be a little bit slow. I think he might well still be in the elimination zone. He only crosses now. He's still eliminated. Piastri is out of this session. So is De Vries. So 2 of the juniors out of the race again. Also, Gasly is going to drop out as well. Magnussen and Sargent, the only ones left. Can Sargent break out? He's doing quite a quick lap so far. Can he beat Norris's time? Here comes Sargent. Does he break out of it? Sargent does not, unfortunately, and we've only waited for Kevin Magnussen.
Lando Norris obviously getting just so lucky there to be able to make it into Q2 as we now watch all of the cars making their way back into the pits to prepare for qualifying 2. So very interesting. Our top 5 at the moment in pole position as of now is Carlos Sainz, followed closely by George Russell, then Charles Leclerc, Fernando Alonso, then Lance Stroll to finish up our top 5.
I think most notably, interestingly as well, is the fact that Magnussen is eliminated whilst Hulkenberg finds himself in 6th place. So Hulkenberg certainly putting his money where his mouth is in terms of beating Magnussen in this session. Magnussen already down in the bottom 5. So you see a replay here of Alex Albon going around that final corner. I think he might have a track time deleted here. Oh, he comes very close to it. Just looking here, very close to that line. I think he does go over indeed, so he might well have his lap time deleted, in which case he'll drop down.
That is very disappointing for him if they do remove that lap time from the board.
If Albon does go down, it will be Sargent who will come back up. So Williams will replace Williams in that top 15 into the next session. So Sargent might well be able to put himself into the second qualifying session, depending on whether or not Albon's time gets deleted. We'll wait on that announcement now.
What's also interesting is that Pierre Gasly has been eliminated while Esteban Ocon has put himself up into 12th position.
Yes, the Alpine's actually a little bit slower than I'd hoped they would be in this session, if I'm honest. But you know, I look here, the Ferraris and the Mercs. The Ferraris, the Merc of Russell and the two Aston Martins really, really close together. I think that's quite incredible.
Yes, it is definitely rather incredible to see them being so close together right now.
So most of the people finishing those laps on softs and mediums, no hards being used at all, and the standings are very close. Also notable is Red Bull only in 7th and 10th, so not putting in particularly quick times in that session, but nonetheless, I'm sure they'll be keeping the pace for the later qualifying sessions. The most important thing in qualifying is just to make it to the next session and only really show the pace in qualifying 3, of course.
Yes, as we see that tower here in Bahrain lit up with the Ferrari logos. Amazing to see. They always do that. They show the logo of the car at the top of the timing boards at the current time. Couple drivers obviously in their debut race not making it past Q1. Obviously disappointment for Logan Sargent, Kevin Magnussen, Piastri, De Vries and Pierre Gasly.
So yeah, very, very excited to see what happens in Q2, of course. Yeah, I mean, if we just look at Q2 right now, of course, Norris does just make it in. We're still waiting on whether or not Albon gets his lap deleted or not. At the moment, it doesn't seem like it, unless I'm mistaken. But Sargent would take his place if that should happen. Yeah, it's just really, really, really interesting. The fact that Red Bulls weren't as quick as I might have thought they would be. Of course, again, it's only the first qualifying session, but still being quite outdone. Freedies here saying any website to watch Formula 1 for free. Well, if you look in the description of the channel, you will find that there is a whole instruction manual on how to do exactly that. So be sure to go and look in the description. And James, they're saying suddenly Red Bull looking under pressure? Question mark. Well, that's why I say it's certainly something that we're going to have to watch in Q2. Will Red Bull go and show a bit more pace in Q2, or will it be a little bit slow? Very, very intrigued to see if the Ferraris manage to get their pace up again for the first qualifying session. What is good to see so far in this Formula 1 season already is how competitive all these teams seem to be.
Yes, well, I think Max certainly has quite a little bit more time on the board. With 1 minute and 50 seconds to go until Q2 starts. I just watched on his onboard on his last lap. He had quite a few little moments, little corrections that he had to make. I'm sure he'll make a few changes in the garage to combat that. But hopefully we should be seeing him nearer to the top of the times.
There's a large contingent of Ferrari fans in the crowd. They're all celebrating the fact that Carlos Sainz got the quickest time in Q1. They're having a chat to Zach Brown right now, asking about Oscar Piastri and the fact that Lando Norris was so far down. He does look very disappointed with the team, but I mean, he has been playing down their times the entire week, and unfortunately, it's looking exactly like McLaren do not look strong this year at all. I mean, we thought they'd be best of the rest contender, but they're not even going to be anywhere near that, I don't think.
No, not looking like it at this moment.
Also looking at Nick De Vries and Kevin Magnussen looking very solemn and very upset, of course, not making it into the next qualifying session. So,
yes,
yeah.
Both of them taking that walk of shame to the FIA garage to go and get weighed after qualifying. Certainly got a bit of predictability that those rookies would not outperform their teammates in the first qualifying. Obviously, they are still getting to grips with these new cars. Yes, and I'm sure we will see them performing possibly a bit better throughout this season.
Of course, Q2 is just about to get going again, and we're very intrigued to see what happens in Q2. And we're looking at this, and oh my word, Alex Albon does not get his time deleted because he's literally like millimeters on the line. So Alex Albon just staying in to allow for his his lap time to stay. So very, very good that there. We've got Aline Bagiri here saying, love from India. Well, we love to have you here from India. Tell all your friends to come and join the chat, of course, and otherwise come and join the stream, of course. We are trying to make it as good as possible for all of you to watch in case you guys are unable to watch it live. But if you are unable to watch it live, you can go check the description of our video and we can tell you exactly how you can in case you're looking for a means to do that. So description of the video, we've got a video there and as well as an instruction manual on how to do that. And just as a little bit of a thanks, don't you want to just hit that subscribe button and hit the notifications icon and like the video as well. Go spam the like button on the video. Very keen to have more likes in this channel, and we are aiming as a channel to grow from 23,500 subscribers. We want to get to 24,000 by the end of the weekend if we somehow can. So please help us out, do that. Tell your friends, subscribe. We do bring as much information for you as possible for the F1. Oscar Piastri also taking this walk of shame. Sadi, they're saying he's back. Nice to have you here. Was it Sadie or Sadi? I'm sorry, I'm South African. I'll say Sadi 46. So nice to have you back, as we're also watching Logan Sargent, his first walk of shame in F1 as he goes off to the FIA office.
Currently watching Max Verstappen in his car, just keeping very calm and composed, looking at all the data, checking where he should and shouldn't brake, checking where he should and shouldn't accelerate as well, just looking where to make little improvements for his next lap time, as it's the little improvements that can give you P1 on the timing boards. Alan Bagiri saying, what's happening with Hamilton? Russell is P2 with the same car. Hamilton obviously down in P13 at the moment. We've seen from last year that this car just seems to suit George Russell so much more than Lewis Hamilton. Him being able to take the extract the most out of this car, while Hamilton just seemed to struggle to get to grips with it a little bit more. Your views, Mark?
Yeah, I think it's just Russell is definitely showing his class at the moment. I think that's a really, really good thing. Russell's trying to take his way forward, and of course he did beat Lewis Hamilton last year in the points, and I think that's probably given him a lot of confidence going into the season. So very keen to see what he can do, and maybe this is the beginning of a little bit of rustiness for Hamilton. He's not quite seemingly performing with Alonso, and so it's a bit of a nervous thing for Hamilton. But of course, he's got so much experience. I'm sure he'll fix that now in the second qualifying session. But all to race for, because the times are so close. It's so competitive, and really, it's the most exciting start. Q2 is underway, and we do see Lance Stroll coming out of the garage now, getting ready to go and do his quick lap in this second qualifying session. Very keen to see what this Aston Martin can do.
Yes, lots of cars getting out on track, obviously all led by that hat of Nico Hulkenberg. He will certainly be wanting to put in another good time. Interesting to see that Lance Stroll went out on a used set of soft tires. We now see the Red Bull of Max Verstappen with those shiny new Pirelli tires, brand new, out of the molds, never even driven on track. Now we see him out of his pit box going to warm up his tires.
Leaving the pit box, and also see Max Verstappen getting lowered down. The blankets are coming off. All the cars for the second session are making its way out. And whilst I also have you here, Sadie 46, why are the tracks surrounded in colors? Well, this is Bahrain. Bahrain love their RGB lights everywhere. So it is beautiful to go and watch this track. And of course, the track is very well lit, and they do have some very fun little color things just to add to the atmosphere of the Grand Prix. Aline Bagiri here said, do you think that Aston Martin are the dark horses making it a four-way battle? 100%. 100%. Reese, I'm sure your thoughts are very similar, but I think Aston Martin are very much saying to the big three, you're not the big three.
It is now a big four. Yes, I mean, we certainly, it's what us as Formula One fans love to see when we have a dark horse coming in, an underdog coming in with less budget than these big teams, bringing it to these big teams with so much pace from what we've seen at least. We now see, I think this is Lance Stroll getting ready to start his first hot lap.
Yes, I'm very intrigued to see what happens in the second session. We're now going to see much closer times than of the first, because some of those drivers in that first session, I did predict more or less to drop down there. A couple of the only one I think is a little bit of a shame. There's Gasly, I think, finishing all the way down in 20th place. I was hoping he'd make the next session. But Lance Stroll, as you say, now starting his hot lap as well. Very intrigued.
Making his way into turn one now, very clean into turn. Bit of a oversteer into turn two. That would have lost him a couple of tenths. Not great into turn two. Luckily, he is on a set of older used soft tires. Clean into turn 4, at least going into the next sector of turn 5.
It's very interesting that he didn't abort that lap. So obviously he still backs the fact that he's going to be able to get through with his current lines, etc. So all the cars currently doing some hot laps now, and we're going to see some big quick times here. Bottas so far putting a purple sector in sector 1, so that's very interesting to notice. And now Alonso has taken it. Alonso very quickly, they're taking that purple sector in sector 1. As we start to see
I'm going to jump on board with Alonso and just let you know how his lap is going. Obviously, watching through that visor cam, which is phenomenal to always watch through, just showing him just showing us what the drivers see. Going now down into turn 9 and 10, looking very neat and tidy, just showing that oscillation that goes through the car, all the bumps, every bump on that track he will be feeling.
Yes, and we've got a whole lot of people watching us now. Please sure to like the stream very quickly and subscribe as well. We were doing this all the time. If you guys are looking to watch this live, in the description of the video, you can find out exactly how you can. Please do participate in the poll as well. Who's going to go fastest in this qualifying session? We've got the 4 teams there that you can choose from. Very interested right now. And Stroll and Alonso coming to the end of their races. Stroll here putting in a decent time of only 132.3, so not actually all that brilliant. Hulkenberg going quickest now with a 131.9.
As we now see Fernando Alonso putting in a 131.094. Brilliant first lap time from Fernando Alonso. Let's see who else is out on track setting these timing boards ablaze. It looks like Max Verstappen has set a first fastest sector. Watching him now come into turn 11.
It's Max Verstappen really taking it to everybody now in that Red Bull.
Setting a second fastest sector now as well.
Yeah, Max Verstappen very much on track to get a fastest lap of the session so far.
As Hamilton goes P1 with a 130.9.
The quickest time of qualifying so far, 130.9. That was quicker than Sainz in Q1. So it's really, really cool to see is the fact that Mercedes seem to actually have found some pace back again. And we talked about Hamilton earlier from, I think it was Aline saying what was happening with Hamilton. Well, you know what?
Max
Hamilton
Verstappen now coming across the line. Where does that lap time put him? It puts him in first with a 130.5.
We are seeing some really, really quick times. And Perez also with a really quick time, a 130.7. So 2 Red Bulls, 1 and 2. Hamilton in third, Russell fourth, Alonso in fifth. But Alonso, I'm sure, will get to the pits and quickly come back out and do another quick lap. And I'm very intrigued to see whether or not we'll see a sub 130 in this session. It's heating up a lot right now.
It certainly is. That is for sure. People are starting to show their hands properly. I was certainly very surprised to see the Red Bulls down the timing boards in Quali 1. Obviously, just not using all of their true pace in that first session.
And the Ferraris now maybe a little bit under pressure. They're going to need to speed themselves up a little bit because they're in the mid 131s, and all the other teams are right on their tail. Of course, we're looking for the top 10 drivers right now. So drivers in danger is Yuki Tsunoda, Alex Albon, who's not done a time, I don't think, which is interesting, of course. I'll find out why that is. But Yuki Tsunoda there, Ocon, Stroll, Zhou, and Albon, all the drivers in danger of dropping out of the session currently.
Max Verstappen on his way back now to the pits, just taking a very gingerly, taking his in-lap very gingerly, not wanting to take too much life out of those tires. Of course, if you qualify on the set of tires, then you have to start the race with them tomorrow.
And I'm sure Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez will be done for this session. I'm sure they'll back those times to be good enough to stay in the session. Sub 131's very good at this stage. So they will surely go back to the pits and stay there. Along with Hamilton, I'm sure might well also just stay there. Maybe
yes,
Russell
they should have a big enough gap to be able to be safe for the rest of qualifying too.
Yeah, Russell might want to also make his way back out again, and maybe Alonso does as well, but I'm sure it'll be fine. That of Lance Stroll is going to desperately need to get back out there, of course, making a little bit of a mess up on his lap around. And, we talk about these Aston Martins being so good, so he's going to need to really get out there as quickly as possible. And,
yes, well, I definitely think he will be, as he did do that time on a set of used tyres. Currently, that Aston Martin being backed up by hand for some reason. I don't know why. Possibly getting taken to the scales. Yes, having to be taken to the weighbridge.
Oh, dear.
Yes, he apparently missed that light from the FIA and drove past him, now having to be taken back by all of his mechanics.
And this is going to take some crucial time away from his potential means of doing another qualifying lap. So they're going to really need to motor here, the Aston Martin crew, as they do really. I mean, this car is not, I mean, look, it's light, but it's not that light. And they really are motoring this car back all the way there. So he's desperately needs to hurry up.
Just watching that Williams of Alexander Albon coming down into turn 1, just a head-on shot showing that floor, just how it scrapes along the entirety of that main straight.
Alex Albon, of course, not set a time so far on this session, so he's come out, he's decided to do the opposite where nobody's on track.
He's gone out of the track limits there. That is going to be deleted, unfortunately. That was all 4 wheels over the white line and has now gone completely off the track.
Yeah, Albon really messing up. I'm not even sure he's going to attempt to do another one. I'm not sure he'll have enough fuel to attempt another one on the same amount of fuel. Will he try another lap?
I don't know what fuel level he is running, but he is going to be under quite a lot of pressure right now.
I think he might well just try and nurse it round to the front there and just hope that he's got enough fuel. So I'm sure he'll try and get going again because he can't really afford to come back into the pits. I'm not sure he's going to make it back around. So we'll follow that with some interest there. Of course, we're still waiting on Lance Stroll to get weighed and get back into the garage to try and get himself onto the track. Only 4 minutes left of the session. Lance Stroll, the big talking point, he's still in the elimination zone in that Aston Martin, which has been so quick all weekend. So really, really keen to see what happens there.
Yes, obviously, please do vote in our poll in the comment section. Do let us know who you think will take pole position here today.
And of course, if you guys are watching and you guys are keen to comment, be sure to let us know where you're watching from. You know, we've got a couple of people saying they're watching from India, which I'm very keen to see. And he was also, I see the chat has gone, he was asking about the Indian Grand Prix. Well, my thoughts on the Indian Grand Prix is why not? Same way I talk about a South African Grand Prix in Kyalami. I would love to see it back. You know, let's have races around the world rather than all in the same place. So very keen to see some more races, of course. So yeah, just watching this qualifying session. We're really heading into the last 3 minutes now. Both Red Bulls not looking anything like they're going to go back out. Hulkenberg and Ocon currently on the track with Zhou and Bottas. So yeah, everyone's coming back out to the track. We're going to try and put some last laps in here.
Certainly didn't expect Lewis Hamilton to have to go back out again, but Mercedes seeming to think that they need to go out and do a few more laps. We see Lance Stroll now with a brand new set of soft tires on that car. He will now be going for his fastest lap time of this session.
That makes sense for Aston Martin because there's no way you're going to risk not having him in the last session here. So they're going to need to put some brand new sets of tires on, and they are very, very shiny, of course. But yeah, it's very weird that Hamilton's going to be sent back out. Personally, I think he's definitely got a quick enough time, unless they think the track's evolving so much that we're going to see a whole lot of sub-31s now. But I doubt it. I very much doubt it. So very weird.
It looks like everyone is going out except for the likes of the Red Bulls and Alexander Albon, who unfortunately I do not think is going to be able to put in another hot lap.
Well, if Alex Albon wants to get another hot lap in, he's going to have to really get out of those pits very quickly and pretty much do a racing lap just to get back around. So unlikely that he's going to be able to do a quick enough time, as you say.
Yes, we currently have Esteban Ocon about to start his first hot lap. Well, his current latest hot lap, just about to go past that DRS zone and the start-finish line.
Very intrigued to see how Ocon does here. I was tipping him as a dark horse in this qualifying session, so let's follow him with some interest here as well. But of course, we'll be watching all of the different cars. Lance Stroll being one of the major talking points in that Aston Martin. Can he get out of that danger zone?
Yes, obviously these cars being so close together in performance, which is just brilliant to watch right now. Esteban Ocon currently 3/10 up on his personal best time.
So a good start for Ocon, of course. Can he keep it up? Can he get a clean attempt around this track?
One who showed quite a lot up on his personal best time. 4/10, almost half a second up on himself.
And Lance Stroll now also, I believe, starting his hot lap. So we're going to follow that with great interest as well.
Yes, I will go on board with Lance Stroll and follow what he is doing quite closely. Carlos Sainz currently put in the fastest Sector 1 time. Let's see what Carlos Sainz can do. Lance Stroll now coming through corner 1, looking neat and tidy. No moments like he had previously in turn 2 and 3. DRS wide open, approaching turn 4.
Seeing Ocon here cross the line. He crosses very nicely all the way up into 4th place. So 130.9, a sub 131 for Ocon. So really, this is very dangerous. My word, Hulkenberg all the way into 130.8, so into 3rd. So really good timings here. Zhou's back into 9th. Charles Leclerc is now at risk. So he's going to need to make sure he puts a quick time in.
And Lance Stroll has put in a very competitive first sector time, a 29.038. Max Verstappen's fastest first sector time being a 28.925. So not far off between those two. Let's see what he can do.
And Alonso goes a 130.6. So really quick. Lando Norris gets himself out, and both Ferraris are in the danger zone right now. Both Ferraris in the danger zone. Last Charles Leclerc goes quickest. My word, almost a sub 130.
So close now. Obviously, this track has been evolving, so we could see some even faster times in Quali 3. So certainly stay with us for that.
A very, very good decision from Mercedes to send both drivers out, because Russell was almost at danger there and managed to get a 130.5, taking him out of that danger zone. Same as Hamilton, taking him out of that danger zone. Ocon is very close, and Norris currently the driver at risk. Here, can Lance Stroll get into the top 10? He's a driver at risk, but he has managed to make it just in at the
Pushing
end
himself in 10th position. Very well done from Lance Stroll after having those sets of surgery on his hands.
My word, what an interesting end to the qualifying session there.
Yeah, certainly been very interesting. Great to see that Ferrari so far up now. Certainly they have been hiding some pace and have now joined the party.
I mean, just look at the pace there from 1st to 7th. Just 0.4 seconds in it. It's so insanely close between all of these cars. So really, really, really good. Valtteri Bottas is still going round, I believe.
Let's see what he can do.
No, he's not.
He is. No, he's not.
So
no.
Just looked like he was going at pace. I was thinking, oh, hello.
So that is the end of Quali 2. Now waiting for Quali 3. It should be a few minutes until that gets underway.
And most disappointingly, of course, is the fact that Lando Norris in that McLaren not able to make it into the final qualifying session. The McLaren's looking very slow this year. It's a big scare for team principal Zach Brown. Of course, he's looking very, very solemn in the box there. So,
yes,
yeah.
That should certainly be quite a big wake-up call from McLaren, getting their A into gear. Certainly, they will need to do a lot of development of their car throughout the season.
And Sadie46 here just asking, I wish I could watch F1 live. Well, you know something? You can. If you go and look at the description of the video, we tell you exactly how to do that. So be sure to go and check that out. And you can go and watch live, utilizing the instructions and following the video we've made directly for all of you guys. We're really trying to help you guys all enjoy Formula One to the best of your ability. So be sure to go and check that out. Of course, subscribe to the channel as well. We're looking to get up to 24,000 subscribers. We're so close. Like the video as well, and be sure to participate in the poll, and tell us where you're watching from as well if you guys want to. We are, of course, also here to answer any questions you might have. What a qualifying session 2 we've had. I'm so keen for this last qualifying.
Yes, it's been so close. We honestly don't know who is going to take pole today. It has changed almost every session so far. As we see Guan Yu Zhou now getting out of the car, not able to get himself into qualifying 3. Certainly a lot to look forward to for this final part of qualifying. Should certainly be very explosive. Let's see who can fight it out for pole position here today. Obviously, such an important day for Fernando Alonso here in his on the anniversary of his debut in Formula One. 22 minutes now since 22 years now since his debut in Formula One in 2001 at the Australian Grand Prix while racing for Minardi.
And Aline is saying it will be Hamilton's pole with some celebration things. So, yeah, I mean, we're very, very intrigued to watch what happens in this final session. So do not go anywhere. We're really, really intrigued to see. And Reese will have to take you through most of it, as in 7 minutes' time I'm going to unfortunately be unavailable. But nonetheless, Reese will take you through that final qualifying, which should be so interesting, of course. I'm very, very intrigued to see what happens.
Yes, Unfortunately, Mark will be jumping off soon, but I will be joining you till the last seconds of qualifying here in Bahrain.
Sadie, they're just making a joke. They're saying, actually, if I touch the subscribe button one more time, it'll be unsubscribed. Well, then don't do that. Just keep it in that subscribe section there, of course. But yeah, just be sure to keep commenting and asking questions. We're, of course, here to answer all of those.
Yes, please do let us know in that comment section who you think will be taking that pole position after Quali 3 here today. Very, very exciting. Only a few minutes until that final qualifying session gets underway here under the lights in Bahrain.
Does just looks so pretty, that track there, Bahrain, and still got the Ferrari symbol going on their big building there. Of course, Ferrari topping the charts in that second qualifying session as well as the first one. So Ferrari actually each time has been the quickest. So can they finish on pole?
Yes, that will be certainly what we want to watch. 2 minutes and 5 seconds to go until qualifying 3 gets underway. Alan Bagiri saying in the comment section, Middle East is the land of GOATs. First Messi, then Cristiano Ronaldo, now Hamilton domination. Well, that is yet to be seen, Alan. Let's see if he can put it on pole in this final qualifying session.
So, yeah, just seeing the cars getting prepped and finalized and ready for this final qualifying session. Max Verstappen not looking particularly relaxed, actually, looking maybe a little bit concerned as we look inside his helmet. I think he will be a little bit concerned. Some of these races are looking very quick, so he's going to need to make sure he gets the quickest time possible as he goes out there, and he cannot make a single mistake. Same as George Russell, and all these drivers, it really is that close. Sadie, they're saying, and from Italy, VR646, yes, I think that's he's talking to himself, of course.
Yes, I certainly think that a lot of these teams still have a handful of pace just hiding in their back pocket. So we will now see them finally putting that on the board. They have to put it all out there now to fight for pole position.
And the crowd is very much enjoying this qualifying session. And who wouldn't be? I mean, my word, we've seen some really, really good track attempts from all the drivers. Everyone ready to get going. Qualifying is going to get going in just about 30 seconds. The final session for the day. Very intrigued to see what can happen. And of course, they're going to try and get going from the get-go to get the quickest lap straight away, just to put some pressure and power pressure on the rest. Fernando Alonso asking for something in the box there, but he seems to be quite relaxed. And yeah, let's see what he can do in this qualifying session now.
Yes, possibly asking for either a drink or just for his fan to cool him down into that car. As we take a look at that Ferrari front wing, have at least fixed those issues that they had during testing with that nose that was it had a structural integrity issue, obviously not having that anymore, but just so much anticipation for this final session.
So currently the leading times from that second session, Leclerc, Verstappen, Russell, Hamilton, Sainz. So we've got 2 Ferraris, 1 Red Bull, and 2 Mercedes in the top 5. Then Alonso in the Aston Martin, then Perez in the Red Bull, Hulkenberg in the Haas, Ocon of the Alpine, and Stroll of the other Aston Martin. And I think we're going to be very, very intrigued to see if Aston Martin can put themselves in the podium, well, in the front row for tomorrow through Fernando Alonso, and can Stroll get a quicker lap than he did in the second session. We are just qualifying 3 has started, so people can go back out into track, but everyone's just waiting for somebody to make the first move, I think.
Yes, of course, you don't want to be the first person to go out now, otherwise people will use you for a slipstream. But of course, you don't want to be the first person out, as you want that track to evolve even more, for there to be even more rubber down, so that you can put an even faster lap on the board. Let's see who makes the first move to be out on track.
And at the same time, of course, you don't want to wait too long, because obviously then you're running out of time to put in the second lap to go even quicker. So Ferrari are making the decision to take the car out. They are removing all the blankets on both of their cars. I think they're going to try and give each other a pull. So, yeah, does look like Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz are the first cars out on track. It is the Ferraris making their way out. There are actually a couple of other cars ahead of them. I don't quite know who they are, but yeah, making their way out now.
Yes, let's have a look and see who is out on track for this final qualifying session. Let's see. We see the Aston Martins starting to come out on track now as well.
It's going to be very exciting. We've got 10 minutes of action coming your way. Reese will take you through most of it, but I'll be here until such time as I can't be. And yeah, very intrigued to see what happens, and hopefully we'll see a couple of flying laps right from the get-go here.
Yes, should be a very explosive final qualifying session here under the lights in Bahrain. 10 minutes now left till the end of the session. Not long for these teams to put in a qualifying lap, run back to the pits, possibly put on a new set of tires, and then go out again. It is going to be very condensed, very, very exciting.
We see Piero Ferrari, of course, relation to Enzo Ferrari. They're in the pits for Ferrari, so going to be watching on very much with great anticipation for his team. We'll see what happens now with the two Ferraris, of course, following. I believe it's who are those first two cars? I still can't quite see what it is. I believe it's Ocon.
Looks like those Red Bulls are also out on track at the moment. It may be the Red Bulls, yes.
We've got both Red Bulls and both Ferraris, followed by an Aston Martin out on track. So Ocon not actually coming out yet, same as Hülkenberg.
Yes, let me maybe jump on with Max Verstappen right now. Let's see how his first lap goes. He is very close to the end of his warm-up lap right now and is now starting his last qualifying lap. DRS wide open, passing the start-finish straight, making his way down now to turn 1. Neat and tidy so far, no lockups. Very neat into turn 1, making his way now into turn 2. Very calm and collected and controlled for now. Let's keep an eye on all of those sector times.
And I'm also going to be following Charles Leclerc as well, as he's following on just behind Perez as well. And Charles Leclerc coming into his first corner now, hitting it very nicely and looking very smooth through the track. Yeah, he's hitting these apexes very nicely as well. So should hopefully put some good sector times. And Max Verstappen puts a purple sector in, of course.
Looking so neat right now on his onboard. Certainly looking very dominant. Let's see if this will be enough to keep him at the top of those time boards.
So Verstappen still holding on to the purple first sector there. Leclerc just a little bit slower. Sainz also just a little bit slower than Verstappen's time there. Stroll quite a way off already, 29.3. So a little bit way off already in that first sector. So Stroll not looking fantastic.
Yes, Max Verstappen now in turn 13. Let's see what his second sector time looks like. It's also purple. So very competitive so far from Max Verstappen. Final corner now. Let's see what this lap time is going to be.
And Charles Leclerc now takes a purple middle sector from Max Verstappen. Charles Leclerc has gone quicker in that middle sector.
Max Verstappen's finishing time. Let's just see what it is here.
A sub 130 for Max Verstappen.
First sub 130 of the weekend. Sergio Perez finishes in second so far with a 130.1. Charles Leclerc now.
Oh my word, 130 on the dot.
Wow, just behind Max Verstappen for now. 130 dead. Max Verstappen with a 129.897. Very close between the top 4 right now.
And Stroll very slow comparatively, very slow. So clearly had issues on that lap. Stroll's going to need to come back to the pits as quickly as possible and just make some changes. I don't know if that's his hand or maybe has made mistakes on the race circuit, but Stroll a bit off the pace already.
The one that I'm waiting to see who has just gone out on track is Fernando Alonso on that brand new set of tires, as we see George Russell also getting out on track now.
Sadie, they're saying Verstappen doing great, just great. Yeah, Verstappen really setting the tone there with a sub 130, 129.897. So a great time there for Max Verstappen. And of course, these 5 drivers are going to try and get into the pits as quickly as possible. Russell, Hamilton, Alonso, Hülkenberg, and Ocon now going to be making their way out onto track, I'm sure, to put their own times in as well.
You have now 5 minutes and 50 seconds left to vote in our poll, as well as to let us know in the comments who you think will be taking that pole position here in 5 minutes' time. So far, it is looking like Max Verstappen is the most dominant for that pole position right now.
Just watching Carlos Sainz make a little bit of an error there. Oh my word, yeah, on that lap attempt, but still managed to get quite a quick lap in, considering.
Yes, looking very loose though on the rear. Just not looking as comfortable as those Red Bulls right now. Sergio Perez, obviously 0.1 seconds behind his teammate. Obviously going to be a lot of pressure put onto him this year to perform and be able to outperform Max Verstappen.
And Fernando Alonso, the big name of the weekend, just about to get going with his lap attempt. This will be his only lap attempt because he will not have time to get back out. So this is going to be the only chance he has to get into pole position. So crucial for Fernando Alonso to get a quick time here. It's
yes,
so
for
interesting.
sure. This is the moment for Fernando. Let's see what he can do as he is now coming down that main straight, approaching the DRS zone as his wing is now open, passing the start-finish line. Let's see how his lap goes. Making his way down now into turn 1, looking nice and clean. No lockups from him. Just missing that apex, but not so crucial. Turn 2 and 3 looking once again very neat and tidy. DRS wide open as he approaches turn 4. On the brakes into turn 4, looking neat and tidy. Let's see if he stays within track limits. Yes, he does. Making his way now towards that time. 0.1 down on Verstappen right now. Neat and tidy now through turn 8. Making his way into the double left-hander down 9 and 10. Still, once again, very neat and tidy. Will be certainly looking at his middle sector time, as that is where he normally outperforms himself. I see a couple purple mini sectors, so let's see what he puts in.
Alonso approaching the final sector now. He just needs to stay within 0.1 seconds off the lap, and he does have the best final sector out of all the drivers so far this weekend. So can he keep it up?
That car looking like it's porpoising just a little bit into turn 13. Sets a personal best middle sector, not a overall best just yet, but let's see what he does in that final sector where he has been so dominant. Neat and tidy, little bit of a bounce. Let's see what he puts in, right, waiting for that finish line. And he goes into 4th position with a 130.3. Still very competitive for that Aston Martin. As we see now, Nico Hülkenberg coming to cross the finish line. Where does he put himself?
And very interestingly, of course, Hülkenberg going a little bit slower, but of course, very interesting the fact that the two Mercs are quite well paced already as they're coming into their final section now. Russell leading Hamilton into it. Can Russell get into the sub 131s? It's looking a little bit slow, and we're going to see what he does now. As Russell goes over on a 130.3, so behind Alonso and Hamilton only in 7th. Hamilton's not going to be able to have another go.
Not very impressive from the Mercedes. Certainly not where we expected them to be. As we see, Charles Leclerc is out of the car. He is in the pits. Max Verstappen now going out on an outlap. Will we see then Max Verstappen aborting that next fastest lap time?
Charles Leclerc not looking very impressed with the fact that he's had to get out of his car. He should have got an outlap right now with the rest, but he's not joined them. So Charles Leclerc is out of the session. Max Verstappen, Perez, and Sainz all going to be setting times along with Stroll as well. So we've got to follow them now with these last 2 minutes to go.
Also going to put in an outlap. Nico Hülkenberg's time was deleted for track limits, so he is now back down in 9th position.
So all Ocon has to do to get ahead of Hülkenberg is just finish a lap without going out of the limits, and he will finish in 9th at a minimum.
Interesting to see that from 1st place all the way down to 7th place, they are only separated by 0.4 tenths of a second. So close between the top 7.
So can Max Verstappen improve on his lap time? Can Perez get ahead of Leclerc? Can Stroll put himself all the way up alongside Alonso in that grid there? Or maybe even go further up and see how this track evolved. Maybe this track is even quicker now in the second half.
Well, the question is if Max is even going to bother putting in another fast lap. Does he need to? And use another set of tyres?
The track has always been evolving, so I think, whether or not Stroll can try and put in a decent lap. He's had some good attempts at the end of each session, so maybe Stroll can...
Let's see, he is now approaching that final corner. I'm going to jump on board with him and see if he is. Yes, he is. He is going on another hot lap. Wing wide open now, approaching that start-finish line, making his way down to turn 1. Neat and tidy so far. No lockups into turn 1. Once again, very composed into turns 2 and 3.
Perez is also chasing Verstappen down very keenly and also going to try and get some quick times. Let's see the first sector times that they can set.
Max Verstappen putting in not necessarily a impressive first sector, but a lot of green mini sectors there.
Well, I mean, only 0.014 behind, so almost exactly the same as his first sector. So quite quick, and Perez chasing him down as well. Sainz is just on Verstappen's time as well, so Sainz is something to watch as well. He's really close to Verstappen's time at the moment.
Certainly a nail-biting end to the session. Let's see if Carlos Sainz can bring it to the Red Bulls for P1. Max Verstappen 0.1 seconds up on his middle sector. Certainly not backing off of this lap.
Perez is also chasing him down very keenly. He's getting some very quick times as well. Sainz is also right on Verstappen's tail.
Neat and tidy for Max Verstappen through the last corner. DRS wide open and across the line. Puts in a 29.7. Let's see if Perez can bring himself up into second position, as he does with the 129.7.
That's a very interesting one. Can Sainz beat Perez? He surely will. He surely will.
Let's see what Sainz does.
Not able to get ahead of Leclerc either.
130.1. So close between that top four, only separated by 0.4 seconds.
And that brings us to the end of qualifying 3. My word, what a qualifier. So, Red Bull, the only teams to go sub 130 in those qualifying sessions. Verstappen at 129.7, Perez at 129.84, Leclerc 130 on the dot, Sainz 130.1, Alonso 130.3, and Russell 130.34, just behind Alonso, and Hamilton also there at 7. So it's really, really close. And yeah, it's going to be very favorable, the grid, in terms of Verstappen and Perez right at the front of the grid. But Alonso, he knows exactly how to race very well. He likes to make his way up the field. So he will be still one to watch tomorrow. It's still really, really close time. And if he didn't make that slight little mishap on his lap there during that qualifying session, he might want to be higher. So still very intrigued to watch Aston Martin. But Christian Horner looking very happy.
Sure. That Aston Martin could still be very dominant tomorrow during the race. Obviously, we saw in testing as well as FP1, 2, and 3 how Ferrari have a little bit of an issue with degradation over the long run, but are quite good on single lap pace. Maybe that could come into play tomorrow during the race. We might see them just falling back a little bit into the hands of Fernando Alonso.
Yes, and of course, it's always anything to race for, because you do not know what's going to happen tomorrow with regards to safety cars. And or otherwise, you could see the first corner, both Red Bulls take each other out, and suddenly a completely different race will take place. So all to race for tomorrow. And of course, you can join us here on Forever Sports. We will be watching it very keenly with all of you. But nonetheless, Red Bull finished first and second, with Charles Leclerc in that third position. So yeah, a very, very intriguing qualifying session.
Yes, thank you for everyone for joining us in this qualifying session. Certainly been very exciting down to the wire.
Yes, and yeah, thank you very much, guys, for watching. You can be sure to subscribe to the channel and like the video as well. And if you guys want to find out how you can watch the Grand Prix live tomorrow, be sure to look in the description of the video, and you can see exactly how you can do that. I've been Mark. Reese has been Reese. And we have just finished qualifying. What a great qualifying session. Alonso is still right there. What's great to see, and yes, the Red Bulls are still number 1 and 2, but nonetheless, just look how close the times all are. And I do think a couple of those drivers could have just sped up their sessions a little bit. Carlos Sainz's first lap, his earlier lap, he made a big blips on, but if he didn't make that blips, he might well have been ahead of Verstappen. So yeah, just a couple of small driver errors, which basically might have actually resulted in the times being as they are. So I do not think the Red Bulls are that much quicker than everybody else quite as of yet. It's much closer than it was last year already, I think. So
well, certainly this could make it very close throughout the season. Of course, Red Bull, with those penalties, not being able to use as much aerodynamic testing, that could bring the other teams much closer throughout the season. Certainly going to be a very, very interesting season ahead of us.
Yes, indeed. Thank you guys so much for watching. You've been watching Forever Sports and Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports, and we will catch you tomorrow. Thank you guys so much. Goodbye.
Right, hello everybody, and welcome back. So that was just recapping qualifying earlier. I was just recapping qualifying yesterday, of course. Yesterday evening, Max Verstappen topping the qualifying charts. Charles Leclerc only coming in third, with Sergio Perez in second as well. Carlos Sainz fourth, Alonso fifth. So yeah, lots to look forward to, of course, for the Grand Prix, which is just 1.5 hours away. So very, very much keen to see what happens there. And I do just see that we've got a slight change this. I'm just going to transition quickly to this little... I'll just fix that thing, so hello. So yeah, very keen to see what happens this evening in the Bahrain Grand Prix. Just an hour and 30 minutes to go. So if I just quickly pull across my news studio, let's go look at a little bit of news, of course, from the stories here on F1. So that we've got here a strategy guide. So you see over here, we're just going to have a look here quickly. And it says, what are the possible race strategies for the 2023 Bahrain Grand Prix? Well, very simple. So let's just go read through the article, shall we? It says, it's finally time to get ready for the first race of the new Formula One season, the Bahrain Grand Prix, after the long winter break. We've got some familiar faces at the front, but different tyre choices on show even during qualifying. So what are the strategic options to do the teams have on the race day at Sakir? Chris Medland has taken a look. So let's go and see what Chris Medland has said. What's the quickest strategy? This actually depends on how each team treats its tyres, but the quickest options all appear to be two-stop strategies with a variety of combinations available when it comes to the compounds used. The big limitation is not tyre wear itself, but degradation from the rear tyres, resulting in lost lap time as drivers struggle on traction. So that is that's the little bit of information that Chris Wedland there has. So yeah, and let me know your thoughts about that. You know, what are the possible? Oh, is my voice gone there? No, my voice is there. I think somebody's saying I don't have my voice there, but it's definitely there. So yeah, just looking at the race, of course, going into today. Very keen to see what happens. So if I just try and interact here, and we've got a little long reach here. What are the ingredients placed for Red Bull to build a new period of dominance? Well, should we go and read that article quickly? So it says, the last time Oracle Red Bull Racing embarked on a double title defense, the cards were decisively stacked against them, the Milton Keynes squad. In the months after Sebastian Vettel romped to his fourth title by setting a record 9 wins on the bounce, and thus helping seal the team's fourth constructors win, the team found itself grappling with an unwieldy and important new power unit and an unsettled champion who slumped to a winless full season for the first time in his F1 career and announced his departure to Ferrari before the campaign was closed out. That's, of course, Sebastian Vettel that they're talking about there. So reading more on, it says, fast forward 9 years and the landscape is very different. Having wrapped up both titles with the largest points haul in its history in 2022, the outfit goes into 2023 with a largely stable set of regulations, a settled technical team, a new car built on the hugely competitive platform of last year's dominant RB18, and a driver pairing that last year won 17 of the 22 races. Just sheer dominance. That's exactly what we talk about. We are about 1 hour and 26 minutes away from the start of the Bahrain Grand Prix, the first Grand Prix, of course, of the 2023 season. So very much keen to see what happens there. Just reading on in this article, it says the 2022 season was amazing for us. Says team principal Christian Horner, retaining the drivers and reclaiming the constructors championship for the first time since 2013 was a huge achievement for us. We go into this year as the new reigning champions, and our target has to be to defend both of these titles. It's going to be a big challenge, but hopefully we can keep building on the momentum we achieved in 2022. So, of course, yeah, very, very interesting to go and look at what Red Bull could possibly do going into the season for 2023. Can they hold on to their Drivers' Championship? Will Max Verstappen get there? Will Red Bull be all right? As we do see all of the drivers currently right now live walking, or at least getting onto the parading bus that'll go around the track and waving to all the fans there. We've got Lewis Hamilton, we've got Valtteri Bottas alongside each other, and we're just looking at the grid share. So going from the back, we've got Pierre Gasly to Nick de Vries right at the back of the grid. Now, what do you think is going to happen with those two? I think Gasly should surely make his way further up the field in that Alpine. It is, of course, a much quicker car than some of these other constructors. So one would have to surely look at seeing Gasly go further up, as we do see that parading bus or slash truck thing start its little its track loop, I suppose. So yeah, very exciting. Of course, we have the first race just an hour and a bit away, and we are oh so keen to see what happens there. I will, of course, just run you through a couple of small things as well. I just want to go and have a look here. So you see, if we go to over here, we can just see the results of the F2, which was, of course, earlier as well. Porsche winning that one there. Bashung in second and Maloney in third. Maloney, very impressive, started in 16th and finished in third. So a great race for Maloney there. Maney in fourth. Fischer in fifth. Leclerc, that's obviously Charles Leclerc's younger brother, Arthur Leclerc. Leclerc in sixth place. Had a couple of small issues and small blips going into that turn 10 a couple of times, which resulted in him dropping further down the grid than where he might have liked to have finished. Hadjar in 7, Iwasa in 8, Fittipaldi in 9, and Correa in 10. And of course, you can read the rest there. So a really, really intriguing race there in that F22, in that F2 Grand Prix. And of course, don't forget that that's a season you should guys try and watch, because that is essentially the future of F1. Those are the drivers that are going to be joining F1 in the years to come. And if we also just backtrack again to the F3 race, that was also very, very exciting to watch. Bortoleto winning that one and Goethe in second. What happened there is, unfortunately, old Mini thought he'd won it, but in fact got a major penalty right at the end, which resulted in him dropping all the way down into 8th. He did actually finish in first, but then the penalty resulting him into 8th place. But Bortoleto first, Goethe second, and Beganovic in third. Saucy fourth, Browning in fifth, and Marty 6th, Frederick 7, Minion 8, Montoya 9, and Aaron in 10. So you can read the rest as well there, of course. Very interesting. F3's got 19 rookie drivers this season, so lots of fresh faces into the Formula 3 area there. So very, very interesting, of course, and you guys should also try and watch those. And on Forever Sports, we will be covering all of these races as well as the Formula 1 throughout the entire season. And this is, of course, where I'll just chat to you. So you see, we've got lots of things ready for you for this Formula 1 race, which we are just waiting for now. As I say, the drivers are going around the track on their parading lap, saying hello to all the fans who are there. Ferrari's symbol being showcased on that building, that famous building in Bahrain, the secure in that Bahrain circuit. Lots of fans entering the track right now. It's filling up very nicely for later this evening. Of course, a night race that is Bahrain. So very, very beautiful to watch on television and obviously there in the stadium. So very, very much keen. And if you guys are new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button and hit the notifications icon as well. And do be sure to like the video. Participate in our poll. We've almost got 400 votes. We are also trying to build towards 24,000 subscribers on the channel. So do help us get there. And share it with your friends, and tell all the other people on the other streams to head across to Forever Motorsports and Forever Sports, because really we are going to have the best coverage for all of you, and live commentary and punditry of course, as well. So very much keen to see what happens later. If you guys are also not necessarily participating in the poll, be sure to let us know your thoughts in the comment section. We are very keen to answer all of your questions and get to know what your guys' thoughts are, who you support, which drivers are going to do well today. We see Charles Leclerc here getting interviewed on Sky Sports. Yeah, all these various things all happening as well. But otherwise, you guys can just stay here and watch the times and see who's doing well and who's not, or just simply listen in, as that is all you need to do. There's no problem at all either way. And if you guys are looking to try and watch this for free and watch this properly and legally, you can. And we tell you exactly how. If you go and look in the comment section, we do go and if you go further up the comments, we've got a little link there that you can go and watch that video. That video explains exactly how to watch the Bahrain Grand Prix live. Very, very cool. And then also, if you look in the description of the video, we've also got an instructions manual essentially telling you exactly what to do and how to do it so that you can watch this race live with us. Of course, very, very keen to get the 2023 season underway. What I am going to do is I'm going to take a little break and I will be back later, but we're going to leave you with some stats for a little bit. And yeah, just under 1 hour and 20 minutes to go until the Bahrain Grand Prix gets going. So until a little bit later, where I will be joining you with Reese and do a little bit of punditry. Again, be sure to stay on the channel and ask us questions. I'll text via text. I'll answer your questions if you want. But I'm just going to head off for a little bit, just take a little break. And we will be back, of course, for the race. So until then, guys, thank you very much. Be sure to subscribe and stay around. right, so we've got quite a bit of time still until the very first Grand Prix of the 2023 season. So what I'm going to do for you is, if you were here earlier as well, you might have seen this, but unlikely. And I'm going to run it again because it is a very good laugh. But at least you also do get to see a little bit of what this track holds. The Forever Sports team this week went and played the Formula 1 game, and we raced the Bahrain circuit. And there were 5 of us racing. Stevie P, of course, very big face in the Forever Sports scene. Of course, one of the main presenters. Stevie P was commentating for that race. I was racing alongside Reese as well, and a couple of our other Forever Sports team were also there racing. So very keen to see what you guys' thoughts were on our shocking racing, if we're honest. And just a bit of a laugh, of course, to build up to the first Grand Prix of the season. And I say it again, that we will, of course, be watching along the Grand Prix live. So do not go anywhere and just very much enjoy this video. I hope you do. And of course, we've just got still just over an hour and 13 minutes until the first Grand Prix in Bahrain. Be sure to subscribe to the channel, like the video, and participate in the chat and the comments, and in the poll as well. And let me just run this video again for you, and I hope you enjoy it a little bit. So here you go.
Right, so basically how this is all going to work is we have got, I think 5 races if I'm not mistaken. We've got a couple of people racing as different teams, stuff like that, and that's all going to take place. Now, basically, it's going to get a little bit chaotic because we've got everybody jumping on Discord and stuff like that. They're all chatting. So what we're going to do is we'll start off with just myself and the race sound, and then we will bring in some of the drivers at a later stage and see exactly what is going on. So apologize for the chaos that is about to ensue. But it should make for some pretty entertaining viewing once it eventually, gets going. But yeah, so let's get ready for the race, and let's see what we're going to see here. I'll introduce everybody there once we are in the race and we're ready to go. Race starting in 6 seconds. So should be quite a entertaining couple of minutes here. Right, so in pole position, we do have Mr. Reese Deadman. He is driving the Red Bull, and next to him we've got the likes of an N3 Ripples, who took a while to get going in the Mercedes, but has found himself in second. Lord Farquhar in the McLaren, he is one to watch out for there, as well as the Hearth, Mr. New Jimmy Boy there. So, and here we go. So we've got... at the moment, we've got Inferno. He's jumping into the lead early on. Mercedes in second, McLaren in third place there. Red Bull dropping down to fourth. And just because we're a fan of chaos, and chaos is entertaining, we are going to bring in the chat to find out exactly what is going on, what is being said behind these sort of closed doors very shortly. As we see McLaren going on the outside of the Red Bull. I mean, he's touched. I mean, that's not a race against. I don't know what is a race against here. McLaren clearly there, stacking the Red Bull getting past him in the end there. Reese Deadman can try and work his way up the grid. But at the moment, it is Inferno up in front in that Aston Martin. The Mercedes in second place. And we do see the Haas trying to make up a bit of ground there, right at the back of the grid. Needs a lot of work to do. Right, fast that being said by Aston Martin, 134 as the race leader does look to continue. However, he is being reined in by Mr. Reese Deadman in that Red Bull. We do expect to be quite fast this season, definitely faster than Aston Martin, so keep an eye out for him, because I think that we could potentially see him coming in there quite quickly. He's stepping in, I'm moving into the top position as we go into the second lap. And we can have a look at other people, so let's go have a look at what's happening in the Haas in the back of the grid over here. He's struggling a little bit, as you can see, they're quite far behind. The interval between is quite a while there behind that kind of rain in that Mercedes. J-Boy in that Haas trying to see man make a bit of a move. Goes a bit wide out there, so it cost him a couple of seconds then. And as we're seeing, you know, Lord Farquaad just half a second behind that McLaren. I mean, let's go and have a check and see what is happening with him there. In fact, I do believe he has taken the lead here as the Red Bull, has moved into first place there. GRS is enabled. What's that? Lord Farquaad though in that McLaren, so he'll be looking to rein in that that Red Bull quite quickly. We got on board with the Red Bull. We step in there, front forward, making too many mistakes here because as you can see right there, the McLaren is right behind him. Back on board with the Red Bull. Was going to settle into the race, but a little wide there, coming down that straight there. First sector there, 1 second behind. He's actually trying to pull away a bit from the McLaren. He did set the fastest lap in the previous lap, but it does look like this three-stepping in this Red Bull is really starting to put the hammer down. Just going to move over. Oh, but the McLaren's right behind him. He's making you to make a move here. He's all of a sudden going, oh, he's spun! He's spun! Oh, that's dreadful. And as you can see, there's not even a McLaren in the picture. The Mercedes coming through. And Lord Farquaad, well, what's happened there? What's happened there is all we can say. Goodness me, that is shocking, shocking racing. He done all the hard yards as well. And then just at the moment he was looking to strike, just completely spinning there. And yeah, now we're going to wait to see if the Mercedes can make a move. Coming down straight there and not quite the DRS zone as we go on the board there. We're going to move to the Mercedes and see as he's trying to. So we're going to move to Aston Martin, who's actually trying, yeah. Oh, he's actually over the Red Bull. He's gone past the Red Bull. And they're neck and neck. They're along the side to side. And can the Red Bull hold on? Around the corner. Oh, it looks like a bit of touching, but he does get away. Now on the inside, we'll go the Aston Martin, but Red Bull has managed to keep away. That's brilliant maneuvering there from Reese, but keep away in 6. Who still in the hunt. Meanwhile, Lord Farquaad in the pit. Let's go have a look at how that's going. And as you can see, just coming out the pit there, a bit of a disappointing race for him after what looks like a really nice interval there. He took the fastest lap, was chasing down the race leader. A little bit of a skid around there, and the Haas. Oh my goodness, we're gonna have to have a look at this Haas because it looks like it's just having absolute time. Oh no, he's spinning again! Oh no! Oh, this is terrible. This is it's just not going well at all, is it? I mean, look at this Haas again, and now on board with the Haas. New boy, Jim boy, who's just come to a stop. Got a green flag here. I'm quite sure what's happened to the Haas. The Haas has stopped. So not entirely sure why the Haas has stopped. Well, let's go. Let's just try and jump into this corner and see why this Haas is stopping. Oh my goodness, the Red Bull's almost passed in the pits. Just to restep, not quite sure what's going there, but that's not things you don't want to see. And here we go, Red Bull pit stop there. Aston Martin coming in as well, by the way, so good pit stop is needed there. And we're gonna now try and go. We're gonna go to the. Basically, we're going to go to the Discord now and have a chat with everybody and find out exactly what's going on here. It does seem to be a little bit chaotic, so please do bear with us in amongst the chaos as we do try and chat to the drivers and find out exactly what is going on there. So yeah, and if any profanities, I apologize, but at the end of the day, this is hardcore racing, and we don't want to defense, we don't want to make it too vanilla. At the end of the day, this is raw emotion out there as these chaps are trying to win races at the end of the day. So let's move to them and see what they have to say. And right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. As you can hear, you are now hearing all the drivers. This is actually live coming to you, and we're gonna have to have a chat. I'm gonna have to ask the drivers just to settle down because. Right, drivers, can you hear me? Welcome. Okay. First of all, people, I've got a couple of questions for some of the drivers out there. First of all, Mr. McLaren, Lord Farquhar, talk to me about how you managed to rein in the race leader, and then do some donuts, a couple of wheel spins there. What happened there? Right, fair enough. We can see you guys quite early there. So what is the strategy now? You're less than a second off from the Aston Martin. So what is the race strategy now for McLaren as we sort of nearing the halfway stage? So think that racing still to come. Right, fair enough. Not been around as he does start to catch to that Aston Martin. Starting to rail in. Right, let's chat to the Aston Martin driver. Right, Aston Martin driver, you do have a McLaren that is quite keen on reining you in. What is the strategy to avoid him? Right, we're going to take a bit of a short break there, and we'll go back to the action. They are currently under a safety car, so just sort of we're going to wait and see how that sort of will play out. In the meantime, though, as I said, please do continue to get your comments into the chat and let us know who you're rooting for from a car perspective, or a team perspective, or a player perspective. You know, if you do have a preferred player, then let us know who you're really sort of backing in that sense. And as we sort of look to go back to over here, is it. And please do smash like the video. Please do subscribe. There are going to be lots of technical difficulties. This is the first time we're doing this, but hopefully we'll be able to sort it out very, very soon. We're going to go back into the chat with the drivers.
It will give you a penalty if you stay too far behind the safety car.
No, just this catch.
That really sounded fucking official, by the way.
Yeah, I found you guys.
Right, and let's go back to the action.
You're behind me.
No, you are sponsored by
we're racing, by the way. It's no safety car. Well,
No, we're not racing.
Well, what you talking about? We had a safety car.
We are still at the safety car. McLaren, Mercedes, Aston Martin warming up those tyres. It's going to be a very interesting sort of race towards the end there.
halfway through.
On board,
How long do we have to have a safety car?
Yeah, they'll go on this lap.
A long safety car.
Yeah.
That's because you overtook it. If you didn't overtake it, we would have been racing. But
LOL. That is, boys. That is.
typical Mercedes.
We don't like to play by the rules, you know. Call me a
The question is, who's going to make a move first when they do start to get racing? Mercedes right at the back of the grid. That is the N3 Rapus.
Guys, there's no ways I'm in 3 Rapus right now. I'm so dead.
Well, you are on the stream. So N3 Rapus, can you talk us through your name, why you call it, and how you actually pronounce it?
Okay, so it's pronounced if I could pronunciate my word. It's Narupus, and you know, keeping in the family tradition, everyone in my family has a gaming name.
Oh my goodness, we just need Mercedes. Like, just can you not drive into the McLaren?
I can't multitask. These folks that don't drive.
Come on, James, you're almost there.
I'm getting there.
And we're still waiting for the Haas to catch up, even under safety car. So we're
on the safety car. Haas
We're
is
going to
still
chat to the
not with
Haas
us.
driver. And Mr. Haas, Jimmy boy, where are you?
There's a strategy here.
We're
playing out.
We're going to have to go find him. We're now on board with the Haas. It looks like an empty track in front of him, so you'd be forgiven for thinking he's leading. He's not leading. He's really trying to catch up to the rest of the field under a safety car.
Going a bit widey as well.
So.
Ooh,
There
yeah,
they
now
are.
it's going to bunch up nicely now.
Let's go on
We're going to
board
bunch
with
up nicely
the
now.
horse and see how the start goes. He is behind the apparent no Rufus. I'm still not a fan of the entry Rufus, but more far part on the left-hand side there. This is going to be quite the restart when we do get the safety car come in. And I don't know if the horse got the message, but everyone has gone off and he's still going down the straight. Well, all of a sudden the horse is up to third. He's coming to the inside though. Aston Martin trying to come down the inside. The horse on the outside. The horse goes wide. McLaren's the side plate, but a bumper car's there. The horse. McLaren. And he's doing donuts. You'd be forgiven for thinking this is sabotage. It's not. Oh, that's definitely sabotage. What's going on here?
Wait, there's a big race. There's big choke at the top, by the way. Big
We don't
overtaking
care about the
happening,
top. We're watching the bottom here. Do you mind?
The bottom's more exciting.
James,
we're being
you
told,
are gonna get.
We're being told that there's quite the race happening at the top of the year. So I'm busy on board now with the Red Bull, who doesn't seem to have too many people behind him. We're now going to move. Oh no, the Aston Martin's spinning. We're spinning. Oh no, he's still spinning. I was led under false pretensions to believe that we had a race going on here. That does not seem to be the case, if we're being brutally honest. No, left. That's it. No. Oh, goodness me. We're going to have to move to the McLaren to actually watch the McLaren is all the way back behind the horse. It looks like.
Yeah, because he knocked me off the track.
He's driving slowly. I know you can drive
There's
faster
the
than
Red
us.
Bull. Oh, here we go. We're gonna go on board with the.
I'm just waiting for people to catch up.
We're gonna go on board with the N3 Rappers, who is right behind the Red Bull. Let's see if he can make a move here. Apparently, letting people catch up. That's an interesting tactic. I haven't heard too many of that before. He is saying that he wants to just sort of let people catch up and see. Well, he goes down the inside here. That's what I'm going to say. He's actually got the pace on the straight. He does seem to have the pace.
Here we go.
He's on the outside. He's around the outside.
Ooh, Ryan's taking James. Ryan's taking James.
He's gone wide. He's gone wide. Oh, he's taking the third victory. I'm saying he's had the better of him. Let's find out what's happening in the back. Because chaos is happening. I'm hearing complaints about the horse. Well, the horse doesn't seem to have anything.
Oh my god.
Let's see if we can find where this McLaren is. Oh, he's in the wall. Oh my goodness. Well, that sums it up. That sums it up, doesn't it? All the complaints, all the this, and...
James, I'm gonna get you back for that one.
You have to catch up to me first.
Yeah, I know.
The words I want to say.
For the lads. We're hearing a lot of excuses coming out of the McLaren garage. Apparently he's going to get him back for something. We actually don't know what. We're going to have to try and check the replay there, to be honest. Let's go back to our race leader, see what's happening with him over here. Looks like he's warming up his tyres. That's just disrespectful. He's warming up his tyres in the middle of a race. Just a lack of respect whatsoever. And we'll go on board now with the Mercedes. He is trying to reel in our race leader.
Why are you dicing like that?
Yeah, this is the confidence. This is the arrogance being shown here by the Red Bull. He is just swerving left and right. He clearly doesn't need to worry about anything. We've still got 5 laps to go here.
No. So keep it friendly. Keep it friendly. I'm catching you guys. Keep it friendly.
We go back to Aston Martin, who is slowly and surely trying to catch up. We'll go back to the Hearth over here, who does seem to be by himself.
In the middle of no man's land.
No side.
Yellow's
No
ahead of me. Ooh.
and back in the McLaren, right at the back, also pretty lonely.
Reese
up. Yeah, Rufus is it. And all the cockiness, well, he does seem to be off. And N3 Rappers into the lead.
N3 Rappers, boo.
Let's go on board with our race leader and let's have a chat. Right, N3 Rappers, we're on board with you. Talk to me, how have you managed to stumble into this position?
I went off the track and came back on, and the leader was no longer there. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very surprised. I don't know what happened to him. I'm just trying to stay ahead of the the Red Bull at this point in time.
Well, that sounds about as legit as the FIFA World Cup bidding process, but if it works, it works. And let's go and find out where this Red Bull is. Now needs to try and maybe a bit of frustration there coming in.
Come on.
This Red Bull now under pressure. He's 3 seconds behind the Mercedes. Reese, do we back to be able to catch up?
Yeah. I think I should be fine.
You should be
2.8
fine.
now.
2.8. There we go. He's backing himself. Let's see how this Red Bull is going. Yeah, he is bringing
Obviously,
that.
they need to crash. Do you force a crash there?
He is bringing those times
Do you want to
down.
just go like a second slower so I can just grab some DRS and keep
It
going?
looks like the Haas is closing in on the Aston. We're going to go on board with the Haas. So there you can see the Aston in the distance.
Yeah.
And let's see if he's got the straight line speed to start to sort of reel him in a little bit.
I just missed literally 5
Oh, get the
seconds.
next one, get the next one, get the next one. But these two at the top need to crash.
Roger that.
Meanwhile, at the top of the race, let's go on board with the Red Bull, who has brought it down to within 2
Oh,
seconds.
no, it's spinning.
No, apparently now they're spinning at the back. Right, so the Red Bull with 3 laps to go. The question is, this is actually all the pressure really right now is on the Mercedes of N3 Ruppus. At the end of the day, he just needs to get into the end of the race without stuffing up. But he is being wheeled in by the Red Bull. We could have quite a hectic finish coming up. Meanwhile, it sounds like the Haas has spun and continues to be ahead of a very lonely McLaren.
It's very quiet in the McLaren pit at the moment.
Yeah, well, I'm focused trying to catch up to you two after James's reckless driving.
Here we go. Oh, it's my Boston! Oh my goodness, reenaction replay on that. I'm not quite sure what happened with Mercedes. I think he went a bit wide and caught a bit of the edge. And the Red Bull. Oh, there he's gone straight back through as well.
You trying to
just
get
trying to do the same thing.
Oh, he's gone off! Oh, goodness me! That's got to be changing your racing line. That can't be
I
legal.
have to give it back to you. I have to give it back to you.
Sounds like there's a lot happening ahead of me.
Oh, did you go into me?
No, it's because I overtook you off the racing line.
Yeah, some dirty tactics coming from Red Bull. Where have we heard that from before? Right,
He just braked in the middle of the braking zone.
apparently braking in the middle of the braking zone. I mean,
Isn't that the point of the braking zone?
No, he came to.
Wait, where did the Mercedes go? What is
I went
happening?
off the track.
Mate, you had one job.
Clearly.
Well, he's just throwing the race away, to be perfectly honest. It just seems to have gone off the track. We needed. It looks like we might have to get the FIA involved in some of the post-match, post-race
Here comes the
shake.
McLaren.
But let's go see what's happening. Apparently the McLaren is making a bit of a charge on the Haas. Oh, he is making a charge on the Haas. And a bit of a bump there. We're on board now with the McLaren. Who, as you can see in that bottom right rear view mirror, you can see the Haas. There comes the Haas. And he does rear end, and that's not polite. So
Slow down,
Come on.
the question is, let's go to the Haas and see if he can
give me
catch
an
him. There we go, the
actual
Haas
so you can
going
give me
inside,
one
going
bounce,
off.
you know what I
He
mean?
is taking every route except the intended one, and slowly trying to find his way to that McLaren. And the Haas here has got.
are shot by the
Well, you haven't driven on the track, so we're not surprised. And with 2 seconds or 2 laps remaining, rather, as we come past the crowd, the Haas just watches that McLaren disappear into the sunset.
That's where it belongs.
Yes, good chat, yeah.
And this is a bit of a rivalry here. We're gonna stay with this over here. We see the Mercedes is back in front, by the way.
Now I am.
And let's go to the race leaders and see the Red Bull right on the backside of the Mercedes. And off he goes. The question is, can he control it around the corner? He takes it a little bit wide, but you can't. And the Mercedes does seem to be quite far behind. Looks like the Red Bull has through and clean. And as the race starting to pull away, let's go back to this Haas McLaren battle. Whilst the Haas continues to take the unorthodox route of not driving on the track. It looks a little bit like I'm watching a bit of Daytona and a bit of rally, but at the end of the day, if it works, it works. However, this doesn't work, so I wouldn't recommend it for going into the next race. He's now just driven straight through half the corner. The idea of a racing line just not quite being abided here.
Damn, I thought I could actually cut there.
And let's go back to the top of the race. We've got, the Red Bull Mercedes coming on the inside. Mercedes not trying to go down. The outside as he comes around. He's right on the backside of him. Let's go to on board with the Red Bull as Mercedes. Let's go past, but the Red Bull takes part. This could be a photo finish, ladies and gentlemen. The Red Bull coming in a little bit fine there. The goes past that broadcast camera there. Big shout out to the cameraman. Everybody else is bringing you the action this evening. They don't get enough credit. And the Red Bull does look like he's going to go all the way unless that Mercedes can make something happen. Let's go and see what the Mercedes is looking at. N3 Ruppus determined start with a podium finish here. He will get the podium. The question is, will he be staying on top of the podium? As the Red Bull almost opened half a gap there. We're entering now into the final lap of the race. It is a DRS range. And we wait to see, does he have DRS open? We're looking to see, he does not have DRS from the looks of it. That back wing still very close. However, he is running that. Oh, in fact, he's just rear-ended him. What do you mean there's 2 laps? Maybe you got 2 laps.
I've got 2 laps of fuel.
Let's go!
And meanwhile, here comes the Aston. Look at that. And there's 3 of them. There is your podium finishes. The Mercedes bumping the Red Bull. Still in the pursuit. The Aston Martin looking to try and sneak through here. Well, I'll tell you what. The Aston Martin looking to try and steal a victory here. They are South African, the drivers, so we're not surprised that we do see... Oh my goodness, there goes the Mercedes. There goes the Mercedes. And that will be the Mercedes. Now the question is, can the Aston... Probably not if he does that, and then that again, and drives through the DRS sign, and then spins and...
Wait for me!
Yeah, so at the end of the day, we thought we were gonna have a photo finish, but what we've seen here is Nikita Mazepin levels of spinning, and not much good racing. The Red Bull is steaming along, but now the Aston Martin making a late comeback, and the question is, does he have enough in the tank? And the Red Bull goes a little bit wide there. Down the straight, down the left-hand side. Here comes the Aston Martin. Does he have the pace to get around the corner? Will he be able to close them off as well? He does go pretty tight in there. It's a pretty good move in the end. They're neck and neck. They're down the side, and there he goes. And the Aston Martin just couldn't do enough. Reece Stedman playing with his food. And the entire race was happy to let people believe they had hope, but just was never gonna give away that thing.
I thought I could take him out.
Meanwhile, the Haas is still not on the track. I'm not sure if this is a tactic from them that they've just decided not to drive on the tarmac. If we go and look at where our race is, it's been fun to watch. There's no other way of putting it. As the Haas comes in. Your nickname, the Terminator. Driver of the day does go to Inferno 006 in the Aston Martin. I'm not quite sure I agree with that. At the end of the day, if you're not first, you're last. And as we move to our trophy presentation, bit of a side glance there from the Aston Martin. And he throws the trophy in the air. Looks a bit like an FA Cup, but it's actually a bar. And here comes the champers. Well, apologies, everybody, if you don't drink booze, because you're about to be shattered in all of it. And... yeah, Aston Martin and Red Bull having a good time. The Mercedes there is a little bit like an awkward cousin that you don't really want to invite to your wedding, but have to. And that kind of, I suppose, sums up the air. Christian Horner's lost a bit of hair there, looking like he's balding. And ladies and gentlemen, that was the first ever race from Forever Sports. If you go and have a look at the grid there, the final standings there, R7 6 and the Red Bull. One stop there. Didn't get the fastest lap, but winning the race. Inferno walked away with driver of the day. He was second on the grid, and 1:33 was his best lap time. In third place, it was the forever awkward in3 Ruppus in that Mercedes AMG. Lord Farquhar bringing up the start of the rear in fourth place, and Noob Jimmy Boy in the Haas coming through there last. And yeah, at the end of the day, I think what we saw there was a bit of sort of yippee-ki-yay motherfucker driving from the back end. The Red Bull, once again, race 7 always looked very comfortable. We're going to move back to the studio here, let our drivers wander off to their separate ways. I hope you have enjoyed the first ever Forever Sports Extra coverage. Again, all the various, technical faults, as you can probably imagine. But at the end of the day, it's about having a bit of fun. And we promise this will be a bit better in a week's time. And when we continue the season. Please just smash like on the video on the way out and subscribe.
Right, so that was just us playing very simply the... just moving that down there to tell you when the Grand Prix starts. We're going soon. But that was us playing the Bahrain circuit earlier this week. So I hope you enjoyed that little piece of content. We are so close to the beginning of the Grand Prix season. It's just under 45 minutes to go. And I've got my headphones on now because we are attempting to get Reece into the chat as well. So we're just waiting on him to get going. And once we have him, we will be able to... also start punditry, of course. going into this Grand Prix season. Very, very keen. Of course, we are in the pit lane. All of the teams getting their cars ready. Now it's getting down to the wire now. Almost just 40 minutes left till the Grand Prix starts, for which we are, of course, very, very keen to see. So let me just do a couple of small things here. But nonetheless, we are very, very keen to see how this race unfolds. Of course, Max Verstappen on pole, and very intrigued to see what he can do, and whether or not Aston Martin can live up to the hype that they've had for the last week and a bit. Really have been hyped up, that Aston Martin team, and hopefully they are going to be very, very good for everybody as well in terms of living up to the hype. I think that's exactly what I'd say. And I'm almost going to bring Reese in soon. I just need to sort out a couple of small things. Oh, I think I by mistake brought him in on the middle of the screen. So I'm just going to quickly take him away. But I think he can hear us, and I'm not sure if you guys can hear him. But he can be heard right now. I'm just going to go back to the studio here just before I quickly set this up. So I've got him in the stream as well. But we are very, very keen. I think you might have heard him there, or you maybe did not hear him. I will confirm. But we are going to get going very soon with this Grand Prix season. And so just going through the grid right now. We've got Verstappen on pole. Sergio Perez, of course, teammate of Max Verstappen in that Red Bull in second. Then the two Ferraris, Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz. So can the Ferraris do something decent today in terms of getting a result? It's going to be very intriguing to watch. And I'm just going to attempt to bring Reese in now. And I believe we should have Reese. Reese, can you speak for us? Just speak. I can hear you. I'm not sure the stream can, however, so I'm just going to quickly do a couple of small edits here just to get you in, and then we should be okay. Just trying that again. You can see Reese, everybody, but of course, just struggling to get in coming through. Reese, can you try again? Reese, can you try again for us, please? Seemingly not. I'm going to try again, but I'm just going to quickly edit the properties here. But nonetheless, guys, in the comments, do let us know what you think of what's going to happen today in the race. And as James says, Alonso and Leclerc to please do the business today. Well, it'll be very interesting to watch Alonso, of course, attempt to do exactly that. And we are going to be very much keeping a keen eye on Alonso and that Aston Martin team. So I do believe we finally have Reese now. So Reese, can you speak for us, please?
Yes, hopefully it is coming through now.
100%. We now have Reese in the stream, so it's great. Reese, as I say, are you not excited? We've got just about 40 seconds, or 40 seconds, I wish, 40 minutes to go until the first Grand Prix of the season. What are your thoughts?
Yes, very excited to get going here in Bahrain. Obviously, so much excitement just going into the session. Been a long winter break. Obviously, lots of changes throughout. Red Bull still on top, though, seemingly. But we will have to see what unfolds throughout this race this evening.
Yes, as I said, just 40 minutes until we get going with the Grand Prix in Bahrain. And I mean, we go through. The big talk of the week, of course, has obviously been Aston Martin. Aston Martin being quite pacey, and then unfortunately yesterday Alonso not able to break into that front of the grid row. But he did have a slight little mess up as he started his lap. So do you think that Aston Martin does actually still have the pace to do that? So if Alonso had raced a perfect lap yesterday, do you think he would have competed with Max Verstappen's time?
Well, I think so. Obviously, as you said, he had a few small errors, but I think ultimately as well, that is possibly the maximum pace of that car. To be still a few tenths off, at least they still have a lot of opportunities to develop that car throughout the season, which Red Bull don't have the luxury of doing.
Yes, indeed. And I think, I'm intrigued to see what Aston Martin does in the race scenario now, because, of course, they've had a lot of pace in the practice sessions and in qualifying as well. They were showing up very nicely, especially against the Mercedes and even the Ferrari, just a little bit off the pace from the Red Bull, but also Again, it's yet to see whether or not that Aston Martin is being raced to the absolute full extent yet. But very keen to see what it does in the race scenario, of course, when it's got high fuel loads in and they've got to get all of the different strategies in play. We do see all of the cars now starting to head out onto the track so they can go and get themselves ready for that formation lap. So 40 minutes to go, all the cars lining up to go and get onto the grid. So very exciting, of course.
Yes, just doing some pre-race exploratory laps, just making sure that the cars are still running perfect. They get about 1 or 2 laps normally. They can go around, go back into the pits, possibly make tire pressure changes, and then go back around again to the start-finish line where they will line up for the Grand Prix.
Yes, and of course, I think one team that I think most people have been most disappointed in, including myself, is that of McLaren, as we do see a McLaren here heading out onto track. I believe that is Lando Norris, but surely McLaren is something that's really disappointed most people from the past couple of days.
Yes, for sure. I certainly expected McLaren to be on top of their A game this year. They obviously had such a bad year last year, just losing out on 4th place in the championship on the last race. I mean, certainly not how they would be wanting to start this season. And I'm sure Zach Brown and Lando Norris feel quite embarrassed. Apparently, there was talks of Lando Norris hitting a wall during testing, showing his frustration in the fact that that new car did not have the pace that he was looking for. He's obviously turned down a contract offer from Red Bull. So has he made the right decision to stay with McLaren?
Well, I mean, it's at this point in time, I mean, of course, it's very early on in the season, but for them to be showing such huge frustration, of course, you know, one's going to have to look at the team principal in Zach Brown there and say, you know, well, what are you doing with that team? Because how can McLaren go from where they were a couple of years ago to where they are now, which is like barely challenging, right at the bottom of the grid? It's really a really poor showing. McLaren is supposed to be that best of the rest category. That's supposed to be Red Bull, Ferrari, and Mercedes at the top, and McLaren challenging them. So it's quite sad to see.
McLaren are a legacy team in Formula One. They have been here for one of the longest times, and it's quite sad to see them just not performing. Lewis Hamilton won his first world championship with McLaren, and now they are just not even a performer. It's like Williams.
One of those things is attack.
Yes, I know, and it's just hopefully we'll see them we'll see them improve during the season, of course. But lots of way to go for that McLaren team. And if you guys are joining us live right now, welcome to the channel, and please do give us a like and subscribe and ask us a question in the comments, and also participate in that poll that we've got going. We do see all of the drivers making their way back into the pits. Before they're going to head out one more time to go and put themselves on that grid, as we're watching the Ferrari here of Charles Leclerc get back into the pits. Very, very keen to see what Ferrari can do today, and going straight past the garages right to the end of the pit again, and I'm sure he'll make another move around the track before getting back to those grid placings.
Yes, obviously in the comments, please do let us know who your favorite driver is going into this race today, how you felt in testing, who you thought from testing would be fastest today, and obviously Red Bull currently showing that they are the top of the timing boards. Very exciting day ahead though, for sure.
Yes, and yeah, going to be watching Mercedes as well. Mercedes going to hopefully try and show a little bit more pace today, and maybe let's see how they fare in the racing scenario. Toto Wolff not been particularly proud or happy with his team as of yet, saying, you know, that they might well have got it wrong again this season already. So very intrigued to see whether or not that is the case. But of course, Toto Wolff not always very positive when it comes to chat, and sometimes he just likes to hide things behind that sort of chat. So we'll see Mercedes today, if whether or not that is actually holding true. Of course, very keen to see what happens later on.
Yes, well, it will be certainly very interesting to see how things pan out for Toto and the Mercedes team over there. Of course, they want to be competitive. Well, we've seen how feisty Toto Wolff can get when things are not going his way. I'm sure, as many of you have already, as I have, watched the new season of Drive to Survive and seen just how feisty Christian Horner and Toto Wolff got in that drivers' or in the CEO meeting.
Yes, and as I say, Toto Wolff not been happy last season, and hopefully we won't have the same scenario this season. We want to see a happier Toto Wolff, and of course that would be a good thing for all of Formula One, because if he's happy, it means Mercedes is doing well as well, and that means we've got Mercedes, Ferrari, and Red Bull all challenging right at the top. So I've just got here, that's the F2 live commentary there. I'm just going to go back to that F1, unfortunately.
Yes, for sure. Turn 10 is one of the most tricky corners on the track. It is an off-camber left-hander, which obviously makes it very easy to lock up into that corner, which we've seen so many times throughout this race weekend as well as pre-season testing. Yes, for sure. Obviously, there's been a lot of talks over preseason testing and this race weekend that Ferrari are not showing to be so strong over long run pace. They seem to just eat their tires a little bit faster than all of the other teams, just not going so well on degradation. So that could also definitely come into play today. Yes, for sure. Just watching some replays of Hamilton and Alonso fighting in the past. Will we see any of that yet today? That is yet to be seen. I certainly think that Hamilton and Alonso will certainly be racing with their elbows out today. Hamilton going to want to make up a couple more places. Alonso possibly wanting to hold onto his qualifying position or even make up a few positions today. Well, that's yet to be seen, unfortunately. So it's a bit early to try and make those type of predictions. We haven't seen too many. Okay, well, let's see what happens. Obviously, Max had a bit of a issue with one of his practice race starts, but when Sergio Perez came back around and did his one, it looked a lot smoother and a lot faster than Max's one. Yes, very close to the beginning of the Bahrain Grand Prix. So exciting now. Just so ready to get racing under the lights here. Yes, so much obviously going on. A lot that can change the outcome of this race here today. Definitely, tire degradation is going to play in a lot. There's been a lot of talk of people not necessarily using the medium compound today, but using purely the softs and the hards. We saw yesterday in free practice 3 just how fast that Red Bull was on that hard set of tires. So maybe we will be seeing some very fast strategies happening here today. Obviously, this track has high degradation, so we could be seeing a 2-stop race today. Yes, for sure. It will be interesting to see who chooses what tire. What Ferrari do today with their strategy as well. Also, will be very interesting to watch the not McLaren, sorry, the Aston Martin, to see if they are on par with the likes of Mercedes, Red Bull, and Ferrari. Albon. Where did Albon finish? I thought he had quite a good qualifying. Did he? Oh, I thought he got out of Q1. No, yeah, then certainly not having the qualifying session or pace at all that they wanted. Obviously, that team putting so much money into development, they've got a lot more wind tunnel testing time, which could allow them to leapfrog throughout the season. Possibly, that will certainly be have to be watched. Well, that all depends on Mercedes. If they can get to the issue of, to the bottom of their issue with their car, that is certainly to be seen. Obviously, this year, Mercedes also in pit box number 8, which could be a good omen for them. Well, this is such a long season. You never know what can happen. They may be able to get to the bottom of the issues quite quickly and absolutely dominate. It's not easy to predict Formula One at all, but we shall have to see what happens throughout the season. Yes, for sure. Very close to lights out here in Bahrain. All the cars now making their way to the grid. Very close now to the national anthem, and we will get underway here in Bahrain. Yes, it was the bottom of his wheel the fairing that goes by the brakes, that had a bit of an issue, that it broke, actually the bottom element of it. Yes, for sure. Definitely very nice to see that we've got at least another team up there near the top of the timesheets with Aston Martin. Let's see how Lance Stroll, though, can handle today. Obviously, having had that issue right before testing, hopefully he is able to manage the race well enough, because obviously we saw how in the first practice he had issues with that hand. He wasn't strong enough to be able to hold the steering wheel the whole time through those tighter corners. Yes, so just looking up and down the grid at the moment, it looks like we have all of the cars in their relative qualifying positions. So hopefully that will be, well, we will be having proceedings getting underway very soon here. Just watching, obviously, Will Buxton going up and down the grid, interviewing people, just listening to what he is saying at the moment about Aston Martin. Interesting to see that Toto Wolff is having a chat with Lawrence Stroll, the owner of that Aston Martin team. Obviously, they provide Aston Martin with those Mercedes engines. Very interesting to see those two having a chat before the race getting underway.
Yes, indeed. And my microphone is back on this screen, so I just need to go and quickly have a fix at the other one, just so that you can also hear me in the other screen there as well. So, very intrigued for this, for the Grand Prix that is about to get underway. And Reese, do let me know of your thoughts. I mean, if you're going to do a couple of predictions, why don't you predict? Yeah, I know you don't like doing predictions much, but yeah, go and tell me, what are your predictions in terms of your top 5 for today?
Well, looking at qualifying, I think we have a bit more of a fair judgment of speed out here today. So I think we will keep that number 1 position with Max Verstappen, possibly Charles Leclerc then finishing in second. Just think Sergio Perez is not going to be able to hold off Charles Leclerc for too long. Then I'm going to say Fernando Alonso for third.
Fernando Alonso third. That's a huge, huge call. And what are your reasonings behind that?
Well, they've just looked so fast throughout testing and this weekend. I think they've got good long run pace. So we shall see whether they are able to fight that Ferrari of Carlos Sainz, as we now see the national anthem getting underway here in Bahrain.
Yeah, national anthem, of course, being 15 minutes before the start of the race. And straight after that national anthem, all the drivers will make their ways to the cars and will begin to get ready for that race. Oh, Sergio Perez, they're sneezing in the middle, and there's a huge plane flying overhead in Bahrain. It's Gulf Air, it says, on the bottom of it. So, yeah, making lots of notes about and making a very big statement in terms of this Bahrain Grand Prix. The flypast is performed by Gulf Air using sustainable aviation fuel. So very interesting that, of course, as well.
Just having a listen here now to these commentators talking right on the grid. We will see the drivers all getting ready to go back in their cars, possibly some last minute interviews. But I think we are right about to get underway here in Bahrain. 13 minutes left until lights go out.
Yes, and one of those racing drivers getting interviewed last minute is that of Lando Norris in the McLaren. Just having a couple of thoughts there, sharing his thoughts, basically saying, well, we'll have to see how the race goes, and hopefully the strategy works and we can push themselves further up the field.
Yes, certainly a weekend to forget for McLaren, really not showing great pace at the start of the season. Hopefully they will be able to turn that around before Saudi Arabia.
And of course, we'll see whether or not they can turn this weekend around and not make it such a bad weekend if they can just do something decently in the race itself. It's up to Lando Norris to really try and move his way up the grid. Same as Oscar Piastri, who's of course debuting in his first Formula One race today.
I'm just listening to an interview now with Christian Horner. Let's see what he has to say.
And whilst Reese is listening in there, let's just remind you one more time that, be sure to comment and like the video, as well as go and subscribe to the channel. If you guys are looking for a way to watch the Formula 1, we've got 10 minutes to go until Formula 1 gets going again. And the way you can watch it is if you go to the chat, just scroll up a little bit, you can see one of our chats from Forever Sports itself. It's got a video link there. You can follow and understand how to watch this for free, as well as in the description of the video. There's an instructions manual on exactly how to do all of that.
Interesting to hear there from Christian Horner that, he was asked, do you still have some more pace that is going to be shown throughout this race today? And he says, well, that is yet to be seen. Obviously, we will get the first data point of the season at the end of this race. So possibly still a bit more on the cards for Red Bull today.
So very interesting to hear that, the fact that Red Bull reckon they can do even better. So, very scary for the other teams. And, we are so close to this Bahrain Grand Prix. Every single stand is packed full of people. Ferrari's doing their final modifications on that, Ferrari mechanics, that is, doing their final looks and checks at the car. This of Charles Leclerc. And no tyres are on yet, but it's looking like possibly the medium tyre is going to be used on the Ferrari. So very intrigued to see if that is indeed the case. So hopefully we can get a good understanding of teams' tactics as we go in. What would be very good to see is those big teams hopefully having different sets of tyres each. Maybe the Red Bull starting with softs and the Ferrari starting with mediums, because it just means there's two different strategies. So we'll have to determine who's got the better strategy. Of course, Red Bull doing exceptionally well last year with their strategist and making the right decisions the entire time, whereas Ferrari were hopeless, if we're honest, with strategy. So could this be the turnaround for Ferrari this season?
Yes, I certainly think they will be hoping to have a standout season. They have it all to lose now. Obviously, with Red Bull being handicapped with their cost cap penalty. So they certainly need to develop that car as much as possible over the season and really take the fight to Red Bull.
And of course, this Grand Prix is being managed in terms of race safety cars and medical cars by Aston Martin. Those green Aston Martins going to go around. And of course, they share these duties with Mercedes AMG throughout the season. So this week is Aston Martin, and they will obviously take them around on a formation lap in just a little bit. The drivers putting their helmets on. A little performance of drummers here at the front of Bahrain. They've just finished their performance. Now they'll get off. Most of these drivers are going to get ready to get in. Max Verstappen here taking his cap off, putting on his head sleeve, and going to get his helmet on soon. And these drivers will get into their cars, and all the people will exit the grid ASAP so that we can have the formation lap before, of course, starting the Grand Prix season.
Yes, I'm currently watching Lewis Hamilton busy getting strapped into his machine here, all ready to get underway here in Bahrain. Let's see who else is getting ready. Just doing some radio checks at the moment with his engineer, just making sure everything is working correctly, trying to move across now to Lando Norris. Doesn't look like he is in the car just yet, but will be getting in the car very soon, I am sure.
And looking at all the engineers, they've got tires onto these cars now. Red Bull taking these tires off and seemingly making a couple of small changes. I see all these there's tiny mind games that are always played that people don't ever see, is these like putting blankets around and taking the tire blankets and putting them in different places and having different tires on. We saw Red Bull, they've got 2 different compounds in the front of the tire that they've taken off, and they put this one on, and they put this on. And it's all these tiny little mind games, just trying to play with people's heads in terms of what strategy they might well use going into the Grand Prix. The lights are really now starting to shine as it is in the evening in Bahrain. The sun has now dipped below the horizon, so a beautiful race set for us. Just 8 minutes to go.
Yes, we should see them all going out on their formation lap very soon. Just a few more minutes until we get racing here in Bahrain. Just been such a long off season. Just so glad to have these cars all ready to go racing again.
And of course, just watching back the race start in 2021, which is of course 2 years ago. And of course, the one notable thing that started happening in Formula One for the last last half decade is the fact that they've got that safety car now at the back, not the safety car, sorry, the medical car, which follows all of the cars. As soon as it was quite funny just watching that replay there. As soon as the lights go out, the medical car, just like the Formula One cars, takes off and races alongside them just to follow them in case any emergency should happen. Of course, the start of the race always one of the most dangerous points in Formula One. So the medical car there just following on so that any incident should happen, they should be there within literally seconds. So something, of course, very, very nice to watch. Is just the other things and all these tiny things that you don't think about when it comes to Formula One. That, of course. And you see Toto Wolff here just having a final interview before we start the Formula One race, and we do see that the streams have started, and very keen to see what happens next.
Just saying at the moment, right now, there is no upturn in mood. Not feeling very confident about his race car today. Just focusing on getting a decent race result at least, and then moving on till the next race.
And we are building slowly with our viewers, so please do, guys, let's try and get 100 viewers on stream. Do be sure to stay here. And the biggest thing is ask questions if you guys want to ask, and let us know where you're watching from. Very keen to know where you're watching from. Me and Reese, we are streaming from for you all the way from sunny South Africa. So wherever you are in the world, let us know. And yeah, we are very keen to see who is watching along with us. Of course, had many different nationalities and very keen to have even more. But this Formula One is a worldwide phenomenon. So, of course, very, very excited to see the season begin in the Middle East, Bahrain.
Interesting. Just hearing some more words there from Toto Wolff, really downplaying how they are going to perform today. When asked where he thinks or who he thinks he is going to be fighting with today, they say possibly the Aston Martin or those those Ferraris. Not very confident that they can take the fight onto those Red Bulls.
But I suppose not all doom and gloom then for Mercedes if they reckon they can match the Ferrari's pace, who were right behind Red Bull as well yesterday. So, times can change, and I think that is just Toto Wolff playing it down so that there's not too many expectations. But hopefully inside his head he's thinking, oh, come on, we can try and have a pip at these Red Bulls. Maybe something doesn't go right for them. Maybe reliability issues will start for that Red Bull car in this race. There's so many variety of factors that can happen, of course. And I'm sure Mercedes will be ready to pounce upon any given opportunity should it arise for them as well. We're up to 70 viewers. Let's keep this going. Let's keep this climbing, guys. Do like the video and comment.
Yes, we now have 5 minutes left to go until lights go out here for the first formation lap of this season. Very excited to get going here in Bahrain as we're currently watching that Gulf Air aeroplane once again flying over the circuit.
Yes, and we should hopefully have the introduction and those intro videos for the Formula One race. Of course, the whole procedure will be taken with regards to streaming it all to us. And if you guys are wanting to watch this race live as well, be sure to check the description in the video. And you can see exactly how you can watch this race live for free as well. So yeah, be sure to go and have a look at that. And do participate in the poll. We're going to close the poll soon. And then keep some questions going as we go through the race and ask questions. And be sure to tell us what is happening and what you think is going to happen as the race carries on.
Yes, 4 minutes now to go till the start of this Bahrain Grand Prix. Who is your prediction for today, Mark?
Well, I think we're going to have to back Max. He's starting on pole. These Red Bulls look properly quick. and Max Verstappen, a seasoned racing driver, now 2 drivers' championships in the bag. He's not going to feel too nervous about this race right now. So long as his car holds up reliably, he should probably take the victory today. But of course, that is hoping no issues occur with that Red Bull, or / there are no racing incidents. Racing restarts under the safety car might also be a big thing. I reckon those Ferraris are quicker this year, hopefully. And under a restart, if they're right on Max Verstappen's tail, might well get ahead of him in those DRS zones, of which there are 3 on the circuit, of course. Lots of overtaking opportunity in this track. So, yeah, I'm still backing Max Verstappen at first, but I think a Ferrari will probably finish in second. And I'm also going to back your bet. Alonso is a seasoned racer. I think he's got a very quick car. I think I'm going to back 3 different teams on the podium, that of Red Bull, Ferrari, and Aston Martin.
Yes, for sure. As you say that, those opening titles finishing here with 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. We are currently looking at some great shots of the circuit. Looking great under the lights here. Always such a great circuit to watch. Great overtaking opportunities with those 3 long DRS zones. 4 long straights here at this track. 3 DRS zones. Do you think they should change that to a 4th DRS zone?
I think it would be very fun, But the problem is, I think the reason why they don't is because then you would have 3 DRS zones almost all in a row, which would make it impossible for the driver at the front to stay ahead of those drivers, because you're going to get close in that first DRS zone, get even closer in that second, and then the third one is the easiest overtake known to man. So I think that's the possible reason why they don't have a 4th DRS zone at the back there. And if they did have 4 DRS zones, that would make this track ridiculous, because no other track would has 4 DRS zones in the calendar. And I think this is the only track with 3, isn't it?
Well, you say that, but I think that Australia currently has 3.
Well, as I said, would make it 4, which would be the most out of any track in the calendar. So let's just run you through the names. The starting grid for today: at the back, Pierre Gasly and Nick de Vries. In front of them, Oscar Piastri of the McLaren and Kevin Magnussen in the Haas, hoping for a better race than most of last year. Logan Sargent in 16th and Alex Albon in 15th. Albon will be disappointed to have finished in 15th. Yuki Tsunoda in 14th and Zhou Guanyu in 13th. The 2 Asian representatives of Far East. Valtteri Bottas in 12th. Lando Norris in 11th. Lando really hoping he can make it further up the grid as the race goes on. Nico Hulkenberg in 10th. Esteban Ocon in 9th in that Alpine car, of course. Lance Stroll of the Aston Martin in 8th. Lewis Hamilton in the Mercedes in 7th. And we move further up the grid. 6th, George Russell, the other Merc, and Fernando Alonso in that Aston Martin, who everybody's tipping to do well today. Hopefully we do see that. Carlos Sainz and Charles Leclerc in 4th and 3rd in those Ferrari cars, hoping to hunt down the Red Bulls in front of them. Those being Sergio Perez in 2nd and Max Verstappen on pole for this Grand Prix.
Yes, very good performance yesterday by those 2 Red Bulls, as well as those Ferraris just taking the fight to them. Hopefully they will be able to have the pace to keep up with the Red Bulls today.
And as I say to everyone, you can watch along with us quickly. The race is about to get going, so quickly go and look at the description and you can see exactly how you can watch along with us, looking at these cars and these visuals. All the races inside the cars ready to go. Most of the people have vacated the grid. Everything is looking good for racing. We are so close to the beginning of this Grand Prix. Just 15 seconds to go. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10 seconds until we will have our first formation lap and the 2023 season of racing will begin.
Yes, let's see how they get going under the formation lap.
And tyre blankets are taken off now as the lights are showing. Teams removing all their blankets. We get to see which tyres are being used by all the teams now and all the strategies. A couple of teams taking a little bit longer than others, but no penalties seemingly there. And now they will be taken out on a formation lap. Max Verstappen leading that pack out. And so very, very intrigued to see what happens in this Bahrain Grand Prix. Max Verstappen waiting for that time to change and he will get going with the car. And noticing that he's not starting on a fresh pair of softs, whereas Charles Leclerc is. So Charles Leclerc on a brand new set of softs, whereas Max Verstappen not. Very interesting that, of course, to note. So we'll be watching Charles Leclerc with great interest at the beginning of this race.
Lights go green now and they get underway for the formation lap of this Bahrain Grand Prix. Just a few more minutes till that race starts. And please do hit the like button if you are enjoying our stream, and if you want to see more F1 content from us, please do subscribe.
Yes, and Connor, they're saying exactly what we've been saying as well. This should be a good race, and we are so excited to see it. I'm very much sure it will be a great race to watch. Join Connor in commenting as well, people. And Connor, do let us know where you're watching from. Very intrigued to have to know where you are joining us from in the world. We are going around the track right now, going through those windy S-bends before coming up to that turn 10 now. So close to the beginning of this race. So keen to see what happens.
Yes, please do let us know in the comments as well who you are supporting in this race today, as we see the entire grid starting on soft tyres with one exception. Mr. Kevin Magnussen starting on a set of hard tyres down there in, I think, 16th place.
So Kevin Magnussen hoping to go for a one-stop race. I'm sure that's the strategy there, to start on those hards. So I'm sure the Haas team are hopefully backing that strategy. So yeah, we'll have a couple of strategies. Most people are reckoning two-stop strategies. This should be a two-stop race, but you might well see a couple of teams attempt that one-stop strategy. I think that will be the Haas. You'll probably see them start with a hard tire and then move on to a set of mediums. And what might also happen is if you do have a safety car right near the end, they might be able to come for a second and go into softs and maybe work their way up. So that's the sort of strategy you'd have if you start with that hard tire. Otherwise, you'd like most teams starting with a soft tire to try and make your way up the grid as quickly as possible, then move on to a set of mediums and then back onto softs or slash mediums again as you go through the race. So we are really coming to the end of this formation lap. Lewis Hamilton here on board with him in 7th. Let's see what he can do today. We are so close to racing and very keen to see what happens now. We're seeing a replay here of an Aston Martin just going a little bit wide into turn 10. Just a slight lock-up here. I think that's from Lance Stroll. Lance Stroll indeed going off the track there. So really poor formation lap from him going deep into turn 10. So already damaging his tyres ever so slightly for the start of this race.
Certainly not what you'd expect to see during a formation lap where you're supposed to be going very slowly just to warm your tyres up. We have had another comment from Connor Crowley just saying, I'm watching from Ireland. Is that a Manchester United top you have on, Mark?
It is indeed a Manchester United top I have on. You know, there's a huge game today. I have to show support for all the various sports I watch. Of course, this is Forever Sports you're watching on. We do all sports. Of course, today I'm covering the Formula One with Reese. So, but I will, of course, keep a keen eye on the on what happens in the race, of course, alongside you now. In the match, of course, it's Liverpool versus Man United today. But we have the grid setting up. Everyone is lined up. We are so close to racing.
Yes, getting very close as we see Carlos Sainz pulling into his grid box right now, getting ready for this race to start. The last of the cars are making their way now to the grid. Medical car following them closely behind. 142 people currently watching. Please do leave us a like. We only have 35 likes at the moment, and subscribe to us if you are enjoying all of our content. Last two cars are making their way to the grid boxes now, very close to getting underway here in Bahrain. Green flag now being waved, waiting for the lights to get out. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Lights out, and away we go here in Bahrain. Good start from Max Verstappen. Brilliant start from Charles Leclerc, getting very close to Sergio Perez, getting pushed wide. Very Laney making contact from Sergio Perez. Now very squished a bit by Carlos Sainz. Will he be able to hold on to that third position? No more jostling happening too far down the grid, as we see in Alfa Romeo making its way up a little bit. That top four getting so close now. Sergio Perez having a little look at Charles Leclerc. Anything you saw there, Mark, on the start?
Yeah, just watching here, was just backed off their sides. Unfortunately, had to back off into almost the pit lane as a result of Sergio Perez trying to fend off from Charles Leclerc. Unable to do so, though, Sergio Perez, and did manage to stay ahead of Carlos Sainz, though. But nonetheless, these Ferraris are hunting Verstappen down now.
Lewis Hamilton making a move on Fernando Alonso, getting past him at the moment.
Yeah, Fernando Alonso not having the greatest of starts, but he will be hunting down these cars in that Aston Martin. They did come close with his teammate earlier, but we do see that Lewis Hamilton has moved further up the field. And right at the back of the field, Oscar Piastri now sitting in 16th. So we're going to see how he fares in that McLaren today. Of course, as we still go around currently.
Bit of bodywork flying off of the car for the turn 9. Don't know who that is coming from. Our timing board not working at the moment. Hopefully we will get that back up and running for you. Very exciting start, though, from that race start. Yellow flag right now in Sector 2, possibly to get rid of that piece of debris. Still, Max Verstappen leading the pack, closely followed by Charles Leclerc, Sergio Perez, and Carlos Sainz. Those two Mercedes getting past Fernando Alonso, who is down now in 7th place, George Russell in 6th, and Lewis Hamilton up in 5th. Still that yellow flag to get rid of the debris. Down in 8th position is Valtteri Bottas, followed by Lance Stroll, Lando Norris, Esteban Ocon in 11th, and then Alexander Albon in 12th. Just watching a replay of Lance Stroll, he did hit Fernando Alonso going into turn 4. That could be why he fell back quite a bit, Mark.
Yes, indeed. As I said, so teammates not helping out. The Lance Stroll not having a good start to this race, already going wide in that turn 10 in the formation lap, and then hitting his teammate as they go around. So really not a good start for Lance Stroll in that Aston Martin, but we're still going up. Just looking at the places gained, Hamilton has gained 2 places up into 5th. Alonso dropped 2 places as a result of that. Lance Stroll has also dropped a place. Those 2 Aston Martins struggling so far a little bit. Hamilton up 2 places into 5th. Perez has dropped his place to Charles Leclerc, who's now chasing down Verstappen at the top of the grid, but Verstappen already gaining an advantage.
Yes, Max Verstappen just pulling out ahead from Charles Leclerc. Sergio Perez still within touching distance of him, so we will have to see what he is able to pull out through the remainder of this race. So far, though, those Red Bulls looking very strong. We obviously know that Sergio Perez is very good at keeping those tires for a long time, so hopefully he will be just looking after those set of soft tires to be able to take them as far into the race as possible. Max Verstappen currently with a 1.9 second lead over Charles Leclerc. Sergio Perez just 2.8 seconds off of his teammate. George Russell, though, currently with the fastest lap of this race. Just watching a restart of the start of the race here now. Carlos Sainz getting a brilliant start there, just gaining so much on Sergio Perez, almost getting around him on the inside, but then having to make the switch to the outside there, then just having to back off for Charles Leclerc, and obviously just losing him out on 3rd position.
And we do have our timing board up. So you can see exactly what's happening right now as all these teams going. Just watching a replay here of Sergio Perez as he goes a little slow and tries to cut off Charles Leclerc, but unable to do so. Charles Leclerc comes ahead of him and almost pushes him up into that runoff section. As you see Carlos Sainz come up right on the outside of Sergio Perez, but Sergio Perez doing very well to fend it off and managed to get back in between Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz. As we see a replay here also of Lance Stroll coming into it, he dives very deep and does hit Fernando Alonso quite badly, and really, really poor driving from Lance Stroll. I don't know why he rushed into that corner so quickly. He braked so late, and as a result, he has
yes, and then just listening to the radio of Fernando Alonso saying he has been hit in turn 7. Just terrible from that Aston Martin, because you definitely don't want to be hitting your own teammate.
Not at all. And just going back to our stream here, are the cameras, cameras for what? There was a yellow flag in the race, but yes, there are cameras. I'm not quite sure what you're talking about with regards to that. Unless you're trying to watch live. If you're trying to watch live, go look at the description of the channel. But of course, we're still here at lap 4 of the Bahrain Grand Prix. Leclerc is seemingly gaining on Verstappen, seemingly getting to 200 kilometers quicker than him, so might be able to try and make up a bit of time in those straights, but in the corners, that Red Bull seemingly pulling away. Verstappen right now got a 3.2 second gap to Leclerc.
Yes, just increasing that lead. Sergio Perez, though, still within touching distance of Charles Leclerc, just 1.1 seconds behind him. Still very close to being able to get DRS off of the back of him. So he will be wanting to slowly eke away at Charles Leclerc. Obviously, Charles Leclerc having a brand new set of soft tires. I think that Sergio Perez also is still using a scrubbed set.
So Ferrari's got a better start than they might have hoped for. Well, did have a good start. The Mercedes also having a very good start. They're getting ahead of Fernando Alonso, but Alonso dropping down as a result of his teammate hitting him. So, let's see how the Aston Martins can respond to that.
Yes, those Aston Martins certainly need to pick up the pace a little bit, but now Fernando Alonso may just have some damage.
As we see here, Bottas and Stroll just having a little bit of a battle there. And Stroll does get past him. Stroll has got ahead of Bottas going into that second DRS zone. So Stroll doing very well at Aston Martin to go. And he's still got DRS, but now Bottas is coming back at him, not able to do so. And we follow Stroll now chasing down his teammate of Alonso. So can Aston Martin now mount a fight back?
Valtteri Bottas just getting so close to the back of Lance Stroll now, just not looking like he has enough pace to stay ahead of that Alfa Romeo.
So Valtteri Bottas now sitting in 9th, Ocon in 10th, chasing him down. Albon's quite close to Ocon, and Albon's had a great start. He's up into 11th. Sargent also up into 13th. Kevin Magnussen's dropped all the way down to 20th, but of course he is the only one on hard, so that is to be understandable. Of course, so let's see how he can fare in his race as well.
Sergio Perez now within DRS range of Charles Leclerc. We're seeing there down the straight how Charles Leclerc is slightly porpoising a bit. Also having that big lockup, certainly feeling under pressure right now. Possibly because Charles Leclerc is lifting and coasting right now. That may be why he had that big lockup. Just not used to having to brake so late.
DRS now for Sergio Perez. This is chasing down Leclerc. Let's see if you can get him into the second DRS zone. You can literally see air coming off of the Red Bull's front wing there.
That looks
Sergio
like
Perez.
maybe a tear-off cut.
Slight problem there. Looks almost like a bit of tape as well. Nonetheless, he's coming into that second DRS zone, and he's now chasing down Leclerc. Let's see how close he can get to him. Leclerc still managing to get ahead of Sergio Perez, but Sergio Perez certainly gaining on Charles Leclerc there in that Ferrari.
Luckily, that tape is stuck on his aerial and not in any air intakes, as that could, of course, cause some issues to his car. Still, no one retired so far from this race. Kevin Magnussen falling all the way down to the bottom of the grid on those hard tires.
And a very interesting thing to note is Russell's currently got the fastest time around the track at the moment, and he's hunting down his teammate Lewis Hamilton. He's within a second, so obviously within DRS zone range. So this Mercedes clearly having a little bit of pace there, but still a long way to go to get to the front of the grid where Verstappen is currently racing in clean air.
Yes, Verstappen still showing quite a lot of pace up front, obviously in clean air, but with those old soft tires. Obviously, we don't know what their strategy is here for today. I think that they will certainly be taking that two-stop strategy that we were talking about before the race got on.
Just following here, Lando Norris dropping down to 12th, and Alex Albon taking him, of course. So those McLarens not starting particularly well. Oscar Piastri is in 16th right now. Norris in 12th, so not too much movement for that McLaren team, but lots of movement right near the top. Of course, Leclerc taking Perez for that second position. Carlos Sainz also hunting down Perez, but it's a little bit far behind, and Perez right on the back of Leclerc. Russell and Hamilton in 5th and 6th, Alonso and Stroll in 7th and 8th in those Aston Martins. So can those Aston Martins pick up a little bit of pace as we go through this race? We'll have to see, but Max
Verstappen following Lando Norris. Just following Lando Norris right now, Logan Sargent just getting so close to the back of him, he may have an opportunity now going down this second straight. But still seeming a little bit far off, not being able to make a move just yet.
Following here, Logan Sargent, as I said, chasing down Norris in the midfield there, and quite a big train forming at the back behind Lando Norris. So very interesting that Lando Norris not being particularly quick. Albon getting away from him, almost a 2-second gap to him. But Lando Norris starting that DRS train. It goes Norris, Sargent, Tsunoda, Hülkenberg, Piastri, all pretty much in that DRS train. And actually not even Piastri dropping behind Hülkenberg by a minute, and a DRS train then forming behind Piastri, Zhou, Gasly, and De Vries following closely to Piastri as well. So very interesting to note the two DRS trains are basically being led by the two McLarens, showing the fact that they're a little bit slower possibly.
Sergio Perez now getting close again to Charles Leclerc, approaching that DRS zone in that start-finish straight. Let's see if he can reel in Charles Leclerc just a little bit more to make a move on him. Just being told some splits about Max's and Charles Leclerc's lap times and sector times, just telling him how he must perform. Looking so neat and tidy through turns 1, 2, and 3 now. DRS wide open yet again, but still not able to close that gap too much to Charles Leclerc.
And Sargent here making a move on Norris. He's not going to make it stick, unfortunately, but the DRS is open. He gets very close to Norris. So Sargent hunting down Lando Norris. And that is probably the big talking point right now. Russell's also within reach of Hamilton, but will be following Sargent against Norris and that 12th position battle. Very interesting to see the fact that Sargent, new boy to the block, in that Williams, is trying to challenge the McLaren of Norris. And I'm sure within a couple of laps, we might see it as we see somebody goes wide. I think it's Russell goes very wide after turn 10 and has lost that pace.
Yes, it is George Russell.
George Russell going wide into turn 10 and now losing a bit of time onto Hamilton, but trying to now make it up again.
Yes, he will just have to push quite hard now. Commentators getting confused between George Russell's new bright green helmet and Lewis Hamilton's yellow helmet. Just saying on the radio that he feels he has more pace than Lewis Hamilton right now. Obviously just hinting maybe that he would want to be let through.
Well, I'm always a firm believer in that there's no such thing as being let through. If you're going to be quicker, catch up and overtake. It's very simple, and I don't ever much believe in this concept of being let through. You should just race against your teammate, and if you are quicker, damn well get past him. So Russell there making a mess up, and as a result, can't get past Hamilton. So Russell just needing to actually be a better racer there to go and chase down his teammates. So stop complaining and keep racing. That's my opinion.
Just watching him come closer again now to Lewis Hamilton, back within touching distance. Just wanting to know as well that gap between Sergio Perez and Charles Leclerc. Can you see it there, Mark?
Gap between Sergio Perez and Charles Leclerc. I do not see the gap right now. I don't have it available to me, but nonetheless, I think it's still there and thereabouts. But interesting thing to note is that Leclerc has been told by Ferrari. So Ferrari's still following that same thing they did last year, where they had so many plans and they had to keep secret on the radio and saying they're still going with plan A. So whatever plan A is, that's what they're going with. Sergio Perez has dropped off of Charles Leclerc. It's 1.6 now to Charles Leclerc. Charles Leclerc is already 6.2 seconds behind Verstappen. So Verstappen really getting a big interval already. So we'll see whether or not they can gain that interval back up. And what I'm very interested in the fact is that no safety car has been brought out. As we saw in the previous two races, there were safety cars very early on, and not in this one, however.
Yes, everyone driving nice and cleanly so far. Let's try and keep it that way and have a 20-car finishing race. That would be great, of course, for the first race of the season.
And everybody on the stream right now, be sure to go and vote in the poll on the right-hand side. And also go and comment, tell us where you are watching from. We've got a lot of people joining us on stream right now, and it's great to have you all here. And if you guys are looking for how to watch this race live alongside us, be sure to look in the description. As we see, Verstappen's got a radio saying, downshifts are giving me a bit of rear locking. Understood, stand by. However, this is Verstappen, of course, who on radio calls often does go and say things that tend not to really affect his racing. But Verstappen there on the radio just saying that he's got a little bit of an issue. As we do see the first person into the pit is Pierre Gasly in that Alpine. He's gone into the pits and I think he's going to change onto a new set of tires. Let's see, it looks like hards. It is indeed hards. So this could be a big change. They might try and go for the one-stop race here. Gasly onto this hards. It's a slow pit stop. First pit stop of 2023 is very slow. 3.7. Gasly now off and running again. So he'll be at the back of the grid now chasing down Kevin Magnussen.
Yes, certainly not ideal for Pierre Gasly in his first pit stop of the season. He would have wanted it to be a little bit cleaner. Obviously out on hards, as you say. But let's see if he is able to make his way up the grid when people start going through their pits.
Verstappen on the radio again. Let's hear what he can say. I don't hear it, unfortunately. But nonetheless, Dean Gaggs is joining us from Australia. Nice to have you here, Dean. Stevie P saying, come on, Ferrari. Indeed, let's see if Ferrari can catch those Red Bulls. Sainz 5.4 seconds behind Perez. And Leclerc 7 seconds behind Verstappen. But current soft tyre pit window is between the 12th lap and the 20th lap. So we'll start to see people pit soon. And that's when we're going to see some very interesting things happen. Of course, a slightly mishapped pit stop for Red Bull might lead to an opportunity for Ferrari to take them as a result of the pit window. So It's going to become a little bit interesting now as we head into that 12th lap, or an 11th lap at least now. Verstappen still leading this race. Gasly bringing it up from the rear. He's the only one to have pit stopped so far.
Yes, and that radio message for Max Verstappen was just his engineer saying to him, change the car back to Strat 8, and let us know if that fixes the issue for you. Max Verstappen now increasing his interval to Charles Leclerc by 7.2 seconds.
We see here an Aston Martin chasing down, and I believe it's an Aston Martin nonetheless. Yeah, this Alonso chasing down Russell. He's really getting close to Russell. Alonso doing very well now to try and show that pace of that Aston Martin, getting very close to Russell, and Stroll leading from behind as well. So will Russell be able to hold on to that 6th position? He was complaining about being let through to from Hamilton, but now Alonso is right on his tail and putting him under huge pressure. It really is very close, and those two cars, the Aston Martin and the Merc, actually looking very similar on track, but Alonso just hitting much better lines than here's after turn 10. Here comes Alonso. His DRS should open up. His DRS does open up. Can he take him now? He's going down that main straight. Oh, that not main straight, but the straight down there. Can he take him into the thing? He breaks late. He goes in around the outside. Not able to yet, but it will be very close as he comes to the start-finish line straight. So Alonso right on Russell's tail. My word, it's so close to see these two racing. Come on, Alonso. Let's see if you can go and roll back the years and put yourself back into that 6th position, then chase down Hamilton. Great racing so far.
Going now into turn 13 between the two of them, approaching turn 14, the penultimate corner of this racetrack. As Fernando Alonso being so close to the back of that Mercedes, hopefully he will benefit now from that DRS, making his way down the main straight. Let's see if he is able to get any closer. Having a little bit of wheel spin coming through turn 14. DRS now wide open. Let's see how he can gain on George Russell. Still not close enough into turn 1, but it is where it is in turn 2 and 3 where he can make up some more time to get close to him down this next straight. Much closer in the DRS zone now. Let's see what he can do before turn 4.
He's diving down the inside. He's not going to be able to get there, but we do see the fact that Mercedes are responding to this battle right now, and they're going to seemingly bring one of their drivers in to put them onto hard tires, it seems. It looks like the hard tires have been brought out. We'll see whether or not it's for Russell or Hamilton, but we do see Mercedes doing a couple of tactical changes here as a result of the pressure that Alonso's putting onto Russell. Alonso getting very close to him, so let's see if Alonso can do it. Of course, the veteran racer, 22 years he has been in Formula 1. He's right on Russell's tail as he comes around turn 10 very well, and now the DRS shall open for him. Let's see how quickly he can chase him down. He's trying to go on that 3rd DRS zone. He's trying to get as close as possible. DRS wide open, but not going to be able to get close enough. Race Control has also noted an incident involving cars 31 Ocon for an inaccurate grid position. So they're going to have to go back to that and see whether or not Ocon will receive a slight penalty. So very interested to see there, as we do see Stevie P there supporting Ferrari, and also Vishant saying, hey, I think that's also for Ferrari. I've asked where are all the Ferrari fans. Let us know in the comments if you are a Ferrari fan. Go and shout out now.
Yes, Jelly saying, hello, Lewis. I mean, Andrew. No clue who she's talking to, but all right.
We have a box for Hamilton.
Yes, following now, Fernando Alonso yet again down the main straight. Let's see how this goes now for him.
Fernando Alonso chooses to go on the outside.
Going on the outside.
Oh, my word. It's such good racing.
So close. Now he gets a second opportunity. Down turn 3 and down this next long straight.
Alonso's gone down the inside. He's opened his DRS up. He's going to go alongside. He has gone alongside. He has taken him. Indeed, great racing from Alonso. And Alonso has taken him into, it has taken back 5th place. So Alonso finds himself back there. But now Russell's fighting back on the outside. Russell might well have got ahead of him, but Alonso just makes a stick. My word, great racing from the two. But yes, Alonso in that Aston Martin gets ahead of the Mercedes. Great racing to see.
Yes, brilliant racing between those two. Obviously, the first time George Russell has had to fight with Fernando Alonso, and Fernando Alonso coming out on top this time. Vishant saying in the comments, Ferrari, let's go. Yes, Ferrari having quite a good race so far. Let's see if Charles Leclerc can catch up to Max Verstappen anytime soon.
And now we're going to see the fact that Russell is under pressure from Lance Stroll. Lance Stroll also seemingly catching him now. As we see a replay of Fernando Alonso with that visor cam, it's unbelievable racing, just taking slightly different lines. He comes out in that second DRS zone and makes such a good decision. Sees Russell's move early on and goes up the inside. Fantastic racing there from Alonso. And people here just asking, Jelly here saying, hello, And my word, want to go out with me? Andrew asks, I think it's quite funny. There's a whole lot of people just having whole conversations. Love to see it. No TV broadcast in India. Shame. Well, you know what? Go and look at the description of the video. You will be able to find out how you can. As we see, Charles Leclerc comes into the pits, and so does Sainz. They're both going to pit. So it's going to be a double stop. It's going to be can they make it work, though?
So many people currently in our stream. Please do drop a like if you are enjoying our content, and do subscribe to our channel if you want to get more of our, well, get notifications whenever we upload. Obviously trying to bring you as much Formula One content as we can. We film a news video about everything Formula One on a Monday. So please do look out for that as well.
And we do see here the Alfa Romeo there just taking, which Alfa Romeo is it? I can't quite see, but an Alfa Romeo, they're making an overtake on that main straight. A very slow pit stop there for Russell. 5 seconds it took to get through that. And we do see Alpine with a little bit of damage on that front wing. I'm just trying to see if it is indeed a bit of a damage. We see the outside of it is just, yeah, definitely out there. I think they might have to pit for that. I'm not quite sure which Alpine it is. I do believe it's actually Ocon's Alpine. Piastri is into the pits, and they're changing him here. And they're having to change steering wheel as well, so it's going to be a longer pit stop there. Steering wheel causing problems. He's onto the hard tire. It's a long way.
Piastri.
Piastri is still not
gone. That is very
gone.
interesting that they...
He's still in the pits, still waiting.
Yes, that car is currently completely rebooting. I'm watching him on screen at the moment. That car just not having a good time right now. More woes for McLaren. Piastri shaking his head.
Verstappen into the pits, and he's going, and Perez now takes obviously first place. So can Verstappen get out ahead of Alonso? Alonso is quite a way behind, but Alonso now finds himself in third, but they do need to pit the 2 Aston Martins. So can they stay ahead of those Mercs? Of course, that's their race right now. So a lot of people commenting here saying he is clear of Hamilton. That's going Max is the GOAT. He's way better, saying Andrew. LH is a pro. Captain Funny Bones here. Thank you, guys. You are doing good. 1.4 billion people in India and no broadcast in this country. Please mention India in every stream. New subscriber. Well, very keen to have you here. But again, if you're trying to watch, do look at the description of the video and you can find out exactly how. And Alonso's coming to the pits. 3.5 seconds. And Piastri's still waiting.
That is terrible from McLaren. That car just not getting underway, having, I think, some software issues, which is why they had changed that steering wheel. Still shaking his head, though, in that car. All the mechanics now not knowing what to really do except for stand around and watch. Just terrible from McLaren. That is just really not great to see.
It's just really summed up the race weekend, hasn't it? McLaren has been easily the standout in terms of worst performer of the weekend. And yeah, McLaren really struggling now. Piastri is finally... Oh, I think he's out. I think they've retired him. I'm not sure. But Piastri does say out next to his name.
Yes, it does look like he is out there, currently lifting that car up on the jacks and going to wheel him back into his pit box. That is so sad from Piastri on his debut here in Bahrain.
As we see a replay of Russell not able to get ahead of Alonso. So Alonso did come out of the pits ahead of Alonso did come out ahead of Russell. Russell not able to catch Alonso there. So Aston Martin doing very well to stay ahead of Mercedes there. So Stroll now in third. He still needs to come into the pits. Leclerc right on Stroll's tail as well. So let's see if he can, if Stroll has come into the pits now. Let's see where he comes out. And Hamilton is only 2 seconds behind Sainz, who's also gone into the pits already. So Hamilton closing down on Sainz, and Perez right at the top with an 11-second interval. What will be interesting is to see where Perez comes out when he should pit, and he should be
Esteban Ocon has now been given a penalty, a 5-second penalty.
Dean Gags, they're saying sad for Piastri. It is very, very sad, of course. And Vishant saying no offense, but Daniel Ricciardo was way better. Well, of course, Piastri is only in half a race. He's only had 15 laps before he's had to retire. So really horrible that.
Yes, and unfortunately, that was not his fault at all. That is obviously looking like it is a software issue with that car, just not wanting to restart and get underway.
Alan Bagiri, they're saying Hamilton said that he's struggling. Is the car the same as the W13? Well, I'm not sure he's struggling all that much. He is quite close to the Ferrari, so we'll see how he fares for the rest of the race. Of course, we've just seen all these teams now gone into the pits. A lot of them onto the hard tyre, almost all of them on the hard tyre now. So certainly a lot of tyre degradation on this track. So they're going to be backing probably 2-stop strategies with the hard tyre now and probably switch over to a medium near the end. So lots of things to watch as this race goes. Perez still in the lead, only by 10.5 seconds. Verstappen is catching him, but Perez does need to go into the pits.
Max Verstappen making a bit of inroads on Sergio Perez's lead. As we have currently 280 people in our stream. Please do drop a like if you are enjoying our content and subscribe to us. We are trying to get to 25,000 or 24,000 subscribers very soon. Great to have you all here on stream with us. Currently, we have Sergio Perez in the lead of this race, closely followed behind by Max Verstappen. Obviously, Sergio Perez yet to make a pit stop in this race. Behind Verstappen is Charles Leclerc in third position, Carlos Sainz in fourth, Lewis Hamilton fifth, Bottas sixth, Alonso in seventh. Currently really close to Bottas. Russell in 8th, Stroll 9th, and Alex Albon in 10th.
Yes, and Alonso right now doing very well to use Bottas to get DRS from him, because Russell is right on Alonso's tail as well. So Alonso trying to use Bottas, and he does now make the move to Bottas in that second DRS straight. He gets ahead of him, whereas Russell does not. So Alonso can now try and get a little bit of a gap going to Alonso. He can use Bottas as his defense. So Alonso, very clever driving there as he comes out ahead of him, and is now going to try and build up a bit of a gap to Russell. So very clever driving there from Alonso as he goes up into 6th and now hunts down Lewis Hamilton in that Mercedes.
Formula One, just saying, just subscribe. Thanks a lot for the stream. Helps a lot. Thank you so much for joining us on the stream. Definitely great to have you here. Please, everyone else, do drop a comment down in that comment section. Let us know where you're joining us from, who you are currently supporting, and who you think will win this race today.
Very, very interesting piece of information here. Perez is coming into the pits, and it looks like they're going to be putting him onto another pair of soft tires. So a completely different strategy for Perez compared to the rest of the field. He's going onto softs, and he is on softs, and he's going back out. So he's had 2 pairs of soft tires. So very interested to see what Red Bull's going to do here. They're going to really ask Perez to push as hard as he can. As we do see the Ferrari of Leclerc come down the main straight, will Perez get out there in time? Will he be able to challenge him? Charles Leclerc goes past. Now it's down to Sainz, who's quite a way behind as well. So Perez does come out behind Charles Leclerc, but he is on soft. So can he chase down Leclerc and get up and gain that time and maybe get close to Verstappen? Very interested to see what the tactics are here from Red Bull, putting him onto softs.
Brilliant from Red Bull, of course, just splitting their strategies. It is always so good to do. You never know what is going to happen later on in the session. This allows you to be able to have some flexibility. Obviously, we've seen how in the past Ferrari have not used this strategy, and it has helped made them fall in some of those races.
Bottas here
Russell
not
now
able
so
to, yeah.
close. Valtteri Bottas.
Bottas not able
Just
to defend
overtaking
there.
him on the outside. No. Bottas just not having the straight line speed of that Mercedes.
So George Russell does get 7th back, but Alonso using Bottas very well there to gain a big gap to Russell. Now Russell just about 1.5 to 2 seconds behind Alonso. So can Alonso stay ahead of him, and can Alonso catch Hamilton? He's a little bit far off Hamilton at the moment, but Russell certainly going down, breathing down Alonso's neck. So Alonso will be thinking about that. Toto watching on very keenly. And just going back to the comments here, saying a whole lot of people having a lot of arguments in the comments. Let's be kind, people. Let's be kind in the comments there. But yeah, be sure to go and tell the comments who you're supporting today. All the Red Bull fans, say hello. Ferrari fans, Mercedes fans, Aston Martin fans, and driver fans of all sorts. Be sure to go and comment and tell us who you are supporting in the stream right now.
Yes, for sure. Our stream numbers jumping quite a bit. Glad to have all of you joining us here today. We are currently on lap 19 of 57 here in Bahrain. Max Verstappen leading the race, closely followed by Charles Leclerc and Sergio Perez.
Verstappen still leading this race. And let's look at the bottom there. Both the McLarens right at the bottom. Of course, Piastri had retired due to a fault in the car, could not get that car restarted. They put a new steering wheel in, the car did not reboot, and so had to retire the car. Very unfortunate start for Oscar Piastri. And Norris sitting all the way down in 19th. Lando Norris, just looking at a replay here of his pit stop, I think he also took a lot of time there. They tried to switch him onto the tyres, and as he tried to get going, nothing happened. The car just wasn't going. I don't know why. I think they also tried to change the front wheel again, eventually rebooting. So clearly a problem with McLaren, because they tried to change the steering wheel twice on both cars. So a shocking day for McLaren.
Yes, certainly not good to see here from McLaren, having an issue with both cars out there today. Just what is going on?
Ferrari, they're going ahead. Charles Leclerc in second, chasing down Verstappen. Verstappen is also on a pair of soft tyres, I believe. So very interesting. So both Red Bulls on another pair of soft tyres. Leclerc on hard and Sainz on hard. So very interested to see the two different strategies here from either team. The other players on soft tires are Alex Albon, Sargent, and Norris all the way at the back. But McLaren, as I say, running into some serious issues. Formula One saying, guys, I think your chat is getting spoiled by the argument. Request them to stop. Well, I have said, please do stop this argument. It's a very amateur here. Jelly and Andrew, let's just relax there. No, whatever. As long as the chat is all about Formula One, we are happy.
Max Verstappen getting asked again how the downshifts at the moment and the rear locking. Yeah, manageable, he says. I mean, still not great, but it's good for now. Good to hear at the moment.
Max Bottas here getting taken by Lance Stroll. Lance Stroll does get past him right now. So Lance Stroll doing very well to fight himself back into 8th. So Bottas now dropping down into 9th on that hard tyre. Not able to keep the pace up in that Alfa Romeo. And Stroll does get up to 7th and will be chasing down Russell. Russell not able to catch Alonso yet. Almost 2 seconds the gap. Alonso, however, is catching Hamilton very slowly. So we'll see what's going to happen there. Vote for your overtake of the month, apparently. That's coming up on my screen. But yeah, so far, do tell me, what's the best part of the race so far if you guys are watching?
For me, it was certainly that start. It was so good. So close between so many of those drivers at that moment.
And looking here at Lance Stroll's mother, Claire Ann Stroll, who's watching on nervously as her son races around. Of course, having had surgery on his wrists recently and still managing to take some overtakes there. He's in 8th. He's chasing down Russell, who still has the fastest lap. And Russell had a habit of doing that last year. So let's see if he can continue that this year with those fastest laps. And yeah, Carlos Sainz there, 8.8 seconds behind Perez. Perez catching Leclerc very quickly. And Leclerc 10.5 seconds behind Verstappen. So that gap's still quite big, but not increasing all that much. So lots to play for still and lots of laps to go. We're not even halfway through this race. As a new fastest lap is put in by Perez, 1:37.3, I believe. So very interesting there.
Yes, good to see what he can do on those new set of soft tyres. He will certainly be wanting to take second position from Charles Leclerc here today.
Andrew, they're saying
3.5 seconds currently splitting Charles Leclerc and Sergio Perez.
And Reese, if you wouldn't mind just listening into Norris' radio as well, because I do believe he's going to have some chats about his car. I couldn't unfortunately make it out, but Andrew, they're saying, is it a one-stop or is it a two-stop? I believe most of these players most of these races will be on a two-stop strategy. So very interested to see what happens there. Esteban Ocon here, we're following in 18th, all the way down in 18th. Bit disappointing for Alpine. Yeah, so we'll see how he does. He's lost 9 places so far as a result of that penalty. As we're watching a replay here of Esteban Ocon's start, so just seeing why he got that penalty. He wasn't aligned with the lines. He was a bit to the right and over the white lines, so that's the reason why he's got that penalty for not aligning himself in the grid correctly. Had to serve a penalty, a time penalty inside the pits, and also had to change his front wing as well, I noticed.
Yeah, so that radio for Lando Norris was just about that penalty for Esteban Ocon, who has now been told by race control incident involving Esteban Ocon noted serving time penalty incorrectly.
Yes, I think that's because they tried to change his front wing during the time penalty, where you can't work on the car during a time penalty. So they might well be in for yet another time penalty. So really not going all that well for Esteban Ocon and that Alpine team. But nonetheless, we are now following Charles Leclerc is being hunted down by Sergio Perez. Sergio Perez puts on another fastest lap, so really is gaining time on Leclerc. Leclerc, of course, on hard tyres, Perez on the softs. So Perez, you can see him
only 3 seconds now between. As Charles Leclerc makes another little mistake, locking up into turn 1, that is going to allow Sergio Perez just to catch up to him a little bit more. Certainly not the ideal day from Ferrari just yet.
Current gap down to 2.5 seconds. So Charles Leclerc really going to need to keep his wits about him, as Sergio Perez is going to be hunting him down at great pace. And Verstappen also needing to try and get as big a gap to Leclerc so that they can have their second pit stop, because there's no ways these two Red Bulls will make it to the end on softs. And also they have to change compound tyre, of course. So the Red Bulls have to do 2 stops. But the interval that Verstappen is getting to Leclerc, not that big yet. So the hard tyre seemingly still quite quick compared to the soft tyre. As we saw in practice 3 from those Red Bulls, the hard tyre is still quite quick. So perhaps this is not the best strategy from Red Bull. We'll have to see. But right now, the interval's not increasing all that much for Verstappen. Right now, Verstappen's going to go into the pits, and Charles Leclerc should take him in a pit stop.
What it does allow them to do at the moment, what it does allow them to do is just force Ferrari to kill those hards, which means that they have to pit again. they're not allowed to go. Well, they're not able to go as far as they would have wanted to because they've had to push those hards in the opening sector. With hard tires, you really want to just go very slowly on your couple of outlaps. You don't want to have to push them too hard. And that is now what Charles Leclerc has had to do, and that will compromise him later in the race.
So just looking at Perez versus Leclerc in terms of the last lap, he made up almost an entire second on Leclerc. So Perez really hunting Leclerc down. But we see here Norris is challenging Ocon there down in 18th. Finally something for McLaren to look at and cheer about as he comes into that third DRS zone. The DRS is open. He's going to try and challenge Ocon down that straight. He's going to try and get as close as possible in that orange McLaren. Not able to get too close and is going to have to just wait till the next part.
DRS now wide open, but hopefully he will be able to stay close with him till that long main straight, as he was not able to make it into turn 11.
So the race now just starting to hit a little bit of a lull period where you're seeing tactics now play out. Lots of gaps between all the drivers. Not too many fights happening just besides Ocon and Norris. Right at the back, Ocon obviously on hards, Norris on softs. So Norris should be the favourable car here. So let's see if Norris can take him in the second DRS zone as he gets so close. In the first one, down the main straight, he goes around the outside. Ocon going on the inside line. So Norris going to try and come out of it with a decent line for that second DRS zone. He is getting very close to Ocon. Indeed, he does have a very, very good exit out of it. So he's going on the outside of Ocon. His DRS is open. He goes past him and he goes into 18th. So Norris back into 18th place. Ocon dropping down to 19th. And Norris will make that stick as well.
Yes, brilliant from Lando Norris. Let's see if he can keep ahead now of that Alpine. Currently in pink. Obviously, we will see them racing in those pink liveries for the first two races. Then they will go back to the Alpine blue.
Is Alonso catching Hamilton? Is a comment there. Sorry to interrupt there. I hope not. Well, Alonso is sort of getting that gap down to 2.5. It was at 4 at one point. So seemingly catching Hamilton slowly but surely.
Yes, for sure. A lot of talk about those Mercedes having issues with their rears, just not being able to stay on the limit as much as possible.
Charles Leclerc getting a radio message there, and I'm sure Reese will tell us exactly what that's going to be about. But yeah, Sergio Perez right on the back of Charles Leclerc on those soft tyres. So Perez now almost within DRS range. So Ferrari, Frederic Vasseur, obviously new team principal for Ferrari, will be monitoring the situation with great interest. And Perez is almost, as I say, almost within DRS range of Leclerc, which will then make Leclerc fight on those hards, which, as we says, will make those hard tyres last a little less. So Perez very crucially trying to play what seems to be the team game here to remove Leclerc from the equation for Verstappen at least. So
well,
Leclerc
interesting
really
enough
moving.
that you say that. That team radio to Charles Leclerc was that the current degradation is less than expected.
So clearly they think that they can probably end this race on that hard tyre. So maybe they're going to keep this tyre on the whole time. So if they can stay within that 22-second range of those Red Bulls, the Red Bulls then will come out behind those Ferraris, but however on fresher tyres. So can the Ferraris maximize their strategy? I don't know if they can actually afford the one stop.
Getting so close now down that DRS straight.
He's now down the second DRS straight. He's going to try and take Leclerc as he goes around, not able to get close enough. So Leclerc stays ahead of Perez for now, but then we'll see into turn 10 as to whether that sticks. But Perez getting very close to Leclerc. And a 10-second time penalty for Ocon is going to be served as a result of him not serving his penalty correctly. So really interesting there. Ocon, so many penalties. It's really not a good race for him so far.
Yes, certainly a race to forget from Esteban Ocon. Yes, not great from him.
And Alonso on the radio there saying, so we are happy with your management now. Happy, this is good. Yep, they have more degradation. So let's think how to use it. Let's get close and see what they do. That is, of course, talking to the Mercedes car. So Alonso there and Aston Martin very happy with where the car is right now. They are slightly gaining on Hamilton, almost under 2 seconds now. And they're quite happy with their pace and the degradation on those tyres. So Hamilton's going to have to be wary of Alonso soon, as Aston Martin seem to be quite chuffed with where they are. As Perez is motoring down, coming into that last corner, Will he be able to take Leclerc on the main straight? He's going to come into DRS range now. It's going to be very interesting to watch as we follow this now. Leclerc being chased down by Sergio Perez, who's got the fastest lap, of course, Perez. He chases him with DRS, going to get so close up to that first corner. He dives down the inside. Will he be able to take him now? He is going to try. He is going to make it stick. And can Charles Leclerc come back at him around the outside? And Sergio Perez makes it stick as he goes into that second DRS zone. And Charles Leclerc not able to catch Sergio Perez here. But the DRS is open for Sergio Perez to get away from him. Charles Leclerc now dives back at him down the inside. But Perez just as quickly covers it off. So Perez doing very well there. Back up into second. And Charles Leclerc now trailing both Red Bulls.
Yes, brilliant move there from Sergio Perez, as well as some great defending to keep Charles Leclerc at bay.
Now looking at Piero Ferrari, Vice President of Ferrari, of course, watching on from the paddock. Not too concerned, but will surely be a little bit upset at seeing their big rivals, Red Bull, of course, overtake them there. But Charles Leclerc does have DRS now on Perez, so also could work very well for Charles Leclerc to utilize Perez for a little bit of DRS to pull him basically around the track, but he has to try and stay within that 1 second, and I think he is going to drop out of it quite quickly as well. So let's see how Charles Leclerc can do on those hard tyres, chasing down Perez. I think the gap is already built to more than 1 second, so yeah, Leclerc will not have any more DRS. Hamilton is on the radio saying, let me know what you need me to do. Do I need to pick up the pace? ? And Alonso is now 1.6 seconds to Hamilton. So Hamilton, yeah, he says, we're happy with the time management. We'll stick with the time management. So not asking to increase the pace. So Alonso should chase down Hamilton within about 8 laps, I reckon.
Yes, currently we have a 13-second interval between Verstappen and Perez. Obviously, Leclerc just 1.6 seconds off of Perez right now. Carlos Sainz then quite a big gap down to him, 13 seconds off of Leclerc and Perez. That is huge.
And just looking at the positions gained and lost, Ocon's lost 10 positions in this game due to his 2 penalties. Hamilton back on the radio here. If you wouldn't mind just letting us know what happens.
So just saying to Hamilton that you have the best egg of the field right now. We are happy for you to pick up that pace. So now telling him that he can defend from Fernando Alonso. The fight is on between these two.
Alonso then now seemingly starting to drop off ever so slightly. A 1.7 gap now was down to 1.6. So Alonso dropping off a little bit. So be keen to see if Alonso tries to follow Hamilton around or if he does just stick to his current pace and let Hamilton go a little bit ahead. So lots of tactics to play out here as we're into the 27th lap of the Bahrain Grand Prix.
We see some more drivers going into the pits with the likes of Williams' Alex Albon and Yuki Tsunoda, as well as Nico Hülkenberg, all in the pits at this moment.
We're now on board with Hamilton, who's really increasing that gap to Alonso. It's now up to 1.8 already, and Leclerc is really dropping off Perez as well. It's almost a 3-second gap already as well. Perez 14 seconds to Verstappen. So Verstappen very much leading this race by quite some distance. As we do see the Haas of Nico Hülkenberg come out ahead of Sergio Perez and Leclerc. So Sergio Perez can actually try and use Nico Hülkenberg for a little bit of DRS as well. So that will certainly help Perez.
Yes, that can help obviously extend that gap to Charles Leclerc, but I think he is just too far behind by that DRS marker. But he should catch him very quickly throughout this track.
And
race control incident involving car 31. Ocon noted speeding in the pit lane. Oh my word!
It just doesn't stop.
What a day for Esteban Ocon. No, it does not. Just mistake after mistake here. He's going to get so many penalties.
I know. So Ocon really having a horrible day, and his teammate Gasly there is all the way up into 15th. So yeah, not a great race for Alpine so far. I was really hoping they do more. As we see a replay here of Nico Hülkenberg following in that train there. I think it's right at the start. We see what happens to him in the beginning. Just has some damage on the front wing due to an Alpine just cutting across him. So yeah, just a bit of damage to the front wing, which they had to replace in that pit stop. So a bit disappointing there for Nico Hülkenberg to have had that happen. But if you guys are in the chat right now, or if you are watching the stream, be sure to look at the description of the video. You can see how you can watch this race for free from wherever you are in the world. And if you also are here, be sure to subscribe to the channel and like the video and tell us where you're watching from. Always very intrigued to know where you guys are watching from. And all the fans, tell us who you're supporting in the comments.
Lando Norris now in the pits. Quick pit stop from him going on the mediums, but still stopped in that pit box. They haven't to fill that car up with, it looks like, hydraulic fluid. They are definitely having an issue here. Esteban Ocon given another penalty. Another 5-second penalty for Esteban Ocon. This race is just a joke for him at this point. They may as well retire.
I know. And Verstappen here saying, my left front is giving up a little bit. And they say, understood, thank you. So Verstappen possibly going to need to come into the pits soon. They are on softs, and a lot of the people who just changed into softs in that first pit stop have come in already. So you'll probably see both Perez and Verstappen come into the pits, which will allow Ferrari to go ahead of them, because currently the intervals are not big enough for them to stay ahead. Verstappen will not stay ahead of Leclerc currently if they should come into the pits. So I'm sure they'll ask for him to stay out just a little bit longer to build that interval up ever so slightly more. So yeah, big decision here for Red Bull to make. As we do see Vishant saying Leclerc needs to catch up, and Captain Funnybone saying you're from India. So nice to have you guys here.
Interesting to hear there from the commentators just saying that Max Verstappen said on the radio that he is struggling a little bit with his front left. Interesting, while Sergio Perez is having a very good stint on these softs, obviously getting past Leclerc, as well as ever so slightly closing that gap while extending the gap to Charles Leclerc.
Now, Perez seemingly able to manage those soft tires better than Verstappen at the moment. He does have the fastest lap of the race. So, yeah, let's see what Red Bull do opt to go and do now. And Vishant, they're saying a sad day for McLaren. Indeed, it's a shocking day for McLaren. And Ocon also having a horrible, horrible day. It's just really not good for the cars right at the bottom of the grid. McLaren certainly the worst performers of the day, and I don't even think you have to wait for the end of the race. They're definitely the worst performers of the day already. Norris out on mediums right now, 13 seconds behind Nico Hülkenberg, who also had a very lengthy stop. Nico Hülkenberg, very interesting, he's just put in the fastest lap of the race, so that's quite interesting there. Sub 137. So Nico Hülkenberg on hards has put in the fastest lap of the race. That is insane.
Yes, very, very interesting to see. Obviously, this track now being so rubbered up with these cars going around for 13 laps of 57 here in Bahrain. 27 laps left to go before the end of this race. Still everything to play for. You never know what can happen. It is the first race of the season. You can have reliability issues. We may get a safety car. Who knows?
And Bottas is now finding himself in the pits. And yeah, let's see how quick his pit stop is. And looks good. Oh, slight issue at the back there. One of the tires having a little bit more degradation than the others. It's a bit weird there. Seemingly got a line there, but a 3.2 stop for Bottas for Alfa Romeo. He comes out just behind Zhou and ahead of Albon by quite some distance. So good stop there.
Big lockup we see in the background by Kevin Magnussen coming into the pits, just trying to get that car slowed down, not to receive a penalty like Esteban Ocon.
So, see, Magnussen's stop was a 3.2, so not too shabby either, but hopefully you want to see sub-3s for those pit stops, so they could be a little bit quicker, as we do see Leclerc's gap to Perez has increased dramatically. I don't know why. It has dramatically increased to up to 19 seconds. Oh, no, it's 19 seconds behind the leader. I do apologize. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing. I was about to say, I was suddenly very confused.
5 or 6 second gap between the two of them right now.
Yes, that makes a lot more sense. I think they're showing that now because they are currently going to be looking at changing those tires, surely, for Red Bulls. We do see Mercedes have got Hamilton coming back into the pits, it seems.
Max Verstappen right on the limit for a pit stop right now. They need to, as we see some of the Ferrari mechanics standing there, I think just to move their hoses. Hamilton saying that his tires are still all right, but Mercedes saying that it is an undercut threat. They need to come in and box for new tires right now, as we see the Aston Martin of Lance Stroll coming into the pits as well.
So Lance Stroll stopped very good at 2.4. Fantastic stop for Aston Martin there. So can Lance Stroll hunt down Hamilton and get ahead of him? Alonso, of course, also going to try and stay ahead of those two Mercs. Let's see when they should pit him. Verstappen, Perez, and the likes should all be looking at pit stops soon. So very intrigued to see what should happen. The science is getting the box. So quite interesting the fact that the two Red Bulls went onto softs and the Ferraris on the hard tires are having to box before those Red Bulls, even though they're on softs. So the Red Bulls seemingly managing this strategy very, very well so far. Andrew, they're saying, why pit Lewis? No sense. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, but nonetheless, they have done so. So let's see how he can respond. And Science has been told to come into the pits as well now.
As I did explain, they had a threat of an undercut from Alonso if Alonso was able to box before Lewis Hamilton and put in some faster times. If Lewis Hamilton then boxed, Alonso would have gotten past him. That is why Lewis Hamilton had to box, just to be able to cover that threat. We can see Carlos Sainz now coming into the pit box.
Let's see how it happens here. And Russell's also going to come into the pit box. That's going to be very interested as well. So let's see how quick Russell's stop is. And Alonso will surely need to come to the pits as well to ensure. He does, I think, in the background there. Alonso possibly coming to the pits. No, not. But Russell coming in. And Sainz getting a very quick pit stop. 2.3 as we do see Russell coming in here. Let's see how quick his pit stop is. Maybe he can catch that Ferrari if it's a good pit stop. Oh, slight issue on the front left tire. Slowing it down ever so slightly. 2.5. Still a very good pit stop. So Russell now chasing down Carlos Sainz. Alonso's up into fourth now. And he still needs to pit, of course. But Stroll now getting ahead. Can Stroll get ahead of Russell? It's going to be very interesting on the pit exit. Stroll is right on him. Russell coming out. Let's see how Lance Stroll can do it. He's going to come within DRS zone. And Lance Stroll coming in, changing his lines, going right close to Russell. Of course, Russell's tires will be a little bit slow as Lance Stroll comes onto that second DRS zone. He's right on him. He's going to go around the outside. Lance Stroll going up. He's going to go make it. He's going to make a stick nice and easy for Aston Martin. Lance Stroll does get past Russell. Very good driving from Lance Stroll.
The car's looking so strong at the moment. It is incredible to see Mercedes being challenged by Aston Martin. Certainly not what I thought I would be watching this season.
No, not at all. So Mercedes doing trying to stop that undercut from both Aston Martin drivers, but Stroll managing to stay ahead of Hamilton, of Russell, and now only 7 seconds behind Hamilton. It's all down to Alonso now as well. Will Alonso be able to also come out ahead of Hamilton? Just we watch a replay here of Lance Stroll taking him, just choosing the correct lines, making sure he came in on a better exit than Russell ahead of him, coming into that second DRS zone, and then choosing to go around the outside. Had so much more pace. His tires are a little bit newer, a little bit warmer than that of Russell, and then utilize that to the best of his ability to get him past and out of the way. So Aston Martin fans smiling in the crowd, very happy with their team so far.
I think we will have to watch that though as Russell warms up his tires. We may be seeing him taking some opportunities to get past him once again. Russell currently 1.2 seconds behind the Aston Martin of Lance Stroll. Max Verstappen, though, ever increasing his gap on Sergio Perez, now sitting at 14 seconds. The gap between Perez and Leclerc sitting at 8.4 seconds. Wow.
And Lance Stroll now putting in the fastest lap. So that's actually showing the fact that he's really not putting the pace on. So Lance Stroll on hard tires in that Aston Martin's put the fastest lap of the race in so far. But we are going to need to see some pit stops soon from the likes of Red Bull and Alonso as well. And I'm very keen to see when these pit stops will happen. Of course, it'll be keen to see if Alonso can come out ahead.
We're currently seeing the gap between Verstappen and Leclerc at about 22, 23 seconds. They needed to be at least 24 to 25 seconds to guarantee a safe pit stop without being overtaken by Charles Leclerc.
Ocon on the radio there, Reese, I'd love to know what's happening there. But probably
I think he was told that he has another time penalty.
Yeah, really receiving the worst news. We do see Ferrari prepare for Charles Leclerc coming into the pits. Let's see how good a pit stop this is for Ferrari as he comes in and they could begin. They take a little time to get off the right. Not a great pit stop for Ferrari. I think it's a 3 second. As we see the time comes up now. No, what am I talking about? A very good pit stop. 2.3 seconds. So done very, very well there. Will he come out ahead of his teammate? I'm sure he will. He's got quite a bit of time to Carlos Sainz. Indeed, it does come out in very fresh air. Alonso now up into third, but now Alonso does need to think about taking a pit stop himself. Verstappen Perez, also notable on softs, have still not pitted yet. So we'll be keen to see when they do pit and what tire they choose when they should.
Just listening to that team radio going to Esteban Ocon, just saying that he had another penalty to serve, a 15-second time penalty. My word, Esteban, just really a race to forget for him.
Yeah, and Russell has now managed to gain that time to Lance Stroll. As you say, it's almost within DRS zone range, not quite there yet, ever so slightly behind in that second, but he has now brought it down to a second as he's coming round that final corner onto the start-finish straight. Can he catch Stroll? Stroll's going to have to race very, very well now. On the second DRS zone that was coming out there. So Stroll now racing up towards turn 10.
Yes, going through turns 5 and 6 at the moment into the right-hand braking zone of turn 7. Now we see Perez being told, box, box. Perez will now come into the pits to fend off Charles Leclerc's undercut. Neat and tidy down to the braking zone for that pit stop or pit box. Let's see how this pit stop goes.
Slightly slow on the exit. The pit stop was good.
Looks like they may have dropped him as well.
Yeah, 2.7 second pit stop for Perez. So really not a bad pit stop at all. But slight issue there as Alonso comes into the pits. This is also the very...
I think his car was actually dropped.
Yes, Alonso now into the pits. This is going to be very interesting. Can he come out ahead of Hamilton? And yeah, Alonso going to try and undercut Hamilton. Well, not undercut, but at least come out ahead of Hamilton. So crucial they get this pit stop right. Seemingly good. And they come out. It should be about a 2.6. Indeed, 2.6 it is. So let's see if Alonso can come out ahead of Hamilton. There is Hamilton. Alonso's going to come out. He's right on Hamilton's tail. The problem is he's got cold tires. So can Alonso get there? Oh, my word. And Russell also chasing down Lance Stroll.
Fernando can... Yes, Mercedes fighting Aston Martin at the moment. Certainly not the headline we thought we would be having during this race. Let's see what happened in Sergio Perez's pit stop. Yes, they dropped him on the front jack. Brilliant still to be able to lift him up again quickly and get that pit stop done in 2.7 seconds with an issue.
Yeah, great pit stop there given the circumstances for Sergio Perez. So did very well to stay ahead. But now that interval to Max Verstappen is sitting at 38.3. So Max Verstappen should be able to come into the pits very, very easily and not be under any pressure. So Max Verstappen cruising in this race. We've barely watched him because he's so far out in front. Perez also quite a big gap to Leclerc. Almost 10 seconds, that is. So Red Bull's doing very, very well there to nail their strategy so far. Alonso chasing down Hamilton is 1.2 seconds. Russell chasing down Stroll. Russell actually dropping off Stroll a little bit. So let's see if the Aston Martin of Alonso can catch up to Hamilton. It's almost within 1 second already. So those tires getting warm as he goes. It's almost under a second. So will Alonso be able to take Hamilton? That should be a very interesting battle there for fifth if Alonso gets into DRS range, because of course Alonso and Hamilton, some of the most experienced drivers on the grid, and they had many years fighting each other as well as being teammates. So let's see what happens with regards to those two.
Yes, currently looking at Pierre Gasly reeling in Alex Albon, 0.6 seconds between the two of them. Let's see if he will be able to make inroads on him down this long start-finish straight.
Alonso getting that time, just about a second, still not within DRS range of Hamilton, but certainly getting very close. So Verstappen now getting told box, so they are taking out the hard tires for Verstappen. So Verstappen's going to come in. Of course, they don't need to rush the pit stop too much. They've got so much time to deal with it. So very, very careful not to stuff up here. So let's go Verstappen into the pits. No yellow car safety cars in this race, which is very rare for Bahrain. So very interesting that, of course, Verstappen's pit stop is good. It is a 2 second point. Let's see, just try and bring up the stat. 2.3, so very good pit stop there for Verstappen. As we do
yes,
see,
that is a brilliant pit stop there from Red Bull Racing.
As we do see Verstappen here coming out literally inside with the McLaren of Norris all the way at the back there. So can Verstappen get ahead of Norris now? He's starting to take to overlap people now. So yeah, it's a bit scary how quick these Red Bulls have been today. Verstappen doing very well on that hard tire, which should take him to the end of the race.
Yes, for sure. This hard tire will take Max Verstappen to the end of the race. Only 20 laps to do on that set of tires. They should definitely be able to last that. Currently on board with Fernando Alonso reeling in.
Fastest lap for Alonso. So he's right on Hamilton now, coming into the end of that start-finish straight. He's getting so much quicker than Hamilton up to that first corner. He's right on him already. So can he get a good exit onto that second DRS zone? He's right on Hamilton's tail. Hamilton's going to struggle to defend here. Alonso's got his DRS open. Alonso's going to dive around the inside. He's going on the inside. It's great racing for Fernando Alonso. He does make the move stick. He goes around, but can he fend off Hamilton? He's messed up a little bit, and as a result, Hamilton go through. He just had a little bit of oversteer and drifted a little bit, so he lost his position. Did so well, Alonso, but they couldn't hold it there. So Alonso's still going to have to try and stay with Hamilton going into turn 10. Maybe he can take him there. He still try to get very close to Hamilton, but great racing from the two. Hamilton taking advantage of that small slip up from Alonso. Andrew, they're saying Alonso and Hamilton catching sides. Yeah, they are very slowly but surely going to catch that Ferrari if the current pace shows anything. Toto Wolff looking a little bit nervous there.
Alonso still sticking to the back of him, though.
Yes, Alonso now in that DRS zone, getting so close to that Mercedes. Is he going to be able to go around the outside? Not unable to, but I'm sure the next DRS zones, DRS zone 1 and 2, Alonso should try and make another maneuver on Hamilton. Great racing here in the midfield. Fernando Alonso in that Aston Martin, chasing Hamilton in that Mercedes, and those Aston Martins just looking quicker than the Mercs, which is very scary.
That Aston just taking a much neater line through those corners. That Mercedes having to go quite wide, possibly because of their struggles with the rear tires. That's just allowing Fernando Alonso to stay within touching distance and reel Hamilton in that little bit more every lap. Let's see what he can do now down the next straight.
Indeed, he now has DRS open. He's chasing down Hamilton. He needs to get as close as possible going into turn 1 so that he can try and take him in that second DRS zone. He's getting, my word, when the DRS opens for Aston Martin, they catch them so quickly. So DRS, a big advantage for that Aston Martin car. Really does seem to improve their pace dramatically as they're coming now into that second DRS zone. The DRS is open for Alonso. He's going to go around the inside again. I think he does. No, he chooses to go around the outside. He doesn't actually want to take him yet. Not able to get close enough. So pulls out of the potential challenge. He learned from his mistake. Didn't want to go around the inside and then brake late and allow Hamilton pass. So he's going to maybe try and get close to him as possible for turn 10. He's really putting pressure on Hamilton now. Alonso coming around those final corners, coming into that turn 10. He's right on him. There's not even a DRS zone. He's going around the outside. He's trying the outside. He's so close in turn 10. He's going to go diving on the inside. He does get ahead of him. My word, great racing from Fernando Alonso. And he's now got the DRS, of course, which he will open now. And he will get away from Hamilton. Hamilton trying to come back at Alonso, but Alonso will scream away with that DRS open. Fantastic racing from Fernando Alonso, who's now up into 5th. That Aston Martin so quick. Hamilton just cannot deal with Fernando Alonso there.
Just a quick yes, let's go boys on the radio from Fernando. So happy about getting that move done on Lewis Hamilton. Just showing the pace that Aston Martin has here today. He now has to reel in the Ferrari of Carlos Sainz to get into 4th position in this race.
And we kept talking about it all weekend. We wanted to see if the Aston Martin could maintain this pace in a race. And yes, they can. My word, just making these Mercs look subpar to these Aston Martins. So the battle of the British car, well, not the British cars, but the battle of the two cars here, of the two greats, Fernando Alonso and Lewis Hamilton. Fernando Alonso coming out on top. Fernando Alonso doing so well there to take Lewis before
Hamilton,
turn
though,
10.
getting so close to Fernando Alonso down that main straight. Yet again, let's see if he can maybe put some pressure on the back of Fernando now down this second DRS straight.
Now, Fernando Alonso having to defend, does very well to defend against Lewis Hamilton. But can Lewis Hamilton try and gain time on Fernando Alonso like Fernando Alonso did the previous lap? He is getting very close to him, chasing him down. Vishante saying, yes, that was a great overtake from Alonso. Damn, and Andrew, they're saying Lewis staying in the DRS and looks after his tires. So let's see if Lewis can come back at Alonso. Alonso trying to now try and build up a gap. Let's see if he can stay ahead of him. And yeah, great racing from the two, and it's great to watch. And I also do notice that the interval from Perez to Verstappen has dropped a little bit. And Leclerc still only 12.6 seconds behind Perez. Still a way to go for Leclerc and Ferrari there. But Alonso also dropping off from Sainz. So can he defend from Hamilton going into the start finish straight now? Hamilton still within DRS zone, and that is the battle we're going to be watching.
Yes, just watching the back of Fernando Alonso here. That gap to Lewis Hamilton ever increasing. Still slightly at the moment, but Fernando Alonso will just need to push as much as possible to try and get Lewis Hamilton out of his DRS range.
And Alonso doing very well to get far away from Hamilton so far. But now the DRS is going to be favouring Hamilton. So can Hamilton get as close as possible to Fernando Alonso? Fernando Alonso just choosing to hold the line there. Let's see how quick that Aston Martin is. They also do reckon that the battle for 4th is going to be interesting because they reckon Alonso could be within striking distance of Sainz within a few laps. So not quite sure how they've worked that out because the gap is not really decreasing. But nonetheless, they're backing that Alonso can catch Carlos Sainz in that Ferrari. As we see Hamilton here with the DRS open, not able to get close enough to that Aston Martin. So Alonso still staying ahead of Hamilton relatively comfortably. But Hamilton's still within DRS range, which means Alonso's really going to have to push. So he's got to put a little bit more degradation on those tires. So it's all about tire management now for Alonso to make sure he stays ahead of Hamilton whilst also maintaining those tires. Ocon saying, in testing and practice since I joined Formula 1, I've been doing these things. Why penalties now? So very upset with the FIA. Yep, it's very frustrating. Let's stick with it. Come on. So Ocon very frustrated with this race, and it has been a horrible race for Ocon, of course.
Yes, just sitting on board with Max now, watching through his visor cam. Little bit of oscillations coming down that back straight.
Lando Norris, they're going very wide around turn 10 as he's found himself in the midfield battle right at the back of the pack, unfortunately, and using Hamilton for DRS. But Hamilton, oh my word, Ferrari's got an issue. Ferrari's got a big issue here. That's not good. Charles Leclerc saying something. He's having to pull off to the side of the road. This is going to be a safety car, I'm sure.
Oh,
Charles Leclerc out of this
race.
race.
To see from Ferrari.
Massive news. Massive news.
A crawl here. Just devastating from Ferrari. That means that Fernando Alonso may have an opportunity to fight Carlos Sainz. This could be a safety car, Mark.
No, this is definitely going to be a safety car. The safety car is going to have to be deployed. Leclerc is really close. Virtual safety car has been deployed. In fact, a virtual safety car. So not a safety car as of yet. Leclerc has managed to put himself to the side there, which is very close to that exit there. So did very well to get himself out of the way to allow for racing to still happen. But so upsetting for Ferrari. We kept talking about Ferrari's reliability issues. And yet again, hitting them hard. Charles Leclerc having to retire. Let's just see what happens here. We're just seeing the car here. He just seems to lose power. As he's going around that final corner, he just seems to lose power. He goes down to third, then it's a second. It's just clearly something wrong with the car. I'm hoping a radio message will tell us more.
Just devastating from Ferrari and for Ferrari fans. Going into another year where we are hoping for a multiple car title fight, just not that great to see a car retiring near the end of a race.
And Ferrari's problems do not
looking
stop.
Quite dejected, jumping out of that car.
And yeah, virtual safety car is still deployed. So we're going to see a lot of pit stops, I assume, from some people as well. They might use this as a pit stop strategy, maybe go into some medium tires or,
yes,
or
as
otherwise.
We have Nick de Vries currently in the pits, as well as Yuki Tsunoda, Logan Sargent.
42nd lap. We do see Red Bull getting ready for potential pit stop here. They've got soft tires out again for either Verstappen or Perez. Might well be for Verstappen, but I think they might have been faking it as not going into the pits here, this Red Bull. So it might be for Perez. But yeah, just reading the comments. No, Leclerc indeed
Perez
exactly
also
happened.
not going into the pits.
At least you're not a Merc fan. On what lap are we on? We're on lap 41. There's no way this just happened. Well, yes, it did. Charles Leclerc looking very, very upset on the side here, drinking some water. We have a green flag. Track is clear, so racing is back underway. So did very, very quickly to get that out of the way. But Hamilton might well pounce on Alonso. He's within DRS range, and Alonso, of course, is going to have to try and get away from him. And Sainz is built has now lost all of that advantage. Alonso's only 2.4 seconds behind Sainz. So massive, massive, massive possibility here for Alonso to catch Sainz. But can Hamilton also catch up to Alonso? All the racing back happening now in this 42nd lap of this Bahrain Grand Prix.
Yes, still everything to play for. We still have one podium position up for grabs here. And there seems to be a three-way fight for it between Hamilton, Alonso, and Carlos Sainz. Let's see if these two drivers can catch that Ferrari of Carlos.
It's Alonso doing very well just to try and keep Hamilton at bay. Darius Buerta here saying Hamilton got so bad and he's my favorite driver. Not so sure Hamilton's got so bad so much as the Mercedes is really not performing as well as it used to. So not in as good a car. Charles Leclerc gets onto a Vespa to take him all the way back to the pits. And we see here the Alpine of Ocon just going around a little bit quicker. I think it's Alpine of Ocon. It might actually be Gasly. Gasly's worked his way all the way up into 9th. And we do see a midfield battle here. The AlphaTauris going at each other. It's De Vries and Tsunoda, and right behind them is also Zhou, who's trying to capitalize on their two overtakes here, going into that first corner. And Zhou right on them. The going round check, yes, approaching turn 10. My words, great racing right in the midfield here. De Vries, Tsunoda, and Zhou all battling for 11th. De Vries on hard tires, trying to fend off Zhou, who's right on him on softs. And Zhou might well capitalize with the DRS zone coming up into turn 10.
Yeah, obviously De Vries and Yuki Tsunoda both battling it out there at AlphaTauri, wanting to show who is that top driver in the team. Obviously, this being De Vries' first race, Yuki Tsunoda being with that team now for 2 years, going on 3 years. De Vries certainly not going to be happy that he lost out on that place to Yuki Tsunoda.
And Zhou now hunting down De Vries, but not able to get too close. We see a replay of Pierre Gasly in that Alpine on down the main straight with the DRS wide open, chasing down that 8th position. And he does go around the outside to try and take the Williams. And just watching this replay here, just sticks to his outside line and manages to make a stick going into turn 2. So great racing there from Pierre Gasly as he moves into 8th with that Alpine. So at least one Alpine car doing decently. As we do see, Esteban Ocon has retired. They have retired his car right at the back of the grid. No point in racing. A very disappointing day for him indeed. Going back to the comments here, saying, yeah, Hamilton got so bad. No, and we said, yeah, his car, Max is great. Da, 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 da. All these different comments. Gasly puts in the fastest lap as well.
As we see Esteban Ocon now retiring from the session.
Yes, as I alluded to a little bit earlier there, Esteban Ocon out of the session. And Alonso right on Sainz now as well. So he's managed to get a 2-second gap to Hamilton. Alonso now looking for that third place position. He's within DRS range as he's following Sainz down this straight here. This is it the start? No, it's not the start straight, but nonetheless going into the final corner.
Turn 14.
I don't know why we're watching replays of Yuki Tsunoda. I want to go and see what's happening with Alonso and Sainz. They're going down the main straight now. DRS is wide open for Alonso. This should be great racing as he comes to the second DRS zone soon.
Yes, just jumping on board with him now. Let's see what he is up to.
Alonso right on the tail of Sainz as he comes into that second DRS zone. Will he be able to get nice and close? He's going to be chasing him down. He's within half a second. Now DRS is open. You can just see how quickly he makes that gap up to Carlos Sainz in that Ferrari right on his tail now. And Carlos Sainz really going to have to try and fend off. Alonso made up 0.4 seconds in that last lap to Carlos Sainz. So Alonso really fighting for that podium position. Verstappen still very comfortable at the top. Perez 10 seconds behind him. Carlos Sainz very far off Perez. But Alonso now putting pressure onto Sainz. So can Sainz hold onto it? Alonso is very good in this section and in this final sector of the track as well. And getting very close to that Ferrari already without DRS. And he's right on and going to turn 10. Now the DRS will be open.
Turn 10 is where Aston Martin is so strong. And he is now coming through that corner. Just opening the DRS now. He's going to be so close to the back of Carlos Sainz into turn 11. Let's see what he can do, Mark.
Indeed, as I say, we follow him around the final few corners of the track. Sainz on the radio saying, try to protect position. That's what he's told. Try to protect his position. He says, if I push to defend, I might not make it to the end. So clearly worried about tyre degradation there, Ferrari. They're going to try and finish on this compound. Alonso is going to catch him now with a bit of DRS.
Just getting so close now into turn 13.
Alonso down the...
Yes, approaching turn 14 now.
My word, Alonso now catching him very quickly, but even without DRS, and now the DRS will be open. I think Alonso might well take Sainz, unless Sainz can pull something out of the bag. DRS is open. Alonso is trying to chase him down. He's going to get very close to him down the first corner. Alonso on the radio as well. Reese, tell us what he's saying. He's having a look down the inside. He goes around the first corner and he's coming into the second corner. He's so close for that second DRS zone. Might well take Sainz here as we follow him now. Coming out of that zone. He should open the DRS open now. DRS is open and Fernando Alonso is trying to take Sainz. He's going to go around the outside. He's going to go around the outside and cut in early to maybe take him. Alonso goes on the inside. Oh, they almost touch. Alonso's still going right alongside him. He's going to try and take him, but Alonso has to give it up. They almost touched. They almost had a little bit of an accident there, but Alonso just backs out of it last minute.
They did touch quite big. Alonso hit Carlos Sainz's right
Alonso's
tire.
still coming back at him. Sorry to interrupt. He's coming back at him the same way he took Hamilton earlier. He's trying to take the Ferrari on the outside before that turn 10. He's not able to make a stick though, and he's going to get so close. Oh, big lockup from Carlos Sainz. And will Alonso capitalize? He's so close to him with the DRS. He surely will take him. He's going to get right behind him. DRS is open. He cuts to the inside. Carlos Sainz can't defend him. Alonso on the inside. He's going to take him going into turn 11. Fantastic racing from Alonso.
DRS
He's
now
up into third.
Open.
Alonso into third in this race.
Brilliant.
Oh, sorry.
Brilliant from Fernando Alonso taking that third podium position right now. Let's see if Hamilton can catch Carlos Sainz and make a bad day for Mercedes just a little bit better with a fourth position finish.
Alonso now into the podium and Sainz unable to do anything about that. Massive gains there for Aston Martin. Stroll still fending off from Russell, not able to gain much time on Hamilton. And Hamilton's now within DRS range of Carlos Sainz. Carlos Sainz using his DRS to stick with Alonso. Hamilton now chasing Sainz down. And Hamilton looking like he's gaining some good time on Sainz as well. So not a good day for Ferrari so far. It's looking like as Sainz is going to probably lose his position to Hamilton very soon. Hamilton getting very close to him. Alonso breaking away from that Ferrari. Just going to the comments here. Vishan saying, and there he goes. Damn. Yeah, indeed. Alonso so quick. And as we predicted, coming to that third position. So if he can finish there, he does match mine and Reese's prediction for those 3 podium places. Great racing there from Alonso. I just cannot believe how good he is still at age 41.
Yes, Vishant just saying Alonso has the epic overtakes in this race. He certainly has been showing the youngsters how to race out there today, still showing that he is so competitive at 41 years of age. We now see Lewis Hamilton getting close to the back of Carlos Sainz right now for 4th position. Let's see if he is able to get any closer and take that position from Carlos.
Yes, indeed. Hamilton now chasing Carlos Sainz as he comes around the bends in the middle. Getting quite close, but not necessarily close enough for an overtake quite just yet. That Mercedes not as quick as that Aston Martin. Whoever would have thought we'd say that. But yes, Aston Martin all the way up into 3rd position. Max Verstappen at the top, Perez in 2nd, Alonso in 3rd. Very interesting battle there for Aston Martin. And Stroll not able to do the same as his teammate, but Hamilton started 7th. He's up into 5th now and chasing down 4th. So not too bad a race for Hamilton so far. But can Hamilton take Sainz as he goes to DRS open on the main straight? He's getting so close to that Ferrari. Will he be able to take him in that 2nd DRS zone? It's going to be time will tell. He's trying to have a little look down the inside, not able to do anything yet, but going to take a slightly different line to Carlos Sainz as he heads into that 2nd DRS zone. Allows him to have more pace coming out of that turn 2. And he's now got the DRS open. He's going to go catch up to Carlos Sainz so quickly. Will he be able to make it stick? He's got so close. He's going to dive on the inside. He's not going to make it stick. So he's going to just back off a little bit now and maybe take him going into turn 10.
Yeah, so close between these two. Now making their ways through turns 5 and 6. Down into 7 for that sweeping right-hander into that 9 and 10 section.
So, just to inform you, Piastri out, had mechanical problems, or at least electrical problems with the car, could not get restarted in the pits. Ocon has decided to retire due to so many penalties, pushing him so far down the grid. And the big news, Leclerc retired due to a mechanical fault or some fault in the car, and he had to retire early as well. So, now we've seen all these drivers race it out. Alonso up into 3rd, Carlos Sainz in 4th, having to fend off from the Mercedes of Hamilton. The 2 Red Bulls dominating at the top. Seeing a replay here of Fernando Alonso taking Carlos Sainz. It's just a fantastic piece of racing, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly great to see from Fernando Alonso. Still so dominant. 22 years this weekend since his race debut at the Australian Grand Prix, racing for Minardi. Just shows how long he has been involved in the sport, and certainly great to still have him involved. If he is making moves like these, I'd certainly hope to see him racing till he's in his 50s.
And looking at the replays here of the Aston Martin bench, they are all smiling, my word. They're basically shaking with excitement. They cannot believe how well they are doing this weekend. It's obviously 15 points for Alonso to come 3rd. She has probably more points than Aston Martin got the entire of last season. So Aston Martin very, very happy right now. The box is literally shaking with excitement. They all got smiles in the box. They've still got to finish this race out, though.
But
9
Lewis
laps to go.
Hamilton is getting so close now to Carlos Sainz. If Lewis Hamilton isn't careful, well, sorry, that looked like Lando Norris was getting quite close, but he is a lapped car.
Yes. And Lewis Hamilton, trying to chase down Sainz, but it's quite dangerous Sainz because he's got to make these tyres last. And same for Lewis Hamilton, of course. The Red Bulls, however, they've just absolutely been in a different class today compared to the other cars. Sainz on the radio saying, why am I bouncing so much? So clearly he's got a little bit of an issue with what might seem porpoising. We are checking focus on the race, he's been told by his race engineers. But having to fend off from Hamilton at the moment, Sainz. But Hamilton not as easy for him to get close to Sainz as it was for Alonso. Alonso already breaking a 3.4 gap to Sainz. And still 26 seconds behind Perez, just showing the dominance of the Red Bulls today. But big talking point, of course, Alonso in that Aston Martin.
Yes, for sure. Certainly has been a very, very dominant day from those Red Bulls. But great to see that we have a new team fighting for the rest of those podium positions here. From Carlos Sainz and Lance Stroll also having a good day out in the car. Obviously having had those hand surgeries earlier in the week. Great to see him out on track and being able to go the full race distance. As we see Lando Norris now come into the pits.
Yes, I don't know whether they might retire or maybe he's going to put himself on softs and try and go for a fastest lap attempt. We're going to have to see. Of course, we're getting right to the end of this race, so maybe tries to go for the fastest lap to get a couple of points behind the McLaren's name. But a really terrible day for McLaren. And let's see what can happen here. As Lewis Hamilton still challenging for that 4th position with Carlos Sainz, getting ever closer every single lap.
Norris is once again having to be repressurized. That is why he's going back into the pits, only now leaving again. Seemingly some very big issues there for McLaren.
Yeah, I think McLaren have got to go right back to the drawing board and basically say, right, scrap the car. What's the new car? because it really has been such a terrible start for them. Ferrari looking very nervous in the box there. Lots of shaking and, yeah, not a good day for Ferrari. Leclerc having an issue already, and we talked about reliability last season with Ferrari, and certainly showing more reliability issues again as we head into the last 7 laps of this race. We are in lap 50. Max Verstappen leading this Grand Prix with Sergio Perez, his teammate, in second. It's going to be a Red Bull day for sure, unless something dramatic happens. Alonso's in third, Sainz fourth, Hamilton fifth, Stroll in sixth of that Aston Martin as well, Russell in seventh, Bottas 8, Gasly 9, Albon in 10.
Yes, still following Lewis Hamilton, making some inroads on Carlos Sainz, still not able to get past him. Now, currently, for a split second, was out of his DRS range. Possibly Lewis Hamilton just needing to charge up that little bit more to be able to chase down the Ferrari.
Alonso there
is
just...
his DRS...
Sorry?
Yes, his DRS is open there. Sorry, just wants to see if he had made that DRS zone perfectly. Alonso saying, I am on level 7, avoiding all of the curves. Just let me know if the situation changes behind. Obviously, just being quite careful, missing those curbs in case it causes any issues with the car.
100%, as Carlos Sainz still managed to defend off from Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton not able to get there. A black and white flag has been shown to Hülkenberg for track limits. The first one, I think, of the day. So not too bad, the drivers, with regards to track limits today, which is always good. Oh, Hamilton going a little bit out of the lines there, so maybe he might get a black and white flag as well. But Gasly there with the fastest lap still in that Alpine. And I think also notably that's gone under the radar, there's the 2 Williams who started quite far down the grid, have worked their way up into 10th and 12th. So not too bad for those two either.
Certainly very good for their rookie Logan Sargent, who is showing some great pace out there today.
Alonso's built that gap to almost 6 seconds to Sainz, so really not having to worry too much about increasing his pace at the moment. So Hamilton still can't get with Sainz, and it's actually dropping off ever so much as they go around certain sectors. He only makes up time during the DRS zones, but can't seem to catch that Ferrari in the other sections of the track. So I think Hamilton is really going to struggle to take Sainz before the end of this race. He's going to have to race very, very hard, which might wreck those tyres for the final couple of laps. But is he within DRS zone? I don't think he's within DRS range anymore, so Hamilton's going to drop off from Sainz.
Yes, I think he is now just behind. He's now sitting at 1.2 seconds out of DRS range from Carlos Sainz. That is quite disappointing for Lewis Hamilton, obviously just burning up his tyres a bit too much, and now maybe needing to back off, recharge a bit, and see if he's able to take another crack at it later on. Obviously, only 6 seconds left, or 6 laps left of this race. Sorry.
Yes, 100%. And if we just look at the poll right now, we are 989 votes in that poll. Let's get it to 1,000 votes on who will win the Bahrain Grand Prix. It's looking fairly obvious, of course, but be sure to go and participate in that poll. We're going to end it just very, very soon. As soon as we get to 1,000 votes, we will end that poll, as we do see Max Verstappen having to get past cars, lapping cars now, that of those Alfa Romeos. I think he's just taken Zhou. Max Verstappen in that number 1 car in the Red Bull, so doing very, very well there. And if you guys are watching, be sure to subscribe to the channel and like the video and comment where you're watching from and where you have been watching us from on the stream. We're very glad to obviously have you here, and we will be posting up more and more videos of F1 as we see a couple of cars racing here. The heart of, I believe, Magnussen taking De Vries on the start-finish line there straight. So Magnussen getting ahead of him there.
Going on there.
But De Vries like to try and come back at him.
Those two, but getting a good...
Not able to. So yes, Kevin Magnussen does take 14th from Nick De Vries.
Currently on lap 52 of 57, so not many laps left. 5 left to go before the end of this Grand Prix.
Just watching a little replay here of Lance Stroll. Just want to see what happens here. It goes very wide into turn 10, goes off the track, so lost a bit of time there. So that might well allow Russell to get very close to him, because Russell's not too far behind. He had managed to build up a gap that allowed him security, but now that little mistake is going to make a bit of a problem. Andrew, they're saying, I'm watching from England. Good to have you. So Stroll is now only 2 seconds gap to Russell. So Russell might be able to try and get that gap down in the last 5 laps of this race.
Seeing Lando Norris putting in a purple sector there, I don't think he is able to put in the fastest lap, though. Obviously, listening to that radio message earlier from McLaren to him, just saying that they want to go for a fastest lap, not able to deliver that just yet.
Vishant, they're saying, I'm watching from India, so good to have you here. Got quite a few people from India watching. Alonso on the radio now saying, this is a lovely car to drive. Oh, he's just adding the arrogance and the confidence to this team. This team is loving the things, and I think Aston Martin will be so chuffed to hear that on the radio. Basically just reiterating the fact that Aston Martin have done wonders with their car this season. Alonso very, very happy. Of course, not quite as quick as the Red Bulls have been, but this Aston Martin is looking beautiful on track, and Fernando Alonso taking full advantage of that. Going into a podium position right now for that Aston Martin team, who's obviously going to be the shining star of the day.
Yes, of course. Just going back to our poll that we had there in the comments, 8 votes, 6 votes now left until we hit 1,000 people on that poll. So please do go and vote on that poll if you still haven't. I see someone else has just gone and done that now. Who do you think will win this Grand Prix? Obviously, it is pretty set and sealed right now, but we have 4 laps left until that is concluded now.
And Sophia, nice to have you here watching from Holland. Of course, will be a Max Verstappen fan, I'm sure. The Orange Army from Holland there. So Sophia, nice to have you there. Oh, she's retracted her message. I don't know why. Why have you retracted your message? We're just saying hello. Nonetheless, we did see it. So nonetheless, good to have you here. And we're watching Alex Albon here, who started in 15th, is now up into 10th. So he's done quite a good race. But he has been chased down by Yuki Tsunoda. We'll see how that fares. We've got the last 4 laps of this race to go. So Yuki Tsunoda is almost within a lap, within the second of Albon. So you might be able to get DRS open. He does, in fact, I think, maybe not, does not get his DRS open. So Yuki Tsunoda just chasing Alex Albon down. So that might be the one talking point going into the end of this race. Hamilton dropped off sides by quite some margin now. So it doesn't look like it's going to change near the top there. Stroll also building up that time back against Russell as well.
Yes, unfortunately, looking like Hamilton will not be able to fight too much with Carlos Sainz before the end of this race. Let's see. Possibly he just has a bit more battery in the bank, maybe backing off quite a bit to be able to take another stab at it. But I doubt it right now. 1.9 seconds is quite a big margin to make up.
Indeed, 100%. And we look at this now. I mean, it's looking pretty obvious that Red Bull are going to be taking all the plaudits today. But still, Aston Martin probably the talk of the day as well with regards to their Aston Martin coming 3rd right now. And let's see if they can finish that up and complete, as say, the race with that margin there for that Alonso's Aston Martin. So great race from them as well. And yeah, your thoughts on today's race that you've seen so far. What does it hold for the season?
Yeah, certainly exciting for the rest of the season. Obviously, Red Bull being quite dominant out there today, but obviously you have to take into consideration that they are not able to develop that car as much throughout the season. So the other teams will be able to catch up where they are not able to make any more development. But yes, obviously we want to see those other teams racing with them for the lead till that last lap. But great to see Alonso definitely in that battle this year.
And just seeing Vishant saying, I haven't really thought about it. I'm supporting for Ferrari and Aston Martin. And Asokan there saying, I'm also watching from India. So hello to all of you watching. And again, just keep those the comments coming as we get to the end of this race. Literally almost 3 laps left. Nico Hulkenberg has been handed a 5-second penalty for track limits. So he's going to drop a little bit in terms of time. But Norris is so far behind him that he doesn't really have to worry about that. And he just needs to nurse the car home. Of course, only points for the top 10 positions. So Alex Albon there fighting Yuki Tsunoda for that 10th position and for those last points. Andrew, they're saying a pretty bad race. I'd like to know with regards to your thoughts as to why.
3 laps left to go now for the rest of this race. Andrew just saying not excited for the season as Red Bull are looking very dominant. Let's see what happens though as we can possibly see those other teams making some progress throughout the season, being able to be more competitive. Obviously, these cars also being so track specific, sometimes being able to perform very well at a low downforce track, but not being as dominant at a high downforce track. So you never know what is going to happen throughout this season.
Completely agree. Jay Hay here as well saying Red Bull dominance, but good to see some other teams in the mix. As I say, Alonso here on the radio again. Love to know what he's saying, Reese. But yeah, I mean, it's also interesting to note that Red Bull had quite a different strategy to the rest of the teams as well today, and clearly worked. They went to the soft tires twice and then onto hard tires, whereas other teams went into hard tires much earlier. So maybe if other teams had followed suit in terms of that strategy, you might have seen teams a little bit closer to those Red Bull times. So maybe not as dominant as they might seem. The strategy being quite different, but nonetheless, yes, the Red Bulls very dominant today. But as you say, we'll see how the season unfolds and whether or not that'll still be the case later on.
Alonso was just being informed on the radio that Lewis Hamilton has now fallen 2 seconds behind Carlos Sainz.
And what is very interesting to tell is the fact that the Aston Martin is looking much stronger than the Ferrari at the moment. So Aston Martin might well actually be the second best car on the grid at the moment. Of course, Stroll is down at 6th at the moment. He should have been able to try and catch Hamilton. But Alonso doing very well to build up such a huge gap to Carlos Sainz. 8 seconds already, Alonso in a 3rd place there.
Interesting to see. Right now, we have the Alfa Romeo of Guan Yu Zhou in the pits, possibly going for a fast lap.
I agree. As I say, going to that last lap, maybe Guan Yu Zhou gets a very, very quick lap under the belt there. So we will see and watch that with with a keen eye, I'm sure. But of course,
just looking at a graphic here, telling us the top position gainers from this race, with Pierre Gasly in the top position, having gained 11 positions. That is incredible.
Yeah, Pierre Gasly doing very well today, and also sitting with the fastest lap currently. We'll see whether or not somebody else can take that away from him, but did very, very well today in that Alpine. And they had to, of course, because Ocon got so many penalties and has subsequently been retired from this race. But we look at this Alpine of Gasly there, managing to get some decent points for Alpine, given the circumstances, up into 9th place there. And so hopefully you can just nurse the car home with that fastest lap. And we see Max Verstappen coming down that second to last straight. And we will see whether or not we'll see whether or not, but he'll come into the last lap of the race before ending the Bahrain Grand Prix, the very first Grand Prix of the 23 race season in 2023.
Yes, obviously quite a fitting year to have 23 races in a season. Max Verstappen, though, just having a picture-perfect day out there today. That Red Bull looking so dominant, so reliable today. Obviously, we don't know how that will go into the rest of the season, but just on board with him, still looking so calm and composed, just getting through those last few corners before he finishes and wins this Bahrain Grand Prix. Currently in turn 8, following some back markers.
So, Reece, biggest talking points from today, what would you say they are?
I would certainly say Fernando Alonso taking a podium position.
Yes, I think Fernando Alonso in 3rd place there. Ferrari having some more reliability issues, as we've talked about since the start of the season, already playing their part. Leclerc having to retire. McLaren being absolutely useless so far as well. Mercedes not too far off the pace, but certainly looking a little bit slower than those Ferraris and those Aston Martins. So Mercedes still quite a bit of work to do. So yeah, lots of things to talk about from today's race. But Red Bull still looking so dominant. As Max Verstappen's coming right up to the end of his lap here to finish the Bahrain Grand Prix. He's coming on through those couple of turns. He's right down the middle of the track, I believe. Right up to the end of this race. He's coming down to the final corner.
Coming down the final corner now to that line where he will be crowned the winner of the Bahrain Grand Prix. Just raising his fist there to his mechanics, just celebrating such a dominant race win here today.
Yes, Max Verstappen, very good race today, very well handled by the Red Bull team. Perez will also come back in 2nd, but the biggest talking point of the day will be Alonso when he should cross the line. He's still going to have to wait a little bit. He's 26 seconds behind Perez, so still a little bit of time to wait for Alonso, but he is the biggest talking point for today, so cannot wait to see him cross the line. It's going to be huge celebrations from that Aston Martin team as he comes across the line. We're following here down the second to last straight. Comes around the final corner here.
Just some comments here asking when the next race is going to be. It is not next week. It is going to be on the 19th of March. That is the Saudi Grand Prix. As we see Fernando Alonso on the podium, once again, weaving around and around, celebrating such a great day for Aston Martin. Brilliant comeback for them.
I think the very interesting thing is the fact that the Aston Martin team are basically celebrating that like a victory, and so they should be. Driver of the day has been given to Fernando Alonso. What a race he's had. We just see all the drivers now crossing the line. Verstappen first, Perez second, Alonso third, Sainz, Hamilton, Stroll, Russell, all crossed the line so far. Sargent, Magnussen, De Vries, Hulkenberg, Zhou, and Norris have also had to end the races. We're just waiting for Gasly as he gets across. Albon and Tsunoda, the last two, to also get across. The two Red Bulls now driving in tandem. A great race there for Red Bull, taking the maximum points from today. But yeah, a great race as well for Aston Martin. Lance Stroll probably might have been able to do a little bit better, but let's be honest, having a podium finish through Fernando Alonso is absolutely exceptional for Aston Martin.
Max just saying on the team radio, they're saying that is the exact start we wanted and needed from this season. Obviously, Red Bull wanting to start just a bit ahead so that the other teams need to catch up a bit to them. Obviously, they're not allowed to do as much development throughout the season. Other teams are going to be allowed to.
And the fireworks are going mad around the Bahrain circuit, absolutely mad everywhere. Following this victory for Max Verstappen and Red Bull. So many fireworks, my word. And we talk about sustainable fuels, and then we've got all the fireworks going off. I still love fireworks, to be fair. It's looking absolutely amazing in Bahrain. And Aston Martin, oh, my word, there's going to be such a party tonight, I'm sure. And Alonso on the radio there, just being so excited with the team as well.
That is the best first race you could ever hope for when joining a new team. Jumping into a car and it just being so dominant. Could you imagine if Sebastian Vettel did not retire?
Well, imagine Sebastian Vettel and Fernando Alonso in these two Aston Martins. Would have been insane racing to watch.
Yes, for sure.
But nonetheless, everybody...
Fernando obviously having his birthday quite recently. So him saying on the radio, the 40s are the new 20s. Obviously just having such a great performance while still being in his 40s. Brilliant from Fernando Alonso here today.
Brilliant there, yes. And yeah, we just got to say that unfortunately that's the end of the race weekend. The first of 23 for the season. Red Bull come out on top first and second. Fernando Alonso in third. What a great race for Aston Martin. And thank you guys so much for joining us, of course, on Forever Sports, Forever Motorsports, on Forever Sports. We are very keen to have you back. We've hopefully gained a few new subscribers. Thank you for those votes. We're ending that poll there, and everybody was correct with Verstappen, 61% in that poll. I was meant to end it earlier, but nonetheless, winning that poll, 60% of the votes definitely did go on and to win. Perez getting 4% of the votes. He came in second, and Alonso with 11% came in third. So great
Max
races.
Verstappen almost not getting up onto that point for his car. My word. Just the one skid, the one ramp falling down when he was driving up it.
Oh dear. Yes, indeed.
Very lucky.
So yeah, thank you guys so much for watching Forever Sports. I've been Mark. Reese has been Reese, as I always say. And please be sure to subscribe, and you'll get notified about the next Grand Prix as well. And of course, you can see how to watch any and all Grand Prix for free on the channel. If you go look through the videos, we have a little how-to video for that as well. And look so forward to seeing all of you at the next race in 2 weeks' time. Until then, of course, we'll be posting up some videos and maybe some analysis as well of this Grand Prix and seeing what is to be expected in the next Grand Prix taking place in Saudi Arabia, I believe.
Yes, thank you very much to everyone for joining us. We certainly hope to be seeing you in the next session that we do next, at the Saudi Grand Prix. Thank you all for watching. Please do subscribe to catch us during our news on Monday afternoon. And we certainly hope to be seeing you in the next live session.
Yes, as Reese alludes to, tomorrow afternoon, we will be doing a live session. Be sure to come and join us for that. And give us your thoughts of the Grand Prix and tell us which teams really surprised you. And let's just have a great discussion in that news session. Of course, we're going to be talking about this Grand Prix weekend in total. So until then, guys, thank you so much for watching Forever Motorsports. Much love to all of you guys in the comments who have been saying thank you so much. Yeah, we're going to see you soon. And thank you guys so much. Goodbye.